The first place we go to is a cartel house. We pull in. Immediately behind me, a car pulls in and blocks us in. I've probably got 40,000+ on me in my front pocket. And things aren't going well now. One guy brushes up against me, and another guy goes over to the girls and tells them to get out. That's when I knew.
What's up, guys? On today's episode, we have a man named Rich the Transporter. He's one of the biggest smugglers we've ever talked to on this show. He trafficked untold amounts in a 20-year run. He started off as a small-time dealer from rural Connecticut and worked his way up to eventually become the exclusive distributor and logistics person for the Montreal Mafia. He was the #1 guy in the U.S. for the biggest Canadian mafia. His stories are wild. He's now fully legit. He runs a successful legal transportation company, and he consults with the DEA. If you want to hear about his almost decade of informing, go over to the Patreon, patreon.com/theconnectshow. This episode will blow your mind. Let's get into it. You've got Rich the Transporter right here on The Connect with Johnny Mitchell.
Now I am in charge of receiving everything coming in, collecting all the money, storing it, separating it, banking it, distributing it. I'm the transporter.
That's when I see lights behind me start to flash. And I didn't even think, I just hit it. I was driving like my life depended on it. Then I parked the car, hopped out, closed the door, and I started running.
And he pulls out a burner, shank, it's like 6 inches. And he passes it to me. And he goes, here, that's yours. Don't ever leave the cell block without this. He was the reason I made it out of that place alive.
Rich.
Good.
Search for Taylor Brands to get that LLC next to your business name. Just go to their site, enter your LLC state, add your business name, and
Rich.
Good to see you. You have a unique episode because unlike most people who come on the show with something to plug, whether it's a book, a movie appearance, a new podcast they're starting, you are an obscure, anonymous person.
Nobody knows me.
Dope boy who beat the feds. You have an odyssey of a story, and you're just on here telling it for the first time. I have the exclusive.
You do.
So it's my pleasure.
It might as well. Glad to be here.
So tell us where you're from. Give us a quick background.
Yeah, I mean, Eastern Connecticut, small little town, woods, you know, we get sawmills and gas stations. Is pretty much the industry out there. Lots of woods, quiet, very unassuming. I'm, you know, from a, regular, lower to middle class family, I guess, middle class.
Yeah.
I mean, they own homes.
You grew up with your grandparents, you were telling me?
I did 9 years, did 9 years with the grandparents.
Yeah.
That was great. I mean, those are the first memories I ever have of my grandparents. I don't have any memories of my mother and father together ever.
And they divorced when you were like 1 year old?
About one. My mother was 16 when she got with my father. She was from an abusive family, and my father was a means to get her out.
Yeah. Was he older?
Then my father, my mother's beautiful. I mean, it's kind of bizarre to talk about your mom in that way, but I know what men see in my mother.
Well, yeah, she was only 16 years older than you.
Yeah, she was like, we always call her, she's like a Bond girl, she's like one of them.
Oh, yeah?
And my father, no doubt, fell in love with her instantly.
Was he older than her?
Yeah, about 7 years.
Oh, so it was a crime. You were conceived as a
it might have been a crime. Yeah. My dad's passed away now, so he won't.
That's okay.
He won't be too mad about me saying
that. Biblically, I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Back then?
Yeah, it was the 80s, man.
70s.
Oh,
I'm a 72 baby, brother.
So did you have any criminality in your family? That you knew of?
Well, first time I ever saw, my grandmother loved me to death, and she was the best thing that happened to me. Okay. She was the only person in my life that was on my team. Okay. So when I say this, but my grandmother used to steal matchboxes for me. I would see her doing it in the store. We go shopping at a place called Caldor. Hello, flashback. That's how old I am. And I'd see her put, Richie, oh, he likes that little matchbox. You like this little matchbox, Richie? And of course I like it. And I'd see her.
Right. Did that kind of teach you to like, hey, if you get away with it, it's not really wrong?
I literally was so young that I saw it and knew it was happening, and I didn't think it was right or wrong. I was like, I'm getting a toy.
Right. So what does that have to do with criminality? You consider that crime?
Well, I mean, it is. I mean, it's stealing, and
Right.
and this will lead to things down the road.
It's
this
dishonest behavior.
this thing that I saw will lead to things.
Right. Right.
Little do I know then at
Right.
7, 6, 5. My earliest memories.
Okay. So at 9 years old, you left your grandparents? Did you go back
back
to
to
live
my
with-
mother.
Okay.
Chaos.
Okay.
My mother is now 9 years older. So what is she? She's 26. Look, there's alcoholism in our family.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's prominent. It exists. I never drank as a result. I don't drink as well. I don't drink. I don't do hard drugs because I saw what that does.
Mhm.
I always say my parents taught me how not to be.
Mm-hmm.
Which
Yeah.
is still a lesson.
Sure.
It's still
Totally.
it's the same lesson.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, it
the
is.
same lesson.
When you can grow up and learn how to fix the mistakes and the trauma that brings upon you.
Yeah.
When did you first get introduced to drug dealing and drug trafficking?
Yeah, this is I'm in 8th grade. My mother's boyfriend at the time is roommates with a guy named Scott. He's about 5 doors down. We're living in these condominiums outside the University of Connecticut. This is where I'm from. I start working for Scott. He has a carpet cleaning business, a legit carpet cleaning company. And he would take me on jobs, and we would stop off at places. He'd go inside people's houses and come back out. And, hey, Richie, I'll be right back. Little did I know he was dropping off below. He was, I figured this out when his best friend, Jeffrey, who I become good friends with, comes up from Miami to visit a lot. So
Right.
Jeffrey's cool too.
Yeah.
He's cool. He's brown. He's short. He was a Mr. USA at one time. Chicks loved him.
Uh-huh.
You bring a short, brown built guy into Connecticut with them girls, man. They'd
Right.
lose their freaking minds,
Of
man.
course. They've never seen that. So he was bringing up blow.
Their moms would be chasing him down. Like, hey, you were out with my daughter last week.
So this guy was bringing up coke for your guy in Connecticut.
I'm
guy in
young.
Connecticut.
I'm not putting it all together.
Mhm.
Like I'm not understanding Coke comes from Miami, and this is and Jeff just has Coke. He's coming up with Coke. If he was
Mhm.
from Texas or Montana, I would think the same thing.
All right.
Uh,
How did you know? Did you see it? Like, how did you know what was happening?
yeah. So Scott was very influential in my life. I mean, I'm going to talk about the criminality aspect of my relationship with Scott, but Scott was very important to me. He took me to my 8th grade graduation because my mother was too busy doing something else.
Mm.
And he got up and cheered for me. That meant a lot. I'm an only
Wow.
child. I don't have brothers. I don't have sisters. I don't have a tight knit family.
Wow.
And he was very important to me. So the stories I tell about Scott, it's true, obviously, but there was more to it, right? I looked up to Scott. He was my
He was like a father figure almost.
big brother figure.
Yeah. Yeah. Because he's
You
like,
know.
what, 27?
Yeah, and he's
When you
cool,
graduate from
man.
high
He's
school.
got chicks coming in and out,
Yeah.
man. They're video recording him. Him and Jeffrey are
Banging your mom. I'm kidding, of course.
Well, my neighbor, his roommate was, yeah, for sure. But
So you're isolated. You got no siblings. Your mom is not even parenting, really.
yeah, I'm starting to
That's
become
tough.
independent now.
Yeah. At a very young age.
I'm 13, 14. And so it eventually came down to where I saw my first big paper bag full of cash, and I became the money counter. He would let me count money for him and organize the bills. He was a dealer, so he was getting all sorts of bills, 50s, 20s, 10s, 5s.
At 14 years old.
14 years old, either in his apartment or in a hotel room. We would just go there. This is post 8th grade. I just graduated 8th grade.
Yeah.
Summer of 8th grade, 14. What were you doing? I mean, I don't know. What were you doing the summer before going into high school?
Out Coke money. Tell you that much.
You weren't doing that.
No.
My friends were in like fat camp or basketball camp, right?
Nice.
I'm in hotels and I'm getting like a close up. I never touched Coke. He never let me touch it. Like,
Right.
I didn't bag it. I didn't wrap it. I didn't weigh it. But the money was my job.
Do you remember how much money at a time you'd be counting up?
I mean, their paper bags with just loose money. Like,
Right.
$5,000.
I dare you to let me build you a completely free e-commerce store preloaded with 20 handpicked products that are trending all over the world.
You know, it's small build, but there's a lot of
But
cash.
it's a lot of cash for an eighth grader from a poor family. Like that's an unfathomable amount of money when you're that age.
I'd never seen anything like that.
It's almost like magic. You don't even appreciate the value of it.
I wanted it.
Right. Right. Did you
I-
see cocaine
I
as well?
wanted bags of money.
Did you see cocaine?
Oh yeah, I saw it.
Do you remember? Was it like a kilo? Was it like a big block, or was it
Probably
in
a
ounces?
couple ounces at a time,
Yeah.
routinely. And he broke them up into small little baggies.
Mhm.
And sometimes, you know, they would run out of rubber bands, you know, and Jeffrey and I would leave Scott in the hotel room with the blow, and we'd be driving around a little town in Eastern Connecticut, just going to convenience stores looking for rubber bands. And, you know, you'd think that'd be easy to find.
Not so.
Not so.
You got to go to like a stationary store, and
But
you
we
know,
weren't doing that.
in
We
some
were
dumpy little
young.
Eastern Connecticut town. They might not have that.
We're driving our T-top Camaro, man. Are you kidding
Yeah.
me? We're not driving around all
Yeah.
night long. And we're,
Yeah.
we're chilling, going up the street.
Yeah.
I'm now putting together the deliveries, and you know,
Mhm,
he takes me out, you know, and you know, leaves me in the car. I'll be right back, Richie. We were doing collections, you know, we
Right.
would draw, you know, he would
So this is about 1986, 87.
86. Yep. I'm going into freshman year.
Okay. So it's the
In-
80s.
in-
Coke's booming.
Yeah.
This all makes sense.
I'm kind of living with him at this point now. I mean, I'm crashing at his house. Again, he's only 5 doors down from
Yeah.
our condo.
Mom doesn't care.
She loves it.
Yeah. Right. She's.
I'm not
so
there.
load
I'm
off
not in
her-
the
off
way.
her
She
hands.
can
She's drinking.
look. She's 26, man. She's got a life ahead of her, man. Look, I'm not blaming my problems on my mother. My mother had problems, and she didn't do the best thing she could have done. She
Mhm.
didn't break the cycle like I did. I broke the cycle.
Mm. So when in high school, you mentioned you were a
Yeah.
basketball player. That's positive. Were you a good hooper?
Oh yeah, man. Yeah. I played for. I went to technical school.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm living with Scott at this point now. He
were
is now.
you were you selling for him?
No. He just brought me along. I was like his little protege.
Yeah.
I mean,
Usually proteges apprentice for
apprentice.
their,
Yeah.
their
Yeah. I mean,
boss.
no, he had no intention of ever turning anything over to me. It wasn't anything. Like, I think here's the thing. That was a better option than what my life was offering at the time.
Right.
And
Yeah.
that's the best way I can put it. Like,
Yeah, because he can buy you clothes. He can buy you dinner.
and he would.
He can send you to school.
So I'm with, and I'm also learning this cleaning company is literally a cleaning company.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's legit. He's got some account. We're legit doing carpet cleanings.
Right. Did you help him with that too, as like a side job?
Oh yeah.
While you were in high school?
I was cleaning carpets and I was
Oh,
getting
okay.
paid.
Gotcha.
And I was also stealing a lot from Caldor, of all places, where my grandmother had once stole from me. I now pick up the torch, if you will.
Uh-huh.
And I start running a black market in high school for.
This is pretty much your town, right?
This is pretty much it.
This is Charlie Morgan. We helped Charlie make over $1.4 million in revenue using YouTube ads. Now, here's the thing.
Do you solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Go ahead and have a seat. You know what to do. Keep your voice up, speak into the microphone. And then start with telling us your full name and spell your last name.
My name is Quentin Valdez Nixon. Quinton. Valdez. Nixon. Nixon.
All right. All right, Mr. Nixon, you may proceed.
Basically, today I'm testifying on my behalf as into the events that happened prior and at the time of the incident. Person whose house it happened at is Angel McClain. She had a roommate named Ron Crew. I've known Angel McClain for at least 3 years. She was dating an uncle of mine. I had just had a birthday, July 18th. So I believe a couple days later, she had asked to come pick me up from my mother's house. She wanted to see me, as well as I agreed to help her find a stolen vehicle. I believe it was some vehicle that her ex-boyfriend had stolen, a white Nissan Maxima with tinted windows. She picked me up with a friend, seeing that she didn't have a vehicle. We went back to her house, and that's when I had met Adam Wright. I guess he was there. At the time I was introduced to Adam Wright, I remembered him from a mutual friend of my uncle and I, maybe a couple years ago. I seen him in passing, and yeah, it wasn't awkward or anything like that. It was just I guess he was there staying at Angel's house. He had just came back in town from, I believe, Alabama or Florida. I'm not sure which one. At the time, I didn't know that he was Angel's ex-boyfriend. She never told me that. At any time did she tell me that. I actually heard it from him. I guess he was on the run or whatever. And he had just needed a place to stay. Angel said he was homeless or whatever. And in him staying there at that time, he I guess rambled on about why he was back and a situation with him and his I guess brother, Brian Fielders. I heard of the people they run with in the streets or whatever, and I don't really involve myself around those people, but I've heard of them. So I guess as the day progressed, we talked about him knowing my family, a couple of my uncles, where he had met me at around the time he had last seen me. Like I said, it was some years since I had last seen Adam. He seemed cool. He seemed down to earth. Wasn't any problems or whatever. At the time, me and Angel hadn't really spoke on us like being a thing. I think she testified that she called me her nephew. as the days progressed, that went out the window. Prior to the incident, a day before I was introduced to Brian, me and Angel had drove Adam to, I guess, mend the beef with Brian. We drove Ron Cruz's truck. Like I said, Angel didn't have a car. In the couple of days that I was there, I was helping her look for it. We would go to Tap Tap searching for it. I guess she had testified and said she had made a report about it, which
Taxes was waiting and wondering and worrying. Now Taxes is
which I didn't know any report about her car being stolen. It was just me helping her out, you know. And, so Adam had asked us to take him to Brian's house. And at the time I didn't know, never been there. I don't know Brian. I'm not really a friendly kind of guy, but people like me, if that makes any sense. So we drove him out there, and on the way there, Angel's like bugging out, saying they're gonna kill him. I don't think this is a good idea. And around this time, this is when Adam is telling me, like, yeah, it's my guy, but I stole his car, went to Alabama. Me and the girl fell out who we had the car, and the car got lost. And I guess a picture of Brian's kid was in the car. And I guess that's where the beef started between them two. And because I guess Adam stated that Brian felt like he stole from him, something of that nature. So on our way there, Angel's freaking out. Mind you, I didn't know that Angel knew Brian. I assumed that she did. She testified and said that she didn't know him. But it was kind of a shock to me and Adam that Angel did know of Brian or knew Brian. I guess the house was in Springfield. On the way there, he was telling me how, yeah, dude is crazy. He was stating that Brian was aggressive, known for doing.
Objection, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Nixon, you have to testify about what you know and not about what other people told you.
Okay. Well, I was just laying out.
I understand, but you referring back to what other people have testified to is appropriate for closing argument, but for your testimony, it's about your knowledge and what you did.
Okay. At any point, will I be able to play evidence?
Depends what the foundation is and if it's appropriate. So
Okay.
we'll rule on that when you get there.
Yes, ma'am. Angel was tweaking out, I guess. Like, she's crying. Like, she's like, I don't want to take him. I'm like, I don't think we should then. Adam's like, I'm still going if y'all not going to take me or not. So I rode with Angel to protect her. And she drove him because I guess that was her ex-boyfriend. And so we get there, we pull up, Adam gets out. I look at Adam and I say, I don't think this is a good idea, bro. he said, y'all can just pull off. I'll call you if I need you. And as we're pulling off, I see him go in the house. I guess the house was in Springfield. I never been there. Don't know who lives there at the time. An hour went by. Me and Angel had went around the corner and went to the store, sat and waited for Adam to call, I guess, to see if he needed a ride back. Adam did call. By now, Angel's, she's like calming down because she heard his voice. And because she thought something bad was going to happen to Adam when he went there. So Adam gets back in the car. I'm in the front seat. Angel's driving. And then we about to pull out. And then Brian gets in the car. He runs up to the car and he gets in. And I guess I give Angel this look like, and she gives me a look like I don't, she didn't object to it though. Like she was cool with it. Brian gets in. He's talking to Angel. He's saying, "What's up?" He's saying, he looks at.
To be so for real, last year was kind of a lot for me. I was just feeling kind of like burned out and stuck. At some points, I struggled to see things getting better. So I made a hard decision to.
He looks at me, asked me who I was. I told him who I was. And first thing he said was, "Oh, I see you got a lot of jewelry on." I'm like, I said something of the nature, "Yeah, I do my thing when I can." And somehow, some way, he's like, "I want to come back to the house and kick it with y'all." I don't know what for. No one objects to this. Adam didn't object to it. He seemed cool with it. We hadn't talked if they squashed the beef or not. So it's like, I guess, on assumption, if you cool with him coming back to the house with us, everything cool. So we rode back to Angel McClain's house, and when we get in the house, can't remember who was there for real. I don't know if Ron and that girl Ashley was in the back, but we are in the living room. Adam sits down. Angel's running back and forth doing something, and Brian's attention, like, it just locks on me, kind of. And I guess he's like trying to feel me out. And so we get I wouldn't say we were friendly, buddy, pow, pow. It was more so like, "Oh yeah, I do this. Oh yeah, I do that." And that's when he brought up that he rapped, or he had a music deal of some sort. He was showing me on his Facebook on my phone. He asked me for my phone, and I gave him my phone, and he pulled up his Facebook. And a mutual rapper that we both know, I guess he had a record deal, but he was telling me how he was always in trouble, and the label wanted him to stay out of trouble. This, that, and the third. And then it went into us freestyling, which is just rapping, turning on beats and just rapping, basically. And, I didn't think anything of it. Angel kind of left me alone with him. Adam's in the living room, not paying attention to us, which was weird because you just said that this guy, you thought he was going to, well, Angel thought he was going to kill you or whatever, and y'all had beef or whatever. So at this point, his attention is on me. And I guess we sat there and rapped for like maybe 2-3 hours. By the time we had got back to the house, it was pretty late though. Like 2-3 hours. So before he left the house, he sent me a friend request, but he used my phone. He was like, yeah, just check me out. Maybe we can get in the studio together. Da-da-da-da-da. And basically trying to get cool or close to me as I seen it, now that I look back on it. He ends up leaving. I end up checking on Adam. He was asleep on the couch. Brian leaves. I'm not sure if I went and stayed the night in Angel's room or I slept on the couch. Me and Angel hadn't had sexual intercourse at this time yet. So I might have slept on the couch and woke up the next day and everything was cool, I guess. Adam had some stuff. He had to do some errands, I guess, trying to get his money together to do God knows what. I don't know. Me and Angel were in her room listening to music. And I was just basically speaking to her, letting her know, like, yeah, I like you. I've been liking you. Like, some people call it running game, I guess. And we ate breakfast. She made breakfast, and then her daughter came over. Angel's daughter came over, Nevaeh, and I was in the room. I haven't seen Nevaeh since Angel was speaking with my uncle. So when Nevaeh seen me, the first thing she said was, "What are you doing here?" I'm like, "I'm here for your mom." She slapped me in the back of my head, like, "Why are you here?" And I didn't think anything of it. You know, me and her were close. We got the same birthday, July 18th. And so she kind of, I can't explain it. When she slapped me in the back of my head, she looked at me like, "You shouldn't be here" type look. But she was happy to see me.
This AI tool will create a stunning ebook direct from your content, whether it's a Microsoft Word document or a Google document, or even if you just have an idea, it will create the whole ebook.
And then she was telling me about her mom's ex-boyfriend or whatever, some guy that.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. Not specifically what she said, just who the person is and how it's relevant.
Okay.
I guess Angel has a background of getting around, basically what I'm getting at. And I knew that guy too. Once again, mind you, I didn't know that she was dealing with Adam on that intimate level. So after her daughter left, we continued to listen to music in the room, and then my uncle comes over, and he knows all these people, like everyone. He knows Ron, he knows Angel, he knows Adam. He knows a few of the stragglers that's in and out. So last time I seen him, he was living with me. But I guess you could say I was happy to see him. Now I have messages and evidence that state the actual date from when she came and got me to leading up to the incident of July 25th.
Like instant messages on your phone?
Yes.
What exhibit are they? Do you have them marked?
No, man, we weren't able to print them off. They're on the actual floppy. That's not my phone. My phone is the other one. There should be another one up if you look at the bottom. Yep. Nope, to the left. Yep. Yep. I guess while that's loading, I can continue. So my uncle came over. We weren't on bad terms. I just wasn't agreeing with I wasn't agreeing with how he was living at the time. And I had previously tried to help him out. He stayed with me or whatever. And just petty disagreements. Me trying to help him. So when he gets there, I didn't know at the time how he arrived. So we stepped out and I was speaking to him about his brother and how me and his brother was on bad terms at the time about some money. And I recognized the vehicle that he was in, and the vehicle that he was in was a mutual family member's. And it's like a Jeep Wagoneer or something like that. And I recognized who it was, and he didn't have any money. I had a few dollars on me. He was like, I need to return this vehicle. to such and such. And I'm like, well, take it back. He was like, well, that's the thing. She let me use it, but I didn't come back when I was supposed to. So I need you to call her and tell her that you're going to return it. And I'm like, no, I'm not about to involve myself in that. She let you borrow her vehicle, you take it back. So my uncle was like, well, I don't have any money. So he asked me for a couple dollars to get gas, and I gave him the gas money. And he went, got the gas, and he pulled right back up instead of leaving and taking the vehicle we were supposed to go. We had like a brief argument about it.
Grow your creative or marketing business with HoneyBook and get beautiful client proposals, easy to sign contracts.
He was basically, I felt like something was off. He like, nephew, if you could just call her and let her know that I dropped the vehicle off to you, maybe you could bring it to her, she can come get it from you. I just don't want to see her. I'm like, no, I don't want no parts of that, whatever. I don't know what you're going to do. I gave you the money. You should have just took it back. Long story short, he never took the vehicle back. It sat in the driveway. We went into the home. Angel's friend, who initially came and picked me up from my mother's house with her, we went to her house and she was showing us her house, said she needs some work done. I can't tell you where it was. It was a big ranch style house. I told her I'm good with carpentry or whatnot, and just basically randomly appraising the little work that she needed done. So we ended up leaving her home, going back to Angel's house. Around that time, it was an agreement that me, Adam, Angel, and my uncle and her friend were going to have dinner that night all together. So Angel cooked, and I really just spent most of that time talking to my uncle, trying to figure out what he had going on. And I don't really know what he had going on. He was kind of everywhere with his thoughts. There was meth being used. I don't know where they got it from. I didn't come to the house with drugs. But snorting it, smoking it. There was no alcohol. I think that would explain some of the sporadic conversations we were having. So moving forward, a few other people had came over, and the conversation about a vehicle that I own had came up. And the only person that knew that I own this vehicle, this was right before dinner. The only person that knew that I own this vehicle was my uncle. I bought the vehicle from his brother, and I still owe his brother a couple dollars on it. I say like $1,000. And it was an 85 Camaro. 1985 Camaro. It was street value like 10 grand right now as it sat. And one of either Angel's friends or Ron's friends or one of their friends, he had a Camaro outside as well, but it was a newer model, T-top. And the conversation came up about my car. And they asked if I wanted to sell it. I told them, no, I don't want to sell it. It has historical plates on it. Somewhere in this conversation, the guy asked me if I think his name was Ed, I believe. If I'm not mistaken, he was the guy that had a Camaro. He asked me if I wanted to trade my car for his car. I said no. Then him and my uncle went into the kitchen and spoke privately about something. I went to the bathroom to use the bathroom. They didn't have any toilet paper. So I was stuck in the bathroom, basically. But so I'm screaming to anybody that's out there, like, I need some toilet paper. They took forever, it seemed like. But as I'm waiting, I just hear it's real quiet out there. Like, it's real quiet out in the living room and in the kitchen where they were talking. Now, I know that Angel's in the kitchen and she's cooking, but it's
How to get paid to get smarter. Join eToro's Learn and Earn Challenge and earn cash. It's easy. Go to eToro.com/account.
but it's weirdly, eerily quiet out there. Long story short, they finally come with the toilet paper, come out the bathroom, and after washing my hands, and there's another person there. It's a female, some young female, I guess, that lived in the area. And her and Angel called each other sister or something like that, of that nature. And so basically there was just a house full of people. I guess they had traffic in and out. I don't know. I didn't live there, so I can't control people's traffic coming in and out their home. But they're still talking about my car. And then now my uncle is like, nephew, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to take this truck and take it back to, or no, I need you to take this truck and ride with the guy who had the Camaro. My uncle ended up leaving in the guy's Camaro, and I don't know what transpired. I don't know if, I don't know. I really couldn't tell you. I don't know if he sold the vehicle or what. But my uncle ended up leaving in the guy's Camaro, and the truck is still outside. But before he left, my uncle was like, I need you to ride with him to take this truck somewhere. I'm like, I don't know him, and I don't know what you're on, basically. I don't know what your motive or your mind is right now, but I'm not getting in that car with this man I don't know. And I'm like, if anything, I'll ride with you and we can leave. He's like, no, you know, Angel cooking dinner, that's weird. Don't do that. I'm like, well, you were invited too. So why are you leaving? And why are you leaving in this man's car? And my uncle ends up crying. He's crying for some reason. I don't know why he's crying. I'm asking him, what's wrong? He's not telling me. It didn't put me on alert, but it made me feel like, it made me feel weird. Like, I couldn't tell you, like, why are you crying? What did you do? That's basically what I'm asking him. Like, what did you do? Why are you crying? He's like, nothing. I'll talk to you about it later. You know. So he ended up leaving in the car. He wouldn't take me with him. I end up going back into the apartment. Angel, Adam are upstairs. The guy, Ed, ends up pulling off in the mutual family member's vehicle. Now, I don't know where they took it. I don't know where he took the vehicle. I don't know what just happened. I don't know what just transpired. I don't know. So I go in the house and I tell Angel, I'm like, I told her what just happened. She's like, yeah, your uncle been on some weird stuff lately, da 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 da. He gets real nervous around my people. And he start acting weird and doing dumb stuff. I didn't understand what she meant, my people. Like, what you talking about? She was like, yeah, we like a family, da 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 da. These are all my people. She was talking about Adam, Ed, Ron, Brian. These are all her people, basically. And so I asked him, like, so why did he just pull off in your people's car and leave our mutual family member's car out there? And then that guy took her truck. And Adam interjected and said, don't worry about it, bro. Don't worry about it. And I'm like, what you mean don't worry about it? The person whose car he just rode off in is like an auntie to me. So I'm kind of worried about it. Like, why wouldn't I be? He like, no, your uncle owed us something. He owed us some money or something. And I don't remember my uncle ever telling me he owed them anything. I kept asking him what was wrong. Like I said, he said he would talk to me about it later. I never ended up seeing my uncle after that. He didn't come back to the home that night. He didn't eat dinner with us. He was gone. So I felt kind of weird, but my trust basically was in Angel. Mind you, like I said, I've known her for a couple of years. She dated my uncle's brother, so it was kind of like a family thing, but I was attracted to her. No disrespect. I was trying to have sex with her. So we end up eating dinner. And Adam
Now Taxes is getting the TurboTax app and filing your taxes yourself 100% free if you didn't file with us last year. Pay $0 when you file by 2/18. All tax forms, all 100% free. Now this is taxes. File free in the app by 2/18. When you switch to TurboTax, do it yourself.
Angel, and one other person. I believe the girl that was there, it wasn't Ashley, it was the girl that lived in the area. They were talking about how they were going to take a trip to either Virginia or something. And they were speaking about my uncle, like, yeah, he did good. Like we needed that truck, basically. And I'm like, man, what is y'all talking about? They're like, we needed that truck. We about to use it. I'm like, what you mean use it? Like, you asking too many questions. I'm like, not really. Angel was like, that's enough, that's enough. And she kind of quieted me down from asking them the questions and stuff. So I'm like, Angel called my uncle. She was like, you know he don't have a phone. So I'm like, you're right. And yeah, I guess we got to talking about people, the people that they know. It's a couple of people in the streets that I ran across myself, that also my uncle had ran across. I guess there was some type of beef between him and a mutual person that we knew. And just a random conversation, but it never left me because I didn't understand why they just swapped cars. At the time, Adam was doing something with a printer or something. I don't know what he was doing. We ate dinner. And Angel was like, can you ride with me to go check some of the taps, see if we could find the guy that stole my car? And we rode around again, looking for her car at a couple taps. We couldn't find it. And then I believe we ended up stumbling across it at a tap on the north side. Or we thought it was her car. It was a white Maximum that matched her car, but it ended up not being her car. I went inside. I asked the people inside the place. And the owner came out with the keys, like, yeah, this is my car. Long story short, we went back. She was pretty upset that she couldn't find her car. Then I believe Ron and Angel had went to the store. And I found that weird because normally when you there with a woman, the woman doesn't want to leave you out of anything, especially if she's like interested in you. So she didn't invite me to the store. She said, I'll be back. I'm about to run and go grab cigarettes or whatever. And so I was in her bedroom. And mind you, I had a whole nother female that was looking for me for the past couple of days. So I was kind of like hiding my phone for real. So when she left, I got on my phone and seeing that I was getting all these messages from the other female. And I hear the door open. And then I come out and it's Brian. Brian comes in, he's like, I don't know what you want to call it. He's like sketchy, real weirded out type tweaking out. And he's like, he comes in talking about he thinks his girl is trying to set him up. Mind you, I don't know who this girl is he's talking about. He's talking about some spy app. I never even seen a spy app, never knew it existed. He was explaining to me, like, yeah, you can clone somebody's phone to see what they're doing on their phone, da-da-da-da. He was like, matter of fact, you got your phone? I'm like, yeah. He was like, let me see your phone. I gave him my phone. He's like, you probably got the same app on your phone. You don't even know it. Angel probably put it on yours. So he's really like bugging out. Like, but I'm not thinking anything of it. Like, I'm just thinking he tripping.
My name is Ashley Puyol. I am the founder of a small company named Unwrap. I design my own wrapping papers. I started using Adobe well over a decade ago. I use Photoshop for photo editing. I use Illustrator for vector goods. I export it as a PDF, and boom, it's off to the printer.
Managers, dry your tears. No more missed clock-ins, no-shows, and last-minute scheduling chaos. With Connect Team's auto-scheduling, your schedules practically fill themselves, handling conflicts and tracking availability while updating the right people about changes and keeping labor costs in check. But great schedules need more than just time slots. So add tasks, forms, and checklists that ease communication, making sure your team isn't just showing up, they're getting the job done. When your employees clock in and out, everything syncs automatically to their timesheets. So all the hours you spent matching times and fixing mistakes are yours again. When it's payroll time, simply export the timesheets to your accountant or payroll provider. And that's it. Ready to get hours of your day back? Go to connectteam.com and make it happen.
So I would say like almost a good hour. He was talking to me about a spy app. And that's when Adam made the comment, like, how did you get over here, bro? He's like, oh, I got Tony in the car. Adam told him to call Tony up. Brian had already been in the home for at least an hour. I could visibly see the gun on his hip. But I wasn't thinking anything of it. Adam has his gun. He's walking around with it in his shoulder, like under his armpit right here. He's doing something with curling iron, something. And I don't know what he was doing. He told Brian, like, you're tripping, bro. And I told him he was tripping too. I'm like, yeah, I ain't got none of that on my phone. And I told him, like, yeah, I don't even let nobody really see my phone. And he was looking through it, like he was like, I bet you that app is on here. I bet you. He's looking through it. I don't know if he found it or not. He's like, yeah, man, my girl, it's this app, man, where you could be in a full conversation with a person, but then you'll hear them answer, or they'll ask you a question and they answer, and then she says random things. Like, he was trying to demonstrate, I guess, how the app works. He was talking about mini microphones. They got little ballpoint pen microphones that you can't even see. It'll be in their ear or attached to their clothing, and they're just talking, and you don't know that they're talking to somebody else. That phone could be transmitting to a police or a DEA agent. So when as he explaining this to me, he's looking up stuff in my phone, showing me like, yeah, you see this? This is one of them. Now we in the kitchen. He's like, yeah, you see this? This is another one. He just kept showing me. And at that time, I'm like, bro, I don't know what you're talking about. You tripping. Give me my phone back. He was like, hold on, wait. I'm about to show you. So he kept looking for the app. In my head, I'm like, man, is you trying to put it on my phone or something? Like, it's not on there. I don't let people see my phone like that. He's like, you never know. Angel might have put it on your phone. Females is sneaky. This, that, and the third. I'm like, yeah, I don't think she did that. So then, like I said, this is when Adam had, it's like an hour had went past. This is when Adam was like, yeah, who you come here with, bro? And he said, Tony. He was like, you just gonna leave her in the car? So I guess Brian either texted her or called her. I'm pretty sure he texted her to come up. And he still had my phone. He got his phone. Adam got his gun out under his arm pit. Brian got the gun on his hip. Tony comes in, and then right after Tony comes in, I believe that's when Ron and Angel come back from the store. And he's like still having this conversation. Tony sits down.
Burnout. We all experience it at some point. It's so important to me that I've actually been working on it in therapy. In fact, with the help of BetterHelp, I've learned certain tactics and strategies to begin creating that balance for myself. It can be really, really difficult to set deliberate boundaries at work, with your friends, your family, and especially with yourself. It's a skill that only gets harder and harder to learn as you get older, and is something that I really value as a person who's trying to get just 1% better every single day. Now, I used to think therapy meant having to go into an office, but with BetterHelp, I can do it from the comfort of my own home on a schedule that works for me. Their brief questionnaire makes it simple to match with a licensed therapist based on my specific needs. The best part is that I can schedule sessions through video calls, phone calls, or even live texting with my therapist, so that getting really valuable advice and help is that much easier. Therapy doesn't have to be just another item on your already busy checklist. Instead, it can work around your specific situation. For me, it's helped me wake up every single day feeling organized and energized, knowing that my relationship with work and life is increasingly more balanced, and most importantly, filled with only the most important things. If a life filled with only the most important things is important to you too, then try BetterHelp today.
Taking the first step into investing seems daunting, but It doesn't have to be. At eToro, we've made it easy. Our intuitive platform connects you with a global community of investors so you can enhance your knowledge and explore actionable insights, learn from others, and even copy their crypto moves with CopyTrader. Investing doesn't have to be a solo endeavor. Join a community that's with you every step of the way. eToro. Invest smarter together.
On the far edge of the closest to Angel's room where the hallway is, I got pictures to show the exhibits to show you where she was sitting. If I could actually use the.
Well, okay, yeah, we'll change it over to that camera. Then tell Mr. Perry what exhibit you, do you have it up there with you?
I believe it's in this stack right here, if I'm not mistaken. Then it must be in that one. So it's not in this stack. Oh, excuse me, it's right here. So I drew the diagram of the home.
All right, have them put it up on the screen, and then you can use the markers on the bottom of the screen to indicate anything you want to point out.
This is a demonstrative exhibit.
He indicated he drew it. I'm going to indicate it's not to scale, most likely.
To the best of my ability.
That's fine.
I should have used white paper, excuse me.
Are you zoomed out as far as possible?
It is.
There we go. Now the whole thing's in there.
I think it's just the kind of paper you have it on.
Yeah. I can see it on my screen pretty well.
Okay.
It's like auto correcting.
Okay.
So you said Tony was in the couch closest to Angel's room.
Right here.
All
That's
right.
Tony.
Mm-hmm.
Me and Brian were in the kitchen, but we all came and sat down. So Brian's right here.
Use an X for where you were.
I'm right here.
Which is the couch by the door, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And Adam is right here.
Which is the same couch, but away from the door.
Yes,
That
ma'am.
you were sitting on.
Yes, ma'am.
That's just for purposes of the record, so people reviewing this may know what you're referring to. Go ahead.
Yes,
Oh, and we're
ma'am.
going to mark this as Defense Exhibit J, I think. All right, go ahead, Mr. Nixon.
At this time, Brian still has my cell phone. Tony just came up.
Here's how the average man's life would change if he used Pi for 5 days straight. Day 1, he would install Pi on his computer without spending a dime because it's 100% free. Day 2. He realizes how clean and clutter-free his browsing experience has been since he got Pi. He doesn't have to deal with annoying cookie pop-ups or targeted ads. Day 3. He can finally binge YouTube and Twitch without interruption because Pi works on every website you visit on Chrome. Day 4. He discovers that when he does see ads, he can get paid to see them. Day 5. His life has improved 1,000 times because of the peace he gets from experiencing an ad-free internet. He decides he never wants to go back to life without Pi and tells all his friends and family to download it. See how Pi can improve your life today.
He introduced her as his girl. Adam's gun is now sitting on the ledge of the couch, the arm on the couch like this. He's doing something, looking through papers, something that he was doing with the printer. I'm not sure exactly what he was doing. But Brian is still talking about this app. And like I said, Angel and Ron had came back from wherever they were doing at the store. They came back. And so I'm where I am. Tony's where she is. Tony has her phone out. And she's like this. She has one arm up like this across her stomach, and she's scrolling, I guess. Now there's a TV right here. This is the table. Adam's gun is right here on the edge of the couch. And Brian is right here, and he's talking to me and Adam at the same time. And he's like, he was saying, the app on my phone is, or the app that was he thought was on my phone was connected to the police. Basically, saying that I was the police. I was recording him or recording the household or speaking about things that I didn't have any knowledge of, or asking too many questions, going back to the conversation about my uncle in the car and her people and what they into or whatever. And I'm telling him like, nah, bro, you tripping. I don't really be into any of that for real. I'm not the police. I don't know about that app. So I asked him for my phone back. He was like, hold on, I'm gonna show you. It's on your phone. I bet you it's on your phone. He kept saying, I bet you got that app on your phone. No. Tony isn't saying anything. Like, she's quiet. But she pulls out a weed pen. Mind you, I didn't see Tony smoke anything but a weed pen. Wasn't no drugs. She didn't do anything in front of me. Only thing except smoke a weed pen, a vape. She asked me if I wanted to hit it. I said, yeah. I hit it and I gave it back to her. I was coughing. And Brian, he kind of looking at her like side eyeing her after she let me hit the vape pen or whatever. And he said something to Adam of the nature like, yeah, people be tripping, bro. I don't know what's going on. You gotta watch. People really be the police. You don't even know it. And I see he's like real adamant about this police thing. Mind you, I don't know Adam. I mean, I don't know Brian. I don't know what he's into for real. Never heard of him. Except for when Angel was crying that when we drove Adam over there, and they was making him sound like he was just some aggressive bulldog that was a killer type. And so I'm sitting here. Ron goes in his room, which is right here.
This AI tool will take your idea and create a complete book, complete with design, images, layout, everything, including the content, literally in a few minutes. Watch this. So I'm using Designer, which will import content from your blog, from a Google Doc or a Word doc, or even a YouTube, depending on the plan you choose. For now, I'm going to use Word Genie, the AI feature. So all I need to do is give it an idea, and then click on next. And then just tell Word Genie what audience am I targeting my book towards. Then it'll just show me a selection of titles, which I'll just choose one that catches my eye. Then it'll suggest the outline for my book, which I'm free to edit as I see fit. And now the magic happens. It will generate the full content of the ebook ready for me to edit, tweak, and tune. And obviously I want to make it my own so it comes across and reads really, really well. And so from here now, it's saved as a draft, or I can simply choose a template. There are hundreds of templates to choose from, and all of these are totally customizable. You can change anything, the images, the style, any of the text, whatever you want. So this one looks perfect for my niche, passion, grit, and success. All these images can be changed once I'm in the editor, and I can see I could do worksheets, I could do all sorts within this template. So now you can see all my content from my draft being pulled into this template, and all the content's been laid out into single column, double column, images have been put in the right place. But of course, I can now customize and change anything. So if I don't like a chapter heading page, perhaps that image doesn't work for me, I can search my inbuilt image search tool and just select another image, and it will just load it just like that. Any adjustments to the layout, to the style, I can just do with a couple of clicks. On the right, you can see all my navigation there, all laid out. And again, just changing images, just a few clicks, including the layout. You know, if I don't want a double column layout and I want a single column, then I can just change it. And of course, I could do that manually as well, but it's a lot faster to use the inbuilt presets that are all set up, because, you know, within a few minutes, I've got my whole ebook all done and ready for publishing. So all that's left now for me to click publish, and it produces this beautiful PDF all ready to go. Or I can just click another button and select Flipbook, and I've got a Flipbook which I can share with my audience. Designer is a well-established software company with over 320,000 customers, over 70 countries now. We're the leading ebook designer since 2016. We've won awards. We have hundreds and hundreds of 5-star reviews on Trustpilot, Capterra, GetApp, Software Advice, and all of them. So why not join Designer? Click the link below to learn more.
Hey everybody, Andy from Framer here. Since the launch of Framer plugins just a few months ago, we now already have over 100 plugins available on the Framer marketplace, with more being added every week. You can explore all of them at framer.com/marketplace or inside of Framer through the plugins menu. So now that you know how to find them, let's take a look at 5 free and freemium plugins to help make building beautiful sites that much easier. Visual Electric is an AI image generator for designers, fine-tuned to deliver tasteful results. Like any image generator you might have tried before, you just start with a prompt. But you can also select here and choose from a bunch of different predefined styles to help guide your outputs. You can just click on an image to place it on the canvas, or if you've already got an area defined that you want to fill, select it, go to the fill options, select plugins, and a single click in the Visual Electric plugin will fill the frame. Visual Electric gives you 20 free credits to start with, so there's really no reason to not try. Give it a shot. Google Sheets. Now, it might not be as exciting as some of the other plugins, but it's definitely one of the most powerful. I know, you say, Framer, I'm a designer. I want nothing to do with spreadsheets of any sort near my work. What are you doing? It's a fair question. You don't need to yell. Let's answer it with an example. Let's say you've got a site for a pop-up restaurant where the menu is constantly changing. With Google Sheets connected to your Framer CMS, your head chef can just update the menu in a spreadsheet, and you can click the sync button. As easy as that. That's just one example. So when you start to think about all the different products that can integrate with Google Sheets, and then the fact that Google Sheets can integrate with the Framer CMS, suddenly an entire new universe opens up. And so that's why you might be interested in bringing Google Sheets a little bit closer to your design ecosystem. Sometimes it's the simple things in life that are the best, and Logofy might be one of them. You need a logo, you get a logo. You search it, you click it, it's there. It's not a fake transparent PNG with a checkerboard baked into the background. It's not even a PNG. It's infinitely scalable SVGs that are exactly what you're looking for. And if you've ever had to hunt for logos on the internet, you're gonna love using this. Shader Gradient is one of those things that you could spend an entire afternoon using and still not get tired of. It lets you create stunning multicolor gradients that are either animated or static, and comes with multiple levels of settings to give you exactly the effect you're looking for. Or more commonly, surprise you with something you didn't even know you wanted. Totally free, loaded with adjustable parameters. Get it, use it, gradient it. So let's say you need some stock photos, but you don't want them to look like stock photos, and you don't want to really go super deep and start generating a bunch of stuff with AI. Lumi is the beautiful middle ground. Best of both worlds, unique, great-looking AI images that have already been made and curated for you, available for free right inside Framer. So those are a handful of plugins for people to get started with using in Framer. What's your favorite plugin? What are you using the most? What should the world know about? Drop your comment below, and until next time, see you on the internet.
Now, Ashley, Ron's company was back there, and she comes out, and she's like right here, and she overheard Brian speaking about this app. Now, there ain't no TV playing, there's no music playing, so the conversation is pretty loud. You can clearly hear what's being said. Angel comes out of her room and she sits at the head of this coffee table, and this is her living room, so she sits right here, and she's speaking about and Ashley speaking about yeah, I've heard about that app. And so now her and Brian are engaging in the conversation. Mind you, Brian still has yet to give me my phone back. He's adamant and persistent about finding this app in my phone. Now, I don't know what he was doing before he got over there. I didn't see him high either, smoke anything. I didn't see him do that. But now I'm starting to get a little aggravated because he's not giving me my phone. But I know he got a gun, so I'm not about to be aggressive. His guy got a gun. I'm not about to be aggressive. I don't even know why he's here, for real. We didn't figure that out until Adam testified. But so now Brian and Ashley are talking about this app. Ashley's agreeing with him, like, yeah, it's a real thing. I did it before on one of my ex-boyfriend's phone. It's that and the third. I'm like, oh, that's crazy. All right, well, let me get my phone back. I made that gesture like, yeah, let me get my phone back. I don't know what y'all got going on. And I said it just like that. And Brian was like, no, hold up. I'm never know, bro. You might be the police. Like, now you tripping. Where I'm from, you don't call people the police unless you got paperwork or, you know what I'm saying? You just don't do that. So now I'm like, yeah, I'm not the police, but you tripping. I'm gonna need you to give me my phone. And then Angel's right here. Like I said, she's sitting right here. I looked to Angel and I said, Angel, tell him I'm not the police. She laughed. She did a little, like a smirk or some type of laugh or something like, And I look at her like, are you tripping? You need to tell him I'm not the police and get my phone back. These your people. She like, this when she looked at me and said, well, there ain't really nothing I can do now. He here. Who is he? That's what I said. Who is he? Like, what do you mean by that? So when I say that and Angel says what she says to me, that was like me saying help. Like, can you clarify with him that I'm not no form of police? And she didn't. Like I said, she said, there's nothing I can do. He here now. And I just didn't understand the comment, the statement she made. And she got up. Angel got up and walked in her room. And Ron came out of his room and they went in there into Angel's room. And they got eerily quiet again. Adam's still sitting right here. Adam's like, he's engaged, but he's not engaged. He's not saying anything. He's more so paying attention with his eyes, giving me like an undercut thing, like he's looking at Brian. He's looking at me. And I even asked Adam, I'm like, Adam, bro, what's up with your mans? Like, what's up with your dude? Get him. Like, I'm not the police. He was like, I don't know, bro. I don't be in all that spy tech or whatever. So now at this point, I don't feel like I'm tripping. Like I feel like, okay, you're not trying to give me my phone back. That's a problem. You just came in the home, left your girl outside, came up here for an hour straight. Now, I didn't know his girl was outside. But you just came up here for an hour straight talking about a spy app. And you insinuating that people were the police. That threw me for a loop. I was kind of threw off about that. Like, all right. I need to get my phone and I need to leave because I don't know what he on. I don't know. They tripping. Angel just said what she said. She not trying to help. Mind you, this is the same guy that said, oh, I see you with a lot of jewelry. I don't know. In my head, I'm like, I'm putting two and two together. Like, he a weird dude, basically. Weird as ever could be. And Angel goes into her room. Ron goes into her room. They close the door. That was weird to me. I'm your company. Adam's your company. All these people in your home, basically, and you're just gonna close your door, the two owners. And it also threw me for a loop when they went to the store. So I'm like, if something ain't right, I need to leave. And I kind of stand up and I had the boat magnet in my hand. It's some type of magnet that Ron was telling me about that my uncle had brought over And when you twist it, it's supposed to like, you could put it on a electronic, it sends off like a magnetic EMP and it fries a device or whatever. So I'm like, yeah, y'all crazy. And I was just joking basically. I'm like, and with this magnet, I said something of the nature, I don't care what the hell y'all is, who recording in here or who the police. If I keep twisting this, it ain't gonna work anyway. So I was just joking. And I linked over with the magnet. I was twisting it. And then I set it on the table. I'm like, yeah, bro, but you can keep my phone back. And he was like, no, I'm not giving you your phone back. And so it's like more than once he done told me he not giving me my phone back. And I don't know if he gave my phone to Tony to hold or if he tucked it in the couch by her. It looked like he gave it to her. So now I'm feeling weird. Like, I'm not scared yet. I'm feeling weird though. So I look back at the door. Because I'm sitting right here. I look back at the door to see if it was locked. And I'm just about to leave. I was about to leave. And he was like, yeah, I don't think you want to do that. I made a motion like this. I got up out my seat a little bit. And when he said it, it made me sit back down. What you mean? He was like, yeah, I don't think you want to do that. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, I got somebody outside. He's like, you ever been in a situation? He said something of the nature, you ever been in a situation where you don't know what's really going on, but you talking too much? And I'm like, nah, I haven't. So I asked him for my phone again. I'm like, yeah, I'm about to get up out of here. He's like, you're not going anywhere. He was like, he said something of the nature, I got my kids at home. And if you got kids, you're not gonna make it to see your kids tonight. And at that time, that's when he pulled the gun out. Adam gets up and walks this way. He didn't walk past me. He took the long way. And as he's walking, he's telling me, he's like, I told you so. I told you. You should have just left.
He said that?
Yes, ma'am. And then when he gets about right here, he's holding the gun like this. He was like, you should have just left. You should have just left. So now I'm scared. Now I'm in fear for my life. Why did he just switch on me? Why did he just pull his gun on me? And Brian pulling his gun out, that's on him. That gun was never on Tony. Brian had that gun on him, on his person. He pulled it out. And I look over, I see Adam with his gun out, pointed at me. And Brian got his gun out, and he's putting it on the table. And that's when he says again, he said, you don't know what's going on. You never been in a situation where you just don't know what's going on. And I want to move, but I'm stuck. I want to run, but I'm a deer in the headlights. I'm like, I got this guy right here to the left of me with a gun on me, and this guy right here with a gun on me. Tony's sitting there, quiet. She's still on her phone. She hasn't even taken it down. It's like she's just doing this and looking around. And he looked over at Adam again. Brian looks over at Adam. And in him looking over at Adam, I lunged for the gun on the table. But his attention instantly turned back to me, reaching for the gun. And that's when the brawl over the gun, and we fighting over this gun. It's not in the holster. The gun wasn't in the holster. It was in the holster when it was on his hip. But when he pulled it out, it wasn't on the holster. So at the same time, we reaching for this gun together, basically. He throwing punches at me. I'm screaming, I'm not the police, I'm not the police. You tripping. Like, I just wanted to get the gun because Adam had just branded his weapon at me. I was trying to leave. They wasn't having that. At this time, we fighting over the gun. This table gets flipped this way. Tony gets up, moves over here. But I'm not really paying attention to her because I'm wrestling with Brian over this gun. So he got his hand on it, I got my hand on it. We throwing punches at each other. He kind of getting over on me. When I mean getting over on me, he's lightweight winning the fight. And us fighting over this gun, I don't know how he got me to the ground. But this is when he bit me in my face. Sometimes I tried to roll out of his hold. He had me in like some type of chokehold. I don't know. He bit me in my face and he's like edging the gun to my head. And I never once, I don't know, it's when you in situations like that, time slows down for real. It really does. So I'm not able to pay attention to everything everybody's doing. I just know that I need to get this gun. And if he get it, he gonna shoot me. I know he is. I'm still screaming, I'm not the police. I'm screaming, I don't want to die. And we're fighting over it. He bit me in my face. I have the pictures that show the bite marks that was on my face.
It's going to be defense K.
His
Go ahead and circle it. Just show me where it's at.
his teeth made an impression on my cheek. Now, if we were standing up, I wouldn't have never let him get this close to my face. The only way he was able to bite me like that is because I was face down, laying on my belly, and he had me in a chokehold from the back. But I got the gun like this, and he got the gun. So I guess he was trying to.
Don't guess what he's trying to do. Just tell me what happens.
From what happened, I believe he was trying to bite me so I would let go of the gun. I didn't let go. And he's punching me. He's punching me. Then he calls Adam. I don't know what Adam was doing the whole time. But I know at this point is when they pistol with me. Adam hit me in the head with the pistol and the gun went off. Now, can you put the scene of the actual living room that I sketched out? Yes. This table is flipped. I have a
Are those already marked or are those new ones? Or L&M?
As you can see, the table is flipped. And in the next slide, the next exhibit.
Dick's Sporting Goods believes that sport has the power to change lives. It's happened here for decades. Here in Miami, we've seen the power of sport time and time again. And now, Dick's is opening the completely reimagined Dick's House of Sport. New experiences, new services, a new destination for sport right here in our town. It's a grand opening unlike any other. It is time.
We live in a world obsessed with more. And before we know it, our desire for more turns into more bills, more debt, and less joy for the things that truly matter. Premier keeps it simple, so you can focus on more of what you need. Premier Bank Card, the power of simplicity.
We are in this area. Me and Brian are fighting in this area. Not so much towards the door, but right in front of where I was sitting at. Can you go back to the, yeah. So right here about this area is where we're fighting. I'm laying.
What happened? Ken Masich. Oh, try. Of course, Jeff just walked out the door. Aha. Is that L? Oh, there we go. Go ahead, Mr. Nixon. Oh, sorry. There you go.
Zoom out a little bit, please. So my head is right here. I'm laying this way though.
Your feet towards the other couch.
Yes, ma'am. Brian is basically straddled me from the back in the headlock. And that's how he was able to bite me. We're still tussling over the gun. He yells to Adam, "Bro, do something." I don't know exactly where Adam was standing, but can you go back to the other slide, the one by the front door? Yes. So I'm fighting as bad as I basically could. Like I don't want to die. Like this dude, he straddled me. He got this gun in my head. So I'm like trying to jolt him off of me, if that makes sense. Like I'm flopping around like a fish on the ground, basically. And Adam comes from wherever he was standing. He's right here now. Right here. My head is right here. As I'm getting up to raise up, Adam clocks me over the top of the head with the pistol. Like at least maybe 3 times. And on that first clock though, I instantly start bleeding. On the second one, I don't know if his finger was on the trigger when he did it. The gun went off and it went through. If you could put the that back on there. Yes. Yes. Now in my illustration, I thought it was a 45 caliber because his gun resembled a 45 caliber handgun, ACP, but through his testimony, it's a 9mm. The bullet from him pistol whipping me went off and it went through that wall. So he would be standing right here. I'm right here, laying this way. This is my head right here. Brian was on top of me as getting up. Adam, like I said, he pistol with me. The gun went off. His gun shot this way. I'm basically giving them a fight for my life. I'm not making it easy for them. Y'all just threatened me. I'm fighting for my life. And at this point, when that gun went off, Adam kind of stepped back like this way. And I'm bleeding. Brian still got a hold of my wrist and the gun. And I ended up like getting it from him, kind of twisting his wrist. Now I'm like laying on my back now. I had a little bit of blood in my eyes from the pistol whipping. So now I'm laying on my back and I'm looking this way and I hear.
Down the hallway.
Yeah, I'm looking this way, but I'm also still wrestling the gun kind of like. And I see a male come from here, and I got hit with a machete on my right side. I still got the mark. But in the pictures that were taken by detectives, it shows the same way as the bite mark on my face is healing, so is the machete cut. It actually went down from here to here and a little bit down my pants. Like I got a mark on my leg as well. The only male that was in the back room at that time was Ron. I don't hear Tony. She's not calling for help. She's not calling for the police. It was like she was just watching them.
Is it the picture that was taken the same time as the picture of your cheek in the police station?
No, it was a picture of me in the interrogation room with my
Yeah,
shirt off.
when the same time they took the picture of your cheek, when the detective came in after they
Yes, ma'am.
questioned you? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I don't have it. Actually, I might. Oh, yeah. Yep. Both of these. One of them, you can see it clear. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Can you maybe darken it? Oh, that's as dark as it goes. I'm not sure if you can see it, but this little line right here, from here to here. And then I also have a mark here where it kind of skipped because of my belt. Like, I was cut. That was bleeding, but I think my clothes were suckling it up. Ron, I don't know where he went after that. I don't know if he went back in his room. I don't know if he was panicking or just trying to help them. I don't know. But I kind of let go of the gun at that point. Held like where I was cut at. And this is when Adam climbed on top of me now, straddled me frontwards. and he ended up punching me in my face. But he had the gun in his hand, like it was like I guess you could say he pistol with me too. So. But I end up like grabbing the gun again, and we're tussling for it still. I don't know where Adam is standing at this point. Like I said, he just got done pistol whipping me and this gun went off and the bullet went that way. I end up getting the gun, but I'm still laying down on my back. Adam punches me and pushes off.
Adam?
Brian punches me and pushes off. And that's when I pointed the gun. I didn't fire at Brian because he ducked and ran into the kitchen. Can you show the area of the home that I drew? The sketch that I drew. So now I have the gun, and Tony lunged at me. I don't know if she was trying to take it and she didn't see me get the gun from Brian. I shot 3 times. I guess the only way I can really show you is if I demonstrated it. I don't know if she's seen me with the gun. I don't know if she's seen it. Like I got it from him, but Brian kind of moved out the way and went into the kitchen in a quick motion. And as he's moving, she's moving in too. I don't know if she was trying to help him, but as she's reaching down, I let 2 shots off, but I'm on my way up. And I guess the 2 shots that I let off, they hit her here and she spent. And as I'm coming up, I shot again. And then I turned to where Adam and Brian were. all my shots came this way.
Put an X where you were.
Pardon me?
Put an X where you were. So by the opening to the kitchen?
Kind of. It's a wall right here.
Right.
She didn't try to leave or go into the other room. She was trying to help Brian get the gun from me. I don't know. Trial and court etiquette, but the best way I could show you is if I demonstrate it.
Are you asking?
Yes, ma'am.
Have Mr. Perry assist. You can step down from the witness stand.
So she was shot. Her. Maybe her? Yeah. Okay. So I'm on the ground. She's reaching down with that.
You know what? I can't hear you. Yes, you just gotta keep your voice up.
I'm on the ground. I got the gun from Brian. Brian jolts that way because I got the gun now. She's reaching down for the gun, and I let 2 shots off. Boom, boom, and it turns her that way. But I'm getting up at the same time, quickly, and then that's when I shot. And it went downward.
Okay, go ahead and have a seat.
She was more bent down than Mr. Perry was. At this point, one of his bullets had already went off. So I don't know if he knew, but that bullet in the kitchen, it sounded like somebody racked the gun again. And not knowing that he already had one in the head. But it wasn't my gun, so I don't know how many bullets was in there. I don't know. The autopsy report, the actual fragments that were pulled out of Miss Westover were hollow points. And that one in the kitchen is not a hollow point, it's a red tip, flathead. I didn't it wasn't I didn't have time to do anything but that. They were in there, excuse my French, kicking my ass. All because of whatever he had going on in his head. I don't know. Calling me the police. He even called her the police. I didn't have a gun. They brought guns. They had machete. When I told the detective they had plastic, I could have mistaken that rollout big sticker as plastic. I wasn't technically on it, but it looked like they were about to roll it out. I mean, you know, it didn't look right. Adam's sight, or that laser that's by the door, when he said that he dumped everything out, trying to show me what was in the bag. I don't know if Adam called him over there. He was mad that I was having sex with that girl and he was in the living room.
Okay, stop, don't speculate. Just tell me what you did or what you believe or what you thought, but don't speculate on what other people thought. Gentlemen, you know the sign in front of the door that says court's in session? It's not a suggestion. So if you leave, you're not coming back in. Go ahead, Mr. Nixon.
I don't know. I don't know why this happened. I don't know. I didn't start it. I could have never started it. I didn't have a gun. And like I said before, Adam's gun was already out. It was never in his waistband, like they said. It wasn't. It was out, pointed at me. That's his friend.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there.
Unlock a new world of efficiency with Asana. Automate workflows so your team can have less follow-up and more follow-through. Try for free today at asana.com.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Cheryl Quick, PA 3973. Also on behalf of Mr. Butts, together with co-counsel Lauren Butler. Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Lauren Butler, PA 8126.
And Ms. Butts, state your full name loud and clear, please. Okay, you can have a seat. Any preliminary matters before we begin testimony?
No, Judge, not for the people I do know. We had, I believe it was requested a mutual order of sequestration last time, with an exception for the officer in charge, Sergeant Shannon Jones, who's sitting in the courtroom. I would ask that that continue today and for the rest of this hearing.
Okay, you join. Okay, if there's anyone in the courtroom who may testify or is a witness on this case, that means that also if you may testify at trial, if this is bound over to Third Circuit, you must exit the courtroom now. This is being streamed live also, so if there's anyone on YouTube who is viewing this remotely, who may be a witness on this case, you must exit now and not watch the testimony that is about to occur. And of course, that's with the exception of the officer in charge. And with that, you call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, people call Annette Harris.
You got to the court reporter and state and spell your name for the record. Just watch yourself.
And that's A-N-N-E-T-T-E. This name? R-I-S. This one?
Thank you, Judge. Please watch your step. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Watch your step, walking up the stairs here.
that in the mic, you can pick it up and put it in your lap too if you like.
Okay, thank you.
Whenever ready, Mr. Makepeace.
Thank you. Could you state your name for the record?
And then Harris,
And Ms. Harris, do you know someone or did you know someone by the name of Neziah Harris?
yes,
And who is Neziah to you?
my granddaughter,
Are you her legal guardian?
yes, I am.
When did you become her legal guardian?
I adopted Naziah back in 2016.
And that was court work or paperwork filed and all of that to legally adopt her?
Yes, it took a process.
Oh.
Yes,
And back in January of 2024, did Neziah live with you?
yes,
I don't want to know the specific address, but what street did you live on?
Bedford,
And is that in the city of Detroit, Wayne County?
yes, it is.
How long had Neziah been living with you at that address on Bedford?
Oh, wow. Basically, I mean, ever since I had her, I mean,
Since 2016?
well, we moved to another house.
Okay, when did you move into the Bedford house?
Have you ever run a background check on yourself? Oh, that. That's so crazy. What else is on here? The moment of truth. Age cleaner. Yep, there's me. Wow. Oh wow, it shows like all addresses. ChooseFinder is one of the largest public record search services in the US. Oh my god, it shows my mom's ex-husband? Wild! What else is on here? Reports include information such as phone numbers, contact information, previous addresses, previous arrests, criminal convictions, traffic citations, and sex offender status. Apparently I did something illegal. Shows my failure to make a left turn. It even shows my mother's contact information. Even my phone number and address are correct. So if anyone needs to contact me, they can easily do so. Mind blown. Click the link below and see what information is out there today.
NetCredit is here to say yes, even when other lenders won't. Apply online in minutes and get funds deposited the next business day or sooner to the people.
Let me see, 2019, we moved in that house and then moved in the house that I am now, which is still on Bedford.
Okay. And did Neziah make those moves with you?
Yes,
And in January of 2024, at that Bedford location, who else lived there?
just me, the kids. My other daughter lived with me at the other address. But it was just basically me and my kids and Shannon,
And who is Shannon?
my daughter,
And what's her last name?
Harris,
And she lived with you and Neziah and the other kids at the Bedford location?
at the first Bedford location.
Okay. At
Yes.
that first Bedford location, how many other kids in addition to Neziah lived there?
My other two, my grandson and my other grandchildren.
Okay. So how many kids total in that house?
Let's see. 6, should have been 6.
And you and Shannon, correct?
Well,
Living there.
Shannon, she was there, but she wasn't really like there all the time.
Okay.
She would spend more majority of her time at my house, but actually Shannon had her place out in Clinton Township.
And when you were there in January of 24, how old was Neziah at that time?
January 24th, she had 13. She had her birthday in September.
And was she going to school?
Yes, she was.
What school did she attend?
J.E. Clark Preparatory Academy.
And is that also in Detroit?
Yes, it is.
Just generally, can you tell us about your morning routine with the kids, specifically in Isaiah, about getting them to school and things like that?
Sure. Okay. 6 a.m. That's when I get the children up. They usually get up, get dressed, prepare themselves. About 7:15, 7:20, we're basically saying prayer and we're loading up in the car. I'm dropping them off at school at 7:30. Breakfast starts at 7:30, and they like to eat breakfast at school.
And does that include Nizaya? You would drop her off at J.E. Clark?
All together, yes.
Now, I want to talk about, let me ask it this way. Did you know someone by the name of Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
And do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today? If you need to stand up and look around.
I got no glasses on. No, I don't see them.
Do you need glasses? Maybe?
Yeah, my
Okay,
daughter has my glasses.
Okay, Judge, may I take a moment to go get her glasses?
Yes.
May I approach witness, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
Maybe you could just stand up and take another look.
Okay. Yes.
Do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you
Yes.
point to him and identify a piece of clothing that he's wearing?
Blue uniform with the blue mask.
For the record, the witness has identified Jarvis Butts, the defendant in this matter.
So reflected?
And may I approach the witness again, Judge?
Yeah.
I'm approaching with what's already been admitted as People's 9. And Ms. Harris, do you recognize the person in that photo?
Yes.
And who is that person?
Jarvis Butts.
And is that the same person you've identified in court here today?
Yes.
And Ms. Harris, how did you know Mr. Butts back in January of 2024?
He's the father of my daughter's children.
And is that daughter Shannon Harris?
Yes.
Okay. How many kids do they have together?
5.
And would he come around your house on Bedford in January or the months leading up to January?
Whenever he did come, he would always pull up in a white truck.
Got safety protocols? Grainger has the Safety Pros 2 call. Shop our vast inventory of safety products at Grainger.com. Call, click, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's up, everyone? My name is DJ Crespo. I am one of the head instructors here at Wired Sound Academy. We are a premier music and DJ production school. We will teach you everything that you need to know to navigate a successful career in music. I've been DJing for about 15 years now. I hold residencies at some of the biggest clubs in the world, from Las Vegas to New York to Chicago to here at my home in Miami. And my goal is to teach you everything that I've learned, from the skill to marketing to branding to networking, so that you can create a successful DJ career. So if that's something you're interested in, please come rock with us, wiredsoundacademy.com. Much love.
And Shannon would go out to the car and they would sit and talk or whatever, but he would very rarely come in my house.
And during that time, when he would come around and sit in his car, was there any times that he would interact with Naziah that you saw?
Not that I remember, no.
Okay. Now I want to talk specifically about January 9th. You had described your morning routine with the kids. Did you follow that routine on January 9th?
Yes, I did.
And did that include dropping Naziah off at J.E. Clark 7:15 to 7:30?
Yes.
And can you tell us what she was wearing on January 9th, 2024?
Yes, she was wearing a pair of light powdered blue jeans with a light powdered blue jacket that had the black little fur around the collar. It was like a two-piece set.
Okay. And did she have a sweater on or a shirt on or something?
She had a shirt. She wore a shirt underneath it.
And you remember, did she have any other clothes with her on the 9th when you dropped her off?
She had her little blue sweatshirt with the little hoodie. She had that with her.
And do you know how or when she got that hoodie?
I bought that hoodie for her. I guess it was in the fall sometime when I bought it. When I first, I mean, it wasn't nothing new. It was just one of her old hoodie jackets she used when she go to gym.
Okay. And in terms of, if you know, the condition of that hoodie on the 9th, was it torn, ripped, damaged in any way?
No, it was fairly really like kind of like still new because she took pretty good care of her things.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I'm approaching with People's Proposed Exhibit 12. Ms. Harris, do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes.
And is that a picture of Naziah?
Yes.
And do you know when that picture was taken?
The same day, January the 9th, she took this picture.
Oh, move to admit People's Proposed 12.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted as People's Exhibit 12.
And when you dropped Naziah off at J.E. Clark, what was the routine supposed to be after school was over?
Okay, well, school is over, the bell rings at 2:40. Naziah was due to come home. And normally when the bell rings, 2:40, 2:45, she's getting on the bus.
And that's what she normally did on other days?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry,
And
yes.
what time would she normally arrive back at home?
The Naziah would be walking in through the door, maybe 3:05, no later than that.
And on January 9th, did she walk in at 3:05?
No, she did not.
And were you home when she didn't come home?
I was there for a little while, but I left out to run some errands. But no, when I got to the house, she was not there.
And at that time, did you have a conversation with someone else about her not coming home, Naziah not coming home?
Yeah, when I picked my children up from the after-school program, I went in and my daughter said,
Objection to what the daughter said, on the hearsay.
I'll rephrase the question.
Okay, sustain.
Just talking about what you saw and heard, and not asking for what anybody said, but did you talk to Shannon, your daughter?
yes, Shannon said she was not there.
Okay. When you got home that day on the 9th, was Naziah there?
No.
And did you eventually make a police report about her missing?
Yes, I did. Yes, I
And
did.
when did you do that?
That morning, when I got to school, I went up and dropped the kids off to school. I talked with the dean and the principal, and I told them that I was on my way to the police station, and they told me that they would call the police, and the DPS police came there.
And you said DPS, is that Detroit Public Schools?
Yeah,
And did you talk to an officer at that time at the school?
yes, I did.
And was that at J.E. Clark physically at that location?
Yes.
And you said that morning, are you talking about the morning of the 10th?
Yes.
Want your business to be unmissable in your neighborhood? Use SEMrush Local to get listed everywhere people search. Turn those searches into customers and let AI take the heavy lifting out of your marketing. All from one place. Be the business they choose. Be unmissable with SEMrush Local. Start now.
Was Naziah active on social media, if you know?
Well, as far as I know, she was. I mean, there were times that she was sneaking, go on it, you know. But yeah, she was.
And did you keep track of her social media pages like TikTok or Facebook or anything like that?
I tried. A lot of times, you know, I would take her phone and stuff from her, you know, so, you know, to keep her from being on there, you know.
And after the 9th, did you ever see any posts made by Naziah?
I didn't see any posts. Most of the time, you know, if there was a post or something, or she posts, my daughter or someone would call me and tell me.
Have you ever heard, after the 9th, any communication or seen Naziah? When, is that a no?
No.
And when you dropped her off on the 9th at school at J.E. Clark, was that the last time you saw her?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Trish?
Yes.
Just to follow up, I did forget to ask this. Her bus stop, how far from your house was that in walking distance?
5 minutes.
Do you know where the location that she got dropped off at was, the address or the intersection?
Right there at a 3 Mile Drive in Cornwall.
And that's 5 minutes from your house?
Yeah.
And did Naziah have any nicknames that people called her?
Where her family called her Tutu, but I've always called her Glamorous. I've been calling her that ever since she was born.
Is it Glamour?
Glamorous.
Oh. May I have one more, Trish?
Yes. You said Tuda?
Tutu.
Tuda.
Mm-hmm.
I have another quick question.
Okay, Russ.
Good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning.
Now, you are Naziah's maternal grandmother, correct?
Correct.
You're also her adopted parent, correct?
Correct.
And you said you adopted her in 2016?
Yeah, should have been 16.
Okay. Is her birth mother still around?
She is.
Okay, does she have a relationship with her?
No.
She doesn't have any type of relationship, no contact with her that you know of?
Well, let me say this. I don't deal with my daughter, so she really didn't have no contact with Naziah like that. She only came around now and then.
Okay. And you testified that you currently stay on Bedford Street?
Yes.
And in fact, I think you testified you lived on 2 houses on Bedford Street.
Correct.
And did not Naziah have friends on Bedford Street that you were aware of?
She had friends, but her friends didn't live on Bedford.
Okay. Do you know if she ever had any friends over?
No.
Did she ever spend the night at any of these friends' houses?
No.
And at your prior neighborhood, did she have friends that she may have spent the night over?
No.
You indicated that there are approximately 6 children in the house.
Well, not now. When he asked me, About the address.
Yes.
I lived at two houses, which is on the same street of Bedford.
Okay.
Okay, so the house that we lived in before, it was my children and my daughter's children.
Your daughter being Shannon,
No, Marquita.
Marquita,
Mhm.
okay. And did Naziah have any close relationship with any of these children particularly?
She was close with my granddaughter, one of my granddaughters, yeah.
Which granddaughter is that?
Naziah, Janiyah.
Okay.
All of their names are similar.
And Janiyah is Shannon's daughter?
Yes,
That would be Jarvis's daughter as well, correct?
correct.
And at your Bedford Street address, how many adults live there?
House Call Pro was founded in 2013, and we've been helping home service professionals thrive ever since. Our goal is to champion pros with exceptional technology that saves them time, simplifies their work, and helps them grow. We do it so they can better their businesses and serve their communities. We also do it because we just really love working with pros. It's our job to help pros manage every aspect of their businesses, from scheduling to dispatching to payments. But we also know it takes a lot to run a business, and that it's a whole lot easier with a community behind you. That's why we're always here to help our pros, and why we created the most supportive community of service professionals on the internet. We show up for our pros every single day, investing in them however they need us. We exist to empower our customers, and we get stronger with every pro that trusts us to champion them to success. We are House Call Pro.
I got your back. Let's connect. Tackle the obstacles. Get stuff where it needs to go.
Just me and Shannon.
Okay. When did Shannon move in?
I'm sorry.
When did Shannon move in to Bedford?
Oh, I guess back in October, last October or something.
That would be October of 23?
Yeah,
So in January of 24, she was there, correct?
mm-hmm.
Sorry, is that a yes?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And you indicated that Naziah participated in social media?
She did participate in social media. She was on social media a lot of times when she wasn't supposed to be.
So did you see her post or did you follow her post?
I didn't see her really posting anything. I mean, at times when I did check, I didn't find anything.
Okay.
And most of the time, if she did post something, my daughter's name would, let me know, if she posted something. Right.
So you don't know who her social media friends were?
The only person that I know that was one of her classmates that she would post little things with one of her little classmates.
Okay. But it's fair to say there are some things you did not know.
Yeah, well, something, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now, you indicated that you drove Nazaya to school every day, correct?
Correct.
Who else went to school in Nazaya?
My other two children, Shannon's children.
Okay. And what type of student was Nazaya?
Nazar was a very good student, very mannerable, very outgoing. She got good grades. Her attendance was good. The teachers had no problem with her. They really liked Nazar. Nazar got along with just about anybody. She was very likable.
Did she have any disciplinary problems?
No,
Do you recall her ever getting into a fight?
she did.
One fight, more than one fight?
There was a young lady that she had couple of, consultations with in school. And it was like an ongoing situation.
Okay. And when did this first start?
I'm not quite sure when it started, but it was like off and on, with this particular schoolmate that she had.
And this is for her current school, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did Nazaya participate in any extracurricular activities? Was she on band or anything?
She liked it, gym, robotics, art. I mean, she liked a lot of things that she was, involved in,
And would any of these things cause her to have stayed after school?
The only time she stayed after school is when she wanted to be enrolled in the after-school program.
Just one. I just want to step back a moment. We asked you about your her social media. You said there were some things that you weren't aware of on social media, correct? Did you ever check her direct messages?
Like I said, I did, but when I did, there was nothing on there.
There was nothing?
No.
Okay. Did you monitor any of her conversations?
Yeah, I would, go check,
Okay.
But like I said, a lot of times, I took Nazaya's tablet, from her, at one point, so there was really nothing that I knew of that she was on unless she got somebody's cell phone or something,
Okay. So you did mention that she had a tablet. How many devices did she have that allowed her to connect to social media?
She only had that one tablet that I had bought her. And like I said, I took that tablet and put that tablet up.
From hard hats to steel-toed boots, Grainger's got your safety needs covered. Literally. Shop Grainger's vast inventory of safety products. Call, click, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you want to start selling print on demand and have never heard of Kittl, well, today's your lucky day. You just type in the niche you want to create a design for, choose a template, and with Kittl's user-friendly and intuitive design tools, you'll be able to completely customize the template in minutes. You can then create mockups with just a few clicks, and then just like that, you're ready to start selling on platforms like Etsy and Shopify. Kittl is a game changer. We used to have to create designs like this from scratch, but now just look how easy it is for us to edit a template. We can change things like the text, fonts, colors, etc. We can even use text to AI to generate elements on demand that we can't find in Kittl's massive library. With how easy it is to customize these templates, it's no surprise that even professional graphic designers are amazed by how powerful this tool is. So whether you're a complete beginner or seasoned pro, Kittl makes designing for print on demand an easy and enjoyable experience. And you can click the link to try the platform for free.
So on January 9th, you took her to school, correct?
Correct.
And you said it was her and two of your other children that went?
My two other children and my daughter's children. I dropped them all off.
And you said that you noticed that she did not come home at her normal time.
Correct.
All right. You did not call the police then, correct?
No. Driving around looking for her. My daughter reached out to some of her classmates. I did nothing. And that morning, I got up. And like I said, I went straight to the school. And from there, I was on my way to the police station to make the report. And they called the police from there. DPS police came to the school.
So the first report you made to the police was the next morning?
Yes.
Do you know approximately what time?
School starts at 7:30. So I got there at 7:30. They got there about, I don't know, maybe 8.
So you didn't go to the precinct, you went to the school and the school called the police?
Yes, they called the police because I was getting ready to leave, and the dean said, "No, stay here." She said, "And we'll call the police."
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you are familiar with Mr. Butts, correct?
I know Mr. Butts.
Okay. And he dated your daughter Shannon, correct?
Correct.
They did have 5 children, correct?
Correct.
And the children, did all the children stay with you and Shannon?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, I don't want to give too much detail on the kids. What were the mix of boys and girls?
Can you repeat that?
What were the mix of the kids, boys and girls?
Well, I have a boy and girl, and Shannon has her 3 boys and her 2 girls.
So she had 3 boys and the 2 girls. Okay. And at any time, now I think you did indicate that Mr. Butts would come over and I think you said he would rarely come in, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But he would come in on occasion, correct?
Not really on occasions, because most of the time when he came in, he would pull up in my driveway, and my daughter would go out to the truck, and a lot of times the kids would go out to the truck. So it was very rare if he ever came in my house.
And you indicated that you were close with Naziah?
Yes.
Can you think of any reason that Naziah would not share information with you?
No. Naziah would come to me and talk to me all the time.
Okay.
If something was bothering her, or if she had a bad day in school, she'll come to me and we'll sit and talk about it. I always kept the door open for communication with Naziah and with really all of my children. So she always felt free, to come to me and sit down and talk to me about whatever.
So if something was frustrating Naziah, she would come with you?
She would, that I know of, yes.
All right, if something was scaring Naziah, she would come to you?
If something was bothering her or she was frustrated about something, she'll come to me and say, "Hey, Nana, can I talk to you?"
If there was any medical condition, she would come to you regarding that?
I believe she would, yes.
You take her to the hospital, take her to the doctor?
Yes.
Okay. Just a moment.
Mm-hmm.
think I have no further questions.
Can you redirect?
Ms. Harris, I just have a couple more questions for you. When Mr. Riggins was asking you questions, you said that Mr. Butts would come and sit in his car, right, outside your house?
Yes,
And he said that the kids would go and out to the car.
yes.
Which kids would go out to the car?
His kids.
How did this shy kid who just wanted to talk about sports for a living sue the Walt Disney Company and ESPN to stand up for freedom of speech and First Amendment rights? Like, I don't know how that happened. Like,
God.
100% God.
When you do the right thing, you suddenly have more hours in the day. It's really unbelievable.
The reason I filed the damn lawsuit is because I want these companies to know that we will no longer accept it.
Do you think America is a racist country? Is it?
I get so mad when people say that. You can be a girl today, a boy tomorrow, and a cat on Thursday, right? That's fine. But I couldn't be a conservative with my gender and my skin color. Too many people feel scared to death of their companies. Like, I get it, but just know that you are not alone.
Sage Steele, let's have the conversation we had in the green room right here in front of the whole world.
Buckle up.
Buckle up. So for those who are living under a rock and don't know about your story, I want to just get right into it. And I actually think it's going to be so fascinating to walk through your story now, several years later, where you can really talk about everything. There's another little Sage Steele somewhere out there who is probably going through what you have gone through and has no guidance, has little courage, and doesn't really have a role model to follow to know that things will be okay. And boy, you are okay.
I'm okay.
You are okay. And so I want the little Sage Steele, and I'm sure they're both women and men, to hear what you went through and how you came out of it an absolute warrior.
Oh gosh. First of all, thank you. And thank you for inviting me. Conversations are what life is about for me today, and it's always what it's been like, but I was never really allowed to, and you work on a live news show. I was on SportsCenter for all those years, and it's like, you gotta go, 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 go. And so it's been awesome to be able to do it on my own show and to be able to do this with you. Like, I never thought I'd be allowed to. This is a big deal to be able to actually talk, forget about cameras and just go. I ended up so crazy. How did this shy kid, believe it or not, and I still feel that way sometimes, I get shy and I have to like flip the switch. How did this shy kid who just wanted to talk about sports for a living and tell stories of great athletes and their why sue the Walt Disney Company and ESPN to stand up for her freedom of speech and First Amendment rights? Like, I don't know how that happened. Like,
God.
100% God. I am learning now the why. And I think that's been really important in the last, I've been gone from ESPN for like 15, 16 months after 16 and a half years there, which was my ultimate dream when I was a little girl to work there. And I did it. I did it at the highest level. And I'm literally so grateful for every moment there. I wouldn't change any of it. But I thought just innocently, gave my opinion on the COVID vaccine mandate. Not the vaccine itself, but being forced to get the shot to keep my job. This is in September, October of 2021. So it's been 3 years since I said what I said and then got punished for it.
What was the punishment when you said, first of all, what did you say exactly? I'm sure you've memorized it by now.
I kind of have. I was on a podcast with Jay Cutler, for the non-sports fans out there, the former Bears and Broncos quarterback who retired and started a new podcast. And his publicist had said, hey, he's done 2 shows. He wants to have a woman come on with Jay. I was like, sure. I talked about him a lot on SportsCenter, did a bunch of highlights or lowlights of his. And sure, I'll come on. Seems like a nice guy. And he was prepared. He did his homework on things that I had spoken about in the past that maybe weren't a big deal then, but were more so in 2021. And I had literally just come from getting the vaccine that I had to get to keep my job. And I was devastated that I was forced to do something to my body that I didn't want to. And so I was running hot. And in hindsight, like, I literally came from getting the shot that I cried during to running home, flip up my laptop and open it up and get on a Zoom, and I had a short sleeve shirt on with a Band-Aid on my shoulder and literally didn't even really realize it because I was in a rush. He's like, what's that Band-Aid?
Oh, he asked you during the show.
Oh.
What's the Band-Aid for?
Well, I got my shot today. I didn't want to do it. I work for a company that mandates it, and I had until September 30th to get it done, or I'm out. I respect everyone's decision. I really do. But to mandate it is sick.
And then what?
I was like, I just kind of laughed because I thought, uh-oh. Like, I was hot. I was angry. I was pissed off that I had been forced to do this. And so I was like, well, I just came back from getting my shot I had to get to keep my job. And I said, I think it's sick and scary for any employer, and mine happens to be Disney, to force somebody to do something to their body that they don't want. But I have a job that I love and a job that I need, frankly. And I had no choice, and I'm complying. That's what I said, sick and scary about the Disney mandate. And so when the podcast hit the first week of October 2021, I started to get texts and phone calls from bosses and my agent at the time. And, my boss, who was second in command at ESPN at the time, was like, did you get permission to do this? I'm like, no. I mean, no one gets permission. Stephen A. Smith does 800 podcasts and shows a day.
Permission to talk about your body?
Well, permission to do a podcast, any interview without asking them first.
Okay.
You have to ask to breathe there.
Yes.
And that was part of the official rules, but none of us really followed them. Like I was on a podcast with a former quarterback. I worked at ESPN. It made sense, but we talked about social issues. Other people were allowed to do whatever they wanted. And I didn't even think about it because everybody just did their thing. And it got big quickly. And basically it was that I had criticized my employer and I wasn't allowed to do that. And so the punishment, to answer your question, was to, first of all, publicly apologize. I had to issue a written statement, which they then followed up with a statement of their own. So I was apologizing for criticizing the company. I couldn't say the word Disney. I could not say Disney. I had to say the company. That was a mandate. And then I apologized for putting them in a tough position, I guess, by talking about the shot. And then they followed up with a statement of, well, while we respect everyone's opinions,
we don't respect.
We don't, and we're going to shut her down. And so I got suspended. They don't like to use that word, but it was suspended with pay, but suspended, taken off the air for almost 2 weeks. And, at that time, I would have been content, I guess, with just that. The problem is the punishment continued and assignments were taken away from me. And I thought, okay, I'm going to publicly apologize. I think this is wrong, but I'm going to do it because I was scared. And I was told that if I don't apologize, then I will be fired. So of course, as I'm divorced and I'm 100% financially responsible for everyone in my family, even the one I'm not married to anymore. Like the pressure was immense and I was scared to death.
Yeah, and it's your dream job too,
my dream
right?
job.
I'm sure
I loved it.
You worked your butt to get
my
there.
butt off for all those years, 30 years. And so, but the thought of being fired, it was real. And I said, okay, I'll do whatever it takes. Issued the apology, even though I disagreed on it. And then sat out for 12 days, whatever it was. And then came back to work and was told, how many people hated me and I need to call certain members of my team and coworkers to apologize for other things I had said too in that podcast about women being more responsible for what we wear in professional settings. And that's just my opinion and my experience working in men's locker rooms for 25 years. So that's the reason why everybody hated me at the company, according to bosses. And then, of course, being defiant by speaking out against the company, even though I followed their shot policy. So when they kept taking assignments away, though, that's where it broke me because I'd worked years to earn them and to host the Rose Parade in Pasadena every January, or to host the New York City Marathon, or some of the pieces I've been working on for my new streaming show that were incredible pieces of human interest with athletes who opened up and shared their stories in tears with me. And I was so honored. And then they stopped promoting it. And that is when I couldn't believe it. The reason I sued, though, is because I thought that was unfair, willing to overlook it. When I saw them allowing my peers, fellow on-air teammates, to speak their mind about social political issues, not just privately or on separate podcasts, but on ESPN airwaves to talk about Roe versus Wade being overturned on an NBA show, or having a moment of silence for the alleged don't say gay rules in Florida during women's college basketball tournament.
Which was never said in the bill. Don't
Never.
say gay.
If they took the time to read it and do their homework, people would have probably still made up the lie because it worked and they'd get away with it. But it's one thing to do it on the side, which is what I did. I thought that was okay, to give my opinion on a shot that I complied with. It's another thing to say these things on ESPN airwaves, on a sports channel that has nothing to do with Roe versus Wade or don't say gay. The hypocrisy of that is what made me say enough and call an attorney, my attorney, who's such a dear friend now, Brian Friedman, who has saved a lot of us who have been, canceled by our networks. And I'll say that to make that decision to pull the trigger and file a lawsuit was one of the scariest moments of my life. But I knew I had to, because I'd been silent and scared for so long. And I knew that enough was enough.
Where do you get those inner voices from? There's this thing that we say as educators that the things that are spoken to you when you're a child become your inner voices when you become a grown-up. And oftentimes they're the things that are going to build you or give you courage.
My faith has grown so much over the last, I'd say, 6 years. On a personal level, when I had to make the decision to leave my marriage and to, I've been married for 20 years, almost to the day, 27 years total. First boyfriend I ever had.
Wow.
That's all I knew. 3 beautiful kids. So in order to get there, I had to dive deep on my faith, even though it was a scary decision. Obviously, I'm Catholic, you don't do that. And I'm not a quitter. So you don't get divorced. So that happened to be much more important than the professional stuff. But when I had dug deep on my faith with that and talked to my priest and talked to people I really trusted, and then I learned to trust myself and those voices that I know for me were spiritual. I'm like, if I could get through that, then I can do this. And so I need to continue to dive deeper. And I really felt like I got so many signs in both situations, personally and professionally, to make the decisions that I made. I also remember being on the floor, literally, because when I got suspended for speaking up primarily about the vaccine mandate, I'm sitting at home and I then got really, 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 really sick with COVID. The thing that the shot was supposed to prevent me from getting, I was literally on the verge of driving myself to the hospital. I was not good. And then these headlines kept coming out about, all the people were making up lies to become part of the story of how terrible of a person I am. And one headline in particular just got me and broke me for some reason. I was on the ground because I didn't have the energy to get back up. And my parents had driven up from Pennsylvania because they knew I was scared and alone and sick. And they shouldn't have come. My dad has 2 kinds of cancer, and this is 2021 and COVID, and you're not supposed to be around. And it's proof that when, as parents, we do whatever it takes. And so they came and got their 50-year-old daughter up off the floor and was like, you're not going to let this break you. So my parents, who've been through so much just to, survive as an interracial kid I've been through, when I saw them walk in and help me, and then thinking about what they'd been through, and finally thinking about the prayer that my dad had just drilled into us as kids, I knew I had to do this. And that prayer, he's a 1970 West Point graduate. And as kids, I have 2 younger brothers, he made us memorize part of the cadet prayer. And that part is, help me to choose the harder right instead of the easier wrong, and to never be content with a half truth when the whole truth can be won. So the harder right, I was so annoyed that I knew what the harder right was. Because I knew I couldn't be silent, no more. I've been silent my whole life. And so afraid to stand up, afraid for good reason. Look what happened when I was just being myself. God forbid. You can be yourself in every other way. You can be a girl today, a boy tomorrow, and a cat on Thursday, right? That's fine. but I couldn't be a conservative with, I guess, my gender and my skin color. So I knew what the harder right was. And that the second half of that prayer, I could never be content if I was only telling the half truth, because the whole truth was right here. So that stupid prayer that he made me memorize,
stupid prayers,
came like it was right before my eyes. And I preached that to my kids too. So if I didn't follow that at my lowest, most vulnerable point, when my little sports world was watching and laughing because I'd been silenced, which is what they wanted, then shame on me, and I'm a hypocrite. So that faith that came with all the things, and in particular that prayer that had gotten me through so much when I was thinking about getting divorced, then I knew I would have to forever be quiet, and I could not do that.
There is something that you said that keeps ringing in my head, and that was you made a comment while you were working for ESPN about how women were supposed to focus more on what they wear than what they say. And they get upset that you said that, yet they wanted to control you and make sure that you don't say what they don't want you to say.
You're right.
So how did your colleagues and friends from 20 plus years of work react to you speaking out?
The silence was deafening.
They didn't call you in secret and say, Sage, we're behind you.
No.
We get it.
No.
We're sorry. We're sorry this is happening to you. We can't say anything publicly, but we're going to put a big hat on and come and support you. There wasn't even support behind the scenes.
No. I will admit that part is still hard, especially some of the young women who came after me at ESPN. And, I'd been there a few years, and it was important to me to welcome them because I had not felt welcomed when I started in 2007, a different era completely altogether. And I had gone to bat for some of those women when they were going through some things or just had questions. And so for them I never expected anybody to publicly support me because I know what comes with that. That is scary, and it could be career suicide. So I never expected that. It was the human level. It was just that human part of just we're friends, and just you see that I'm broken right now. Just reach out and just, and so to not have that part, that changed me, hardened me for a little bit. And now I'm glad because, gosh, my circle is a lot smaller and healthier. And I needed that because it was probably too big because I've always been I just try to do too much. I'm still working on that, but such a pleaser in every way. And I wanted to make sure these other young women didn't feel the way I did coming in as a young mother. When I started at ESPN, my kids were 11 months old, 2 and 4. And this is in 2007. This is, it was still very much a boys' club. And then the women who were there were not the nicest, that's for damn sure. So I just never wanted others to feel that way. And then before I knew it, I was one of the veterans. And so I was like, let me help them. And then I went to bat for a lot of them and then silence. I would never change it though. I will continue to go to bat for any young woman or man because I know what it feels like when no one does that for you, when you need it, when you're not asking for something, but you're just scared because this is an ugly industry, So I promise you, I have no regrets. There's no bitterness at all from those women who chose to stay silent, and men. My best friends were men, silent. But that's because they're afraid. And I know that it takes a lot to push through that fear. So I respect it. But I'm like, okay, onward then, And I'm glad. And it also taught me how few people do have strength. And again, I get it, but I know now that I need to be around like-minded people, not necessarily people who are going to go, drop bombs and sue their company, especially when you're still working there, which is another thing that was kind of crazy and unique about my situation. But I can't handle weakness. I can't.
It's the other thing is being around real people who want to live a real life. And so there are two components to that. One is these people are not real. They're not authentic. The friendship is not real and authentic because when my friends hurt, I hurt. But the other part of it is that they are not living a real life. I mean, they're controlled. they can't say what they know. They have to live in fear, and that must be very heavy for them as well.
I know it is because it was for me. And I felt like I didn't have a choice for a long time either because of the financial obligations I told you.
Well, they'll give you the lollipop and
Oh.
just take it away. And so you're like, give it back to me. And they're like, well, we'll give it back to you if, right?
It
And
is the golden
that's-
handcuffs in many ways. And especially when this is your childhood dream and you've worked your whole life, and it takes a long time. It used to take a long time to really build to get there, especially once you achieve that childhood dream. Like, are you going to throw it away over this or that? So I understand more than anyone. But at the end of the day, for a while, and even with my decision to take the vaccine, to get the shot, which I still really struggle with, I felt like I caved. I really am. I've forgiven myself because I had to do what I had to do at that moment to survive 3 years ago, a very different time than now, certainly. And companies have stopped. It's magic, right? How all of a sudden, nobody's forcing it and it just goes away. Like, oh, I want to,
And by the way, those who are on the other side of it, do not look at you with this thing that you need to carry some sort of shame, right? Like
No.
everybody should just make their own decision.
That's all we wanted. That's all I said to my
That's it.
company.
Make your own decision. And if you made the decision and you changed your mind, that's okay too.
It is. It was more for me, such a principled person
Yeah.
in so many ways. But again, there's fear. And I
It's
literally
very
didn't know
hard.
what I was going to do. So
No
when people
judgment.
say, and thank you, and I'm better now. It's been 3 years, but when people say to me, you had a choice and you chose to do it. They're right. I did make that choice, which is why I understand the fear. But I also know this: it will eat you up. The fear will eat you up, and the silencing, at least in my experience, it'll eat you up, and that's kind of what it did. So when I made the decision to speak up, I threw it all away. I had an incredible contract at ESPN, and a, relatively speaking in that way, easy life with a good schedule, high pressure, a lot of stress, all the things, but like I did throw it all away, and I did not have an idea where my next paycheck was coming from. And I'm still working on that.
Yeah.
So I get the fear thing, but
Yes.
I also am like, okay, that's on you then, because there will never be a perfect time to take that leap and to really take a chance on yourself and just go for it. And without my faith, full circle, without my faith, I would never have been able to do it. And I have seen, Marissa, that like the more I have let go of control, especially in the last like 6 months, the beautiful things that are happening are insane. And I am so grateful. I get emotional. I live down in South Florida now, and I sold my house in Connecticut and sold everything in it, like literally everything, put some stuff in storage and got in my little car and drove 23 hours down here to start a new life by myself. And it was scary, but like I shudder at the thought of what had happened if I had stayed comfortable and stayed fearful, and with good reason to stay comfortable and to just keep it all perfect. Never a good time. And I'm so passionate now about sharing that and how you can push through fear, even when you're responsible for an entire family. And I'm so grateful. What if I hadn't? And then I'm preaching to my kids to take chances and to believe in themselves. And then I'm going to sit quiet. Total hypocrite. So now I'm just winging it. And it's kind of fun.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is such an amazing feeling to feel free, right? It's worth more than any money. I mean, you read the Bible, the Old Testament, you talk about leaving your Egypt, right? That was your Egypt. Right? In Egypt, things were comfortable, and there was food, and you know what's going to happen tomorrow. But then when you have the courage to get over it and just keep going and listen to God and tap into yourself, that is really the meaning of everything. We were chatting earlier where I told you I don't work out enough, and I don't eat that healthy, and what do I think sustains me? Well, one is sleep, because I think it's really important, but more than anything, I think it's meaning. Meaning is my medicine. And I think that when you are able to live a free life, you can truly live a meaningful life, because you can tap into what God really wants you to do. And I really do believe that you're on the journey to do what you're meant to do. I've been watching what you've been doing in the last few months, the last few years, and just the transformation that has happened in your personal life and in your career is so worth sharing. And before we walked in here, I just, in full disclosure, I kind of encouraged you to speak about what happened several years ago. And you know, you were like, oh, well, what
At
happened with
ESPN, yeah.
ESPN? It was a long time ago, and I've been on so many shows and I've talked about this, and people may know about it anyway. It's a thing of the past. And, you know, my point is, no, it is not a thing of the past. What you went through a few years ago, people are going through every day right
are.
now. And also, the way you look at what you've gone through a few years ago will be viewed by you a little differently now, because you have been touched in so many ways. Your heart has expanded, your mind has expanded, your visibility has expanded, that the new perspective that you have now about what you went through a few years ago is a whole nother level.
You're right. And I needed that encouragement from you. My fear and continuing to speak about it has literally only been because my fear of being perceived as, oh, she wants sympathy, or woe is me. And and that's why I'm like, no, that's not me. That's not what it is.
Yeah.
And, you know, like, I literally just don't want anyone else to live in fear for so long.
Yeah.
And the reason I filed the damn lawsuit is because I want these companies to know that we will no longer accept it, because that's what they bank on.
Yeah.
And it's worked. It's worked incredibly well to just do what they said to me. Like, be quiet, say this, do this, sign this, or else. And there's a reason for us to listen, but absolutely not. And the strength that has come from that, I mean, I will say I think that's probably, when I look back on the experience itself, from the moment I got suspended to the moment I settled with ESPN Disney, was 22 months. So once I got back from suspension, I mean, I was on the air for 22 months, 16 months with an active lawsuit against the very company whose
And you
TV
had
I
to
was
go
on
in there every day.
every day, every single day. So I think if I look back, because when you're in it, you're just like, oh, that's probably what I'm most proud of, because I felt sick to my stomach every day for 22 months, and especially the 16 months once I filed the lawsuit. And to walk back in there the next day after it had hit that I'm suing Disney, ESPN, like, nobody does that. You usually wait to sue somebody after you're gone.
Yeah.
But I didn't have that luxury. It had to be kind of now or never. So I think you would like this, though, because when my parents came and lifted me off the ground, and like all the day I went back to work, my best friend was there, Tiffany, who was also my makeup artist, who had a lot to fix that day, and every day since. And she was there, and my mom and dad were there. And my dad, who's a former football player at Army, went back to his football mode. He's like, okay, girls, huddle up. And I'm getting ready to walk out the door to drive to work to go back on SportsCenter for the first time. And he, you know, words of encouragement. And then he said, we're going to say a prayer. And it wasn't the cadet prayer, because we already said that 100 times, right? And I'd already, you know, I'm doing the harder right by going back into work and not just running away saying I need some time. It was St. Michael the Archangel. And so for any Christians or Catholics out there, that's a prayer that we say at the end of Mass. And it's basically protecting you, I envisioned it as a protective bubble that that God put around me to be able to walk into any scenario and protect you from the wickedness and snares of the devil. And so from that moment on, when I walked out the door shaking, Tiffany threatening me to not cry because she made my face look much better, to the day I left, I felt protected. And so every day I would drive to work, and they lived in Pennsylvania at the time, my parents. So I'd call them when I pulled into the parking lot, and I'm putting my mascara on before I walked in those doors, and we would be on speakerphone and say that prayer to protect me when I walked in. So I felt sick every day, but I walked in there and I did feel like I could do it. I found this strength, and it's crazy because I feel like 16 and a half years there, those last 22 months, I did my best work. Like I feel like, because I've always been super critical of my work, especially, 2 hours of live TV every day is a lot. I felt so calm and so strong, and I trusted my instincts even more doing the live stuff and the interviews and winging it with highlights.
You're like, God's with you.
Oh my gosh. The more people came at me, the more calm I felt and the better I did. I didn't realize it in the moment, But I look back now and I'm like, how the heck did I go in there knowing that like Bob Iger and everybody literally was trying to crush me and bleed me dry financially with this stupid lawsuit? So I wouldn't change a thing. And that's why I can't shut up about it, because too many people feel scared to death of their companies based on the pressures, to raise a family or stay alive, medical bills to pay. Like, I get it, but just know that you are not alone. There are millions of people out there who have felt scared like I did and just stayed quiet. And that's what they bank on. And if we continue to do that, then I think it's on us. Like, at some point, that's on me if I choose to stay silent. So I got to help make people not be silent and realize we're in this together. And the more we speak up, the more they will realize they don't have the strength they think that they do. We are powerful and we have to use it.
Well, I'm really glad that you're willing to go back into this again. And I also think that one of the things I want people to truly understand is that when you do the right thing and when you do God's work, you suddenly have more hours in the day. You suddenly have more superpowers. It's really unbelievable. It's when you don't tap into who you are and connect truly with what you're meant to do that you're depleted, that you don't have enough hours in the day, that you're fearful, that you can't do things. But the moment you let go of those, what did you call it? Golden handcuffs? You actually become what you're meant to do. And then you can do almost anything. It is so amazing. Like every time we take on a new program at PragerU, I'm like, I'm already so busy. How is it possible that we can do one more thing? But if it's the right thing for us to do, somehow more hours in the day show up. It's pretty unbelievable.
And the people that you are
and the people
surrounded
that
by
show up,
too,
the
that
people
show up,
will show up for
the
you.
right ones.
The right people will show up for you. I think about some of the things that I go through raising my kids now. They're 11, 9, and 6. And I today have luxuries that I didn't have as a child. And I think not having luxuries was actually helpful in me being the tough chick that I am. And I'm doing some research about your childhood and just you describing your childhood, being an Army brat, having to move around the country, having to make new friends, being a shy kid and having to get over it. These really, really hard things that you went through as a child. Do you feel like they've prepared you better for what you were meant to do later on in life? Because we're so scared to put our kids through hard things. And we so want a helicopter over them. But then they get this like big hit in real life and they're not prepared.
Right.
And I'd love to hear a little bit about your childhood and how you think those hard times built you. Because you're built.
I was, and I did and do have the best parents who dragged me through a lot of things, obviously professionally, but growing up, by the time I was 11, I lived in 4 different countries. But what a beautiful experience, I think, when I look back on true diversity. Like, that's how we lived. And to be the new kid a lot in your elementary, junior high, or high school classrooms. If you wanted to play on the kickball team, you had to go up and say hi. And then I think in some ways, like, it's the most diverse upbringing, but also the most sheltered, because military kids are cool because they get it. They know what it's like to be the new kid, and they're very welcoming, and understanding. And it's like, yeah, you want to be on the team?
Oh, it's a big family, the military.
Big family, and a beautifully diverse family, because like I'm from, my dad's Black, my mom's white. And there was just so much, interracial dating and marriages. Everybody was all blended and beautiful. Like, that's what the world looks like. And that's what the military is,
It's e pluribus unum. It's what we're meant to be.
It is. And so that's all I knew. And so getting out of the military environment was actually a little bit shocking when I went to had to move across the country, senior year of high school. That was the worst, to a place that was the opposite of diverse. And I very much stood out like a sore thumb. And then college, et cetera. And then this industry, I was like, oh my gosh, this is not, so I was so spoiled. I was so sheltered despite being so worldly and living across the world because of how welcoming everybody was. So, every time was hard to move because you got used to it and you made friends. And then my mother in particular was awesome with this, because the moves are hardest, I think, on the spouses. And certainly the dependents, but the spouses more so. And when the father or mother goes, off or is deployed or something, who's home with the kids and trying to adjust and find new doctors and dentists and getting kids signed up for soccer every couple of years to a place you've never even heard of sometimes. And my mom always said, no matter where we live, there's always something great. We lived in really cool places like Greece and Belgium growing up. I was born in Panama and California and also lived in the middle of Indiana, middle of nowhere in Kansas. And every place we loved, because my mom taught us, you got to just go find the good. It's all there. And you're always going to meet great people. So I'm super grateful for that perspective that she chose to have growing up very differently from my father, who was also an Army brat. But my mom grew up in small town Massachusetts, never leaving the state ever, and then being disowned by her parents for marrying a Black man. Like, my mom is tough, despite being so sheltered in her own life. So I just thought it was normal to move around and have to make friends, even though I was shy. And so that's why TV wasn't that difficult for me to adjust to when you had to start from in a really small market and keep moving and being the new kid and being the weird one or whatever else. It was preparing me. I just didn't know it. So I'm grateful for that. But of course, you don't know it until afterwards, and what it does take to walk into those classrooms, or the sports teams when, you don't move at the beginning of the year quite often. You move in February. So I had to build that toughness to walk in. And then, okay, that allows me to do a lot of things I've done today, even where I have to say, okay, it's hard to walk into this restaurant by myself and sit at the bar by myself and get a nice steak dinner by myself. And I do think back to being that
everybody
kid
walks
sometimes.
in and just hits on you. That's what happens.
I wish. That's not what's happening. I'm at the wrong restaurants, apparently.
Everybody's going to be DMing me. Set me up.
Gosh. Yeah, we'll talk later. But it does still, I go back to being that little shy girl. But then I realized, remember when you walked into that first day of your senior year of high school? I didn't know a soul in that whole school of 2,000 students. And I was the only Black student, the only one in the whole school.
How was that?
Not fun. I think a lot of the kids were great. There were a couple that were not
racist
and made it very clear. Definitely the toughest experience of my life up to that point for things that kids said, racist, ugly things that were said and done that I had never experienced in my life until I was a senior in high school because of the beautiful, accepting, tolerant, diverse world I was in as a military kid. So I didn't realize there was that kind of racism until I was a senior in high school. But it was preparing me for what was to come. And I had no idea. And I'm grateful for that time too.
You know how you lived all over the world, you lived all over the country, you really know America.
I do.
Do you think America is a racist country? Are we institutionally racist? I feel like especially somebody like you who's not only lived all over the place, but you're half Black, half white. If there's anybody who can answer that question, it would be you.
I get so mad when people say that. The institutional systemic racism, all these basically new phrases that are just, now everybody says it because it seems like it's acceptable and tolerant and cool. I have literally lived across this country and across the world.
Yeah.
And having lived in other countries, I can look at ours and say, stop, guys, that's not what this is. Now, will there always be racism and prejudice? Of course. Until the end of time, there always has been and there always will be.
Humans will always be assholes.
Yes, it's called human beings. And whether we want to admit it or not, we all have some prejudices in us. I know what mine are. I'm working on it, But stop looking for perfection when there's no such thing, and be forgiving and understanding. I'm not saying accepting and tolerant of ugliness and racism, but quite often when I go back to what my mom went through to be here today, and my parents just celebrated 53 years of marriage. My mom and dad had to forgive my mom's parents for their racist behavior, to disown my mother because of who she chose to love. So the forgiveness came in understanding their why, because I believe that everybody's opinions are based on their experiences. So I don't know exactly what my grandparents experienced, but I know that where they were from, they just didn't see people like my dad. And then, this is long before media and internet was even in existence, really. But if all they knew was what they saw on the news in the 60s and 70s and what Black people were about, and it's coming off the civil rights era in a very different time, well, then you're going to have some stereotypes, and vice versa, that all white people are racist and hate Black people. Like, it goes both ways. So for my mom and dad to forgive my mom's parents and then allow that recovery to happen 6 or 7 years later, that taught me a lot about forgiveness. If anyone is bored, like I've kept this pinned on my Twitter X account for 6 or 7 years. And NFL Films did a piece on my parents based on my brother who works with the Baltimore Ravens, and he's in the NFL. And interviewing him, they discovered this beautiful story of my parents, and it's forever pinned there because it tells the story of what my parents went through to get to today. And this was done in 2016, so it's old now, but it still applies. Like, my crap is nothing compared to that, which is why I think I've been able to maintain perspective, because of what they chose to go through to be together. And if they can forgive and persevere, who am I not to? And to just realize that people say ugly things and do ugly things. And even talking about, a little bit ago about my friends at ESPN or in the media world who went dark on me and kind of just forgot about those years of friendship. Like, to forgive them, because I don't know what they've been through to make them do that caused them to do that. So you got to forgive and realize that everybody has a why as to why they're behaving a certain way or not being there for you.
You would forgive them if the ESPN friends suddenly called you now that President Trump got elected and you're part of the new cool team, and they suddenly call you now, you'll forgive them?
Yeah, oh my gosh, who am I not to forgive? Yeah. Doesn't mean that the hurt is not there. And I don't forget. That's for sure. The friendship has changed forever. I don't know that it would even still exist, but I know the importance of letting someone speak and and allowing someone to grow. I don't expect I'll get those phone calls, and that's okay either way. They know, and they can live with that. And I don't wish ill on any of them, but I know that, again, I just go back to something so much more important to me, which is how my mom forgave her parents for letting go of her. And I don't know. So I'm humbled all the time by that perspective. And that's why I say screw you to people who want to focus on everything, making everything about race.
Yeah.
I think the part that I struggle with the most today, and probably always have and always will, is, to me, the most racism I have felt is from people who look like me. And that's the part that I'm like, no.
What do you mean? Can you give me some examples?
Well, when people who look like me tell me I'm not Black enough, or call me a coon, and a very long list of things I won't even repeat.
Because
of my views, because, how can I be a Republican or conservative based on the racist Republican Party and the racist Donald Trump and all, like, who cares? That's how I grew up. And I feel like I had the best upbringing because of how diverse it was and still is. Like, my Black family loved me as much as my white family. Like, isn't that what we want in America? That's what America is. That's what we are promoting. So shut up with your divisiveness. It has devastated me the most, though, when Black people have said what they've said. And oh my gosh, it's probably a massive minority of people, but it's a very loud minority. And certainly some of my peers at ESPN and elsewhere. But that's the part, because I think growing up, kids are kids, even good military kids. And so, oh, well, she's this because of her white mom, or she talks like this because of, or her hair, or like all this stupid shit that, like, what are we doing? We're actually being racist by saying these things. So that's the part that I've had to let go of, and realizing that this is how God made me. And if I'm not Black enough all of a sudden, or I'm no longer invited to the cookout because of who loved me and who I loved, or how I believe, then you're the one with the problem. And you're the one that's actually being a detriment to this beautiful country by continuing to focus on race, whether it's those people, whether it's these people at these colleges and universities, or just on Twitter, who are choosing to benefit from this. That's why the Joy Reids of the world continue to do what they're doing, because they'd have to take a hit in their paychecks if they stop making things all about race, and they're not willing to do that. So go ahead with your big bad self. Go ahead and do it. Be divisive. I can't imagine what that feels like, to live in such ugliness and to want to divide. So those are the people we need to pray for.
I love that you have that tolerance in you. You know, the work that we do here at PragerU, the whole mission of this enterprise is to change minds. And so we have to come into it knowing that we have to be with arms wide open. People will wake up in different times in their lives, in different stages, and humans make mistakes. And so there is a line which I believe when people cross, we can't forgive. Right?
Probably, and it's probably individual, right?
And, individual, or if we see zero remorse. But when people show remorse, I think we need to welcome them, because at the end of the day, that's our mission. Our mission is to bring people into the light.
That's what God wants us to do.
At the end of the day, right, we want our children to get along, and God wants us to get along, right? And that's truly our test. And then there are the people who have been truly brainwashed by the Joy Reids of the world, or the MSNBC, who have gone to the vast majority of American colleges, where they've been constantly brainwashed that Donald Trump is an anti-Semite, that he is a racist, that he hates women, that there is no chance that Kamala Harris would be elected, because if Hillary, who is a white woman, didn't get elected, then Kamala Harris, a Black woman, could never be elected in the United States of America because she's a Black woman. And I think this fear that has been instilled in our culture into young women, it's actually evil to instill this kind of fear into people. And you can't expect them to think differently if they don't actually see some of the light, right? I don't know if you can expect a 20-year-old college student to understand what is really happening, the type of brainwashing that is happening through our, I call our colleges, oftentimes they're left-wing seminaries. That's what they do. We just send them into the washer, and just day in and day out, they're brainwashed. And so I think the element of forgiveness is so important. And then I'm wondering, what message would you have, given the journey that you've been through, to women like that, and men who have been going through the university washers, who have been listening to woke media, who haven't really been given the opportunity to hear the alternative perspective, probably have not gone to church, or they have gone to a woke church. Those exist too. There are many woke synagogues.
Yeah, you're right.
And so if you could speak to them right now, because they are living in fear. They're living in fear. Think about what they are thinking in their mind is about to happen to their country. What would you say to them?
First of all, get off TikTok, or at least expand your horizons a little bit, because we know the influence that the mainstream media has had on all the social media platforms. And they're only allowing these kids to see one point of view. And if that's all I saw, especially at that age, or even now, then I would be fearful as well. I gotta say, I'm proud. My oldest daughter is 22, and she's a senior in college. And she called me the day of the election, and I said, "Are you gonna watch?" And she said, "No, I'm afraid. I'm so afraid that what happened in 2020 is gonna happen again. I can't watch, Mom." And she did her own homework on all of it and why she believes what she believes. So Quinn, my firstborn, gives me so much hope because of the conversations she has with her friends and roommates. And that's what it takes. And so for the young women and men, have the conversations, really talk to each other about it. And I also think that when they do that, just like with us, you realize you're not alone. There's a lot of good kids who come from just normal households that are maybe, middle left, middle right, whatever it is, but common sense. And if you have the conversations, you realize you're not alone. And that's when it can happen and the magic can really happen. I also don't want these young kids to live in fear like I did for so long. And I think that's one of my biggest regrets, even though I can't really regret it because I wouldn't be here today without having lived in that fear and feeling it.
You got to go through the hard things.
You do, yes. And if I can, if I can prevent them from, beating themselves up for as many years as I have in every aspect of my life, then this journey is so worth it. Like if we don't share the crap we've been through, what a waste, you know? So be kinder to yourself. Listen to what's in your gut. Don't ignore it just because you don't hear others talking about it. And speak about it. I think it's the way you say things. It's not your words necessarily, it's how you say them. And so when you begin those conversations, and even in your posts and your tweets and all those things, your comments in the DMs, how do you say it? Lead with kindness, even if it's something opposite of what they're saying. But when you go in ablaze, of course, they're going to be defensive as well. But most importantly, you cannot live in fear. You will regret it, and it will change your life. And you will look back and regret it. So is the fear legitimate? Yeah, that's what I've been talking about. Absolutely. But it also took me too long to rely on my faith. So when you have that faith, whatever that looks like, just because I grew up, strict Catholic, still practicing, and Christian overall, my mindset on that has very much expanded. Whatever your faith is, where that's rooted, go there, pray about things, and then do you in a kind way. I really believe that would have helped me realize much sooner that it's okay to take that chance, especially if you have a support system that might not be your parents like I had. Maybe it's your roommate, maybe it's their parents, maybe it's your rabbi, I don't know. But you're not alone. Please don't think that. Take a chance.
There was something amazing that you did at the beginning of your career, and that was you rejected ESPN the first time around and decided to have a baby and to raise a family. And I think about that because just yesterday I bumped into this young woman. She's probably about the age of your daughter, maybe a few years older. She's married, and she walked up to me and she said, "I am so scared to have children." And I think this is so important because young women have been told to be afraid to have children. One reason on the right is that because the education system is so broken and they're going to hear all these bad ideas and they're going to go on social media and it's so difficult to raise children, which it's not easy, of course. And then another reason on the left is that humans are parasites on planet Earth and that we're mooching off the planet and we need less humans. And, there's the toxic mom culture, which both are really bad because at the end of the day, there is nothing more beautiful and meaningful. There's no better vitamin for your life than having children. And somebody like you who put your career on the line to go and have a family. And what I said to this young woman, I said, listen, I just stood with President Trump and I do incredible work that I'm really proud of and I really enjoy it and really nourishes my soul. But there is nothing more important to me than my children. There's nothing I'm more proud of than having kids. It's what I get to actually really keep to myself.
It's yours.
It's really mine. I mean, you went through a divorce. You don't have the husband. You've changed your career. You don't have ESPN. But look at you. You have your kids.
I have my babies.
You have your babies. And look, we'll have kerfuffles with our children, especially if they're in their late teenage years. But this message that young women are too afraid to have kids or that they should have their career first because otherwise they won't be able to have kids, or that having kids in this period of scary time in the world is not worth doing, I just think is a message that we have a responsibility to break.
Yeah.
And break it hard.
And I probably don't think about that decision to turn down ESPN enough. This is just what I did in that moment, just what I thought was right. But I look back and I'm like, wow, I took a big chance there too, but I was raised in such a beautiful family that I knew that I would regret putting that priority on the back burner for this career. And so I was pregnant with my second when I finally got the call from ESPN, and I was so excited, and I went up to audition, and I was like 12 months pregnant, like just whoa, and crushed the audition because I didn't care, because I had this baby bouncing on my bladder, like let's get this over with, And then I got the call, and my husband was very supportive of taking the job. He was a stay-at-home dad. My parents knew this little girl that had been talking about ESPN her whole life. I finally did it because I'd been talking to them for 4 or 5 years, and they were like, "This is what you need to do to get better and to work on it and to be basically worthy of working here." And they were right. And then I got there, and they gave it to me, and I was like, "I can't do it." And my agent at the time was like, "Are you high? Like, what are you doing? ESPN doesn't need you. You need ESPN." And she's like, "You're going to get blackballed. They'll never call you back." I just knew I wanted at least 3 kids. And I had a dear, dear friend, Stuart Scott, the late, great Stuart Scott, I miss him every day. He's a legend at ESPN, and died of cancer almost 10 years ago, which I can't believe. And he was the one that pulled me aside when he didn't even know me that well, and said, "Don't come until you're ready, because this place will eat you up," especially as a young mom. So this is in 2004. And I listened, and I just said, "You know what?" And I prayed. I'm like, if it's meant to be, then they'll call me back. So I said no, and signed another contract where I was in DC, Baltimore, and had a 3rd kid. And 3 years later, they called back, and it happened to be a better offer too. But I can't imagine what had happened if I had listened to the fear of they don't need you, you need them. Listen to that message. And I probably wouldn't have had a 3rd kid, because when you get to ESPN, like, oh my gosh, I don't even know how I survived the first decade there in the first place with babies, just as the mother who was trying to be everything at work and national TV, and then the room mom, and for all 3, you can't just do 1 kid. You got to be the room mom for all 3 kids at the same time, and make the cookies homemade.
Make up for everything.
All of the things. It's ridiculous what we do. My kids, talk about keeping us humble in every way, but perspective. And when the night before my lawsuit dropped and the news of it was dropping, I talked to each kid separately. This is the power of your children. I had a sophomore in high school, a senior in high school, and a freshman in college. And I spoke to each of them separately. And I'm like, "Listen, this is what's coming down. This is what's going to happen. I don't want you to feel like you have to defend me or stand up for me, but I wanted you to know, because in the past with other things that, stirred the pot, or I'd made headlines with my big mouth, teachers would say something, or coaches or other parents, which pissed me off. And you have an issue, come to me. Don't talk to my kid." And I just said, "Don't ever defend me, but if someone says something, just remind people that diversity of thought really is the most important thing, and that my mom has a right to her opinion, whatever it is, but just don't feel that pressure, but remind them." And so each kid reacted a little bit differently. And my son, who's in the middle of my daughters, he's 20. I was in tears, and I'm like, "I'm just sorry for what's going to happen, because I know it's going to be ugly." And my son stopped what he was doing, and he looked at me, and he goes, "Mom, it's about time you stood up for yourself." So this is when I need alcohol.
Have some tea.
Okay. But that's so many lessons for me as a parent, right? We're trying to do everything perfectly for them. And I was making myself smaller and not being true to myself to protect them. And the whole time he's watching me. They're watching me being like, "God, that's not her." But he never told me that. They never told me until the moment I was going to stand up to one of the biggest companies on the planet. David versus Goliath. Who am I? And so I knew at that moment that even if I lost against big bad Disney and the company that I loved for all those years, ESPN, I was still going to win, because my kids saw that I finally was standing up. I just didn't know that they'd seen all of it. So my kids have saved me in many ways too.
Yeah.
And especially in that moment, I'll never be able to thank my son enough for that moment of making me realize I'm going to be okay no matter what, even if I don't have a paycheck, because at least they see me and respect me. And most importantly, won't wait till they're my age to do it and to be honest and true to themselves and stand up for not just myself, but for others. That's what it was at that point, other people. So don't wait.
Yeah.
Don't wait, young women and men. That's what we're told. And it's so sad because like the family is where it's at. And it's so cliche, right? On your deathbed, you're not going to wish you had worked more. But it's true. And my kids have seen a better version of me over the last few years since I did this and made this decision. And their life has changed. And they went through a lot of crap. People attacked my kids online, threatened to rape my daughters because of their mom's opinion. Like the psychos out there. Let's point that out, right? And so there are risks because they're going to come after your kids too. But my kids are tough. And I know that like, who cares like about my accomplishments? And my kids don't, but they care about their mom. And now that they're old enough, they also care about our happiness. They do. And so they inspire me to keep doing it. Most importantly, so they don't wait as long as I did. And now they're seeing a different version. And they're going to be a hell of a lot stronger than I was. And they're not going to live in fear because they know that you're going to survive. So I hope those young women don't wait. You can do both.
Yeah.
And either way, there's going to be sacrifices. If you wait, by the way, I have several friends who are in their early 40s who have struggled and are devastated because of the infertility issues now.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be perfect. I've turned down a ton of great assignments. I've left a lot of money on the table.
So what?
Who cares? Like, look, and no one gives a crap about you.
Yeah.
In the big picture.
Yeah.
But your kids do.
Your kids
And,
are the gift from God.
They are.
It's
No, they
the
make
one
me
thing-
crazy. And they're a pain in my ass
That's
right
their
now.
job.
But
that's their job.
I wanna-
Especially in their teens. That means you have normal, healthy kids that are doing their job.
Oh my gosh.
But they're watching their mom win in life.
They
and
are.
You're going to be part of their inner voices.
And what if I hadn't done it? What if I think about it? What if I had stayed quiet? Can you imagine? Like, I can't imagine if I'd stayed quiet and not allowed them to see. And then their friends see it too. And I'm just so grateful that I dug deep on my faith to find the strength to do it for them.
Yeah.
And hopefully for other young women and men who are afraid to be true to themselves.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not supposed to cry. I should be over this.
You are just supposed to be who you are. If Sage Steele in her 20s
Mhm.
could come back and sit with us today and watch you cry with me about everything you've been through, what would Sage Steele from her 20s say watching you?
I had a feeling you would go here, and I'm still not prepared.
I'm getting you a tissue. Everybody's going to
okay.
think I'm like a
No,
bad
it's
friend
okay.
for not giving you a
It's
tissue.
okay. Okay, we're just gonna pretend like this didn't happen. No, I'm fine. Like, this is the other part. We try to be tough.
You know, you're incredibly
try to be
you
tough.
know what? You're incredibly generous for being so genuine and so open. Most people put on a front thinking that they can go through all the hard things without being human. And that also is a bad example.
It
By
is.
the way, it's an unfair example, and we don't need to do that.
Is there any Kleenex like stuck to my face?
No.
She'd
And
be
you're
honest
like
with me.
one of those people who are beautiful no matter what.
Love
So-
you. Not true. Love you. But
That's very unfair, but
no, like,
we'll deal with that next
I think
time.
that you're right though, because we try to, oh, it's been 3 years or it's been 5 years since divorce. Like,
Yeah, that doesn't hurt anymore.
it's
Next,
still-
what's your
no,
next story to
it's-
entertain us?
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
no.
still there, and that's okay because it's helping me continue to share it and hopefully help others through it.
Yeah.
Like I said, what a waste if we don't share the pain.
Yeah.
But like, I think I think you said the word warrior earlier, and I hesitate to use it because it sounds like, but I think I'm a lot stronger than I thought. And that's kind of cool because you can be really emotional and really probably too sensitive in some ways and all those things. And I am not too sensitive, but just very sensitive and very emotional, and still be freaking strong and a badass and not back down. You can be both. You don't have to choose.
Yeah.
And I'm proud of that. I think the message I would have to myself, my 20-year-old self, is to stop living in fear and stop trying to please everybody else but yourself. I'm the ultimate pleaser, and I'm in recovery for that little disease.
Yeah.
Because it is, especially
it's the shy
like
kid
the
oftentimes.
shy kid, the firstborn. I was the only girl on both sides of my family for like 15 years. I wanted everybody and everything to be perfect. And if they weren't, or if it wasn't, then I was going to be the one to fix it. And it's exhausting. And so I would say, stop trying to please and save the world. Be empathetic. Be that bringer together, or whatever that word is I'm making up right now. Be yourself, because that's who I am. And I'm a nurturer, and I'm a mom, and I care and love so hard. But don't absorb that if it doesn't turn out perfectly for everyone else around you. And I used to absorb it, try to fix it all, and I can't. Empower others to do that, but like, be okay being you, even if it's uncomfortable and even if it's not popular. And I'm grateful that through my faith and through my parents and a very tight circle of friends and my kiddos that I found it, and now there's no turning back. And it's so exciting. It is so exciting, even though I literally don't know what tomorrow brings personally or professionally. I don't know. And I'm okay with it. So I would hug her too, because she needed a hug and still does a lot. And it's okay to ask for that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So but Marissa, I wouldn't change it. Not one thing. The cancellations, plural, the devastation from being let down by employers or teammates or spouses. I wouldn't change any of it. And I need to keep working on myself to be better for those who are around me and those who aren't around me, because I didn't realize I had this voice. I didn't realize that this sportscaster dream would turn into something where a couple people might care what I have to say. And it wasn't the goal. Sometimes I don't like it. But I do believe that's, besides being a mother, that's why God has me here, is because he knows I'm no longer afraid to speak up for myself and, more importantly, for others.
I'd hope that Sage, from her 20s, if she were to watch you, she would say, wow, God really has a hand on me, and I'm going to be just fine.
Because of him, I'm okay. I'm more than okay. I'm great.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, my fellow warrior. I love you. And I'm just excited about what you're going to be doing next. I'm sure people are going to follow you. You have your own platform now where you're free to speak.
Yeah, it's
right?
weird. I keep thinking
It's
like
amazing.
Bob Iger's going to reach up from behind me and choke me out. And like, he hasn't shown up yet. And I feel like I could take him if he did.
You would take him down. You would take him down. I have no doubt.
God bless him.
Let's do it.
God bless them all. Thank you. Thank you for wanting to talk to me. I appreciate it.
You know what I hate more than anything? Terrible Chinese products. Did you know that those little things will shatter if you drop them from shoulder height? This is Stopbox, and the best part about it, it's all mechanical.
I don't need a Stopbox. I just need to teach my kids gun safety.
How are you going to teach a 1 or 2-year-old? Or what if I have one of my friends over and I didn't have enough time to teach them gun safety yet?
Okay, but I would never lock up my gun. If I need my gun, every second counts.
Where are you gonna put it now?
I keep it in my drawer.
Nothing is faster to access than a stop box. It's even faster than a drawer. Let's do a test. Intruder! Intruder!
But if it's so easy, then just anybody could get into it.
Well, no, not really. You have to know your code and understand how it works. And trust me, it's not as easy as it looks.
Okay, but I would never put some batteries and electronics between me and my gun.
Well, good. The stop box is all mechanical, so it does not use batteries or electronics. It's also specifically designed to be used in the dark and under stress, so it won't lock you out if you accidentally press the wrong button.
Wait, I'm confused.
That's okay.
How does it work?
The stop box lock design is so unique, even the patent officer was like, this is the dopest thing I've ever seen. Probably. Here's how it works. Each finger button can move between 3 positions, so you can select between 81 combinations. Then you have to press down on the lid to disengage the lid pressure safety, then press the thumb lock and lift to open. When you consider all of these steps, there are hundreds of combinations that keep the stop box locked.
Couldn't someone just steal this?
Well, you can screw it down or use our security cable to secure it. The purpose of the stop box is really to conceal and prevent immediate access to others while your gun is still in use. Unlike safes that are designed to be heavy and stationary, the stop box is made to be lightweight and portable so you can actually secure your firearm wherever you are. This is the bridge between the holster and the safe.
Wait, it's plastic?
The stop box is made out of glass reinforced polycarbonate ABS and steel reinforced. It can take more abuse than anything in its class.
Whoa.
So maybe you didn't use stop box.
Thank you for taking the time to watch our little skit. We get a lot of comments here on social media and we try to respond to them. So with videos like this, we try to answer as many questions as possible. Right now, we're offering a buy one, get one free on our brand new Stopbox Pro. We do such a big promotion like this because rather than offering a 5% discount on sign up or larger discounts around the holidays, we want to cut to the chase right now and give you our best offer. Ultimately, the quicker we go from introduction to lifetime customer, the less we have to spend on advertising. Therefore, taking the money that would have gone to Zuck and giving it back to you. Thank you for supporting American manufacturing and local jobs. It means the world to us. Remember, when you buy a Stopbox today, we'll send you a second one free on us. What do we say, Emma?
Be protected.
And keep it protected.
Would Nasiah ever go with his kids out to the car?
If Shannon was out there, she would.
And Mr. Reagan's also asked you about the tablet that you bought for Nasiah. Do you
Yes.
remember those questions?
Yes.
And when, if you can remember, narrow that down, when did you buy that tablet for her?
I bought that tablet for her one Christmas. I think it was in 22 when I bought that tablet, at the end of 22 when I bought that tablet for her.
So December of 22.
Yeah, I think that when I bought that tablet.
So she would have had that tablet for roughly just over a year then, correct?
Correct. Mhm.
And did Nasiah also have access to a cell phone?
The only cell phone she had access to was one of the cell phones when my oldest daughter came to visit me. She gave to Nasiah, but she could only use it by Wi-Fi.
You said your oldest daughter, is that Nasiah's biological mother?
Yes.
Okay. And through, what's your oldest daughter's name?
Kenyatta Harris.
Through Kenyatta Harris, Nasiah got access to a phone?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Mr. Reagan's also asked you about Nasiah staying after school. You said that there was an after-school program she was involved in?
Yes.
On January 9th, And in January of 24, was she still involved in that program?
No, I took her out of it because she was having problems with one of her schoolmates at that time. The same person that he asked me about before that she didn't get along with.
The same person Mr. Riggins asked her.
Absolutely.
And so on the 9th, she was not supposed to stay after school.
No, she was supposed to come straight home.
And when she didn't come home, you said that you were driving around looking for her, correct?
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit more about what efforts you made on the 9th to locate her?
When I went to the school to go pick my son and daughter up because they were also in the after-school program.
DingDingDing.com. Join now and claim your free welcome bonus.
Picked them up, went back to the house. I thought she was there. And when I got to the house and I found out that she wasn't there, I got back in the car and I went back up to the school. And by that time, nobody was there. Nobody was at the school. So now, I'm kind of like, I'm frustrated. Now I'm going like, because whenever she wants to stay after school or do something, she would always call me. Well, hey, Nana, can I stay after school? Or she would call one of her TTs, hey, TT, can I stay after school? So that wasn't like her. So I'm really frustrated now. So now I go back to the house and I'm talking to my daughter, Shannon.
And I want to stop you right there because I don't want to go into what anybody else said.
Okay.
But you went back to the school. Nobody was at the school. You went back to the house. Ms. is still not there, correct?
Correct.
Did you go back out looking for her after that?
I did.
Where did you go with her?
I was driving around in the neighborhood, everywhere. I'm just looking, just like hoping I'll see her,
May I have one moment, Judge? On the 9th, when you were looking for her, well, let me ask it this way. Did you know Neziah to go to Mr. Butts' place of work to assist him with anything there?
Yes, there was a couple of times that she went with his daughter and they went up there to go clean up at his shop.
And how would they get there? If you remember?
He would come and pick them up.
And was that in that white truck that you talked about earlier?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And did you yourself know where Mr. Butts worked at?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know, where is that?
It was Frank's shop located on Warren, East Warren.
And is that the last place that you knew him to work? Or did you know him to work somewhere else?
I knew him to work there, and then the shop moved to a different location.
Did you know where that new location was?
Personally, no.
Okay. And did you ever, on the 9th, did you ever try and go to Mr. Butts' place of work to look for Neziah?
On the 9th, no.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Harris, we're done testifying. Watch your step, please exit the box.
Okay. All right.
Judge, first I would like to move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibits 15 and 16. pursuant to MRE 8036. They are certified records of textile messages. Exhibit 15 is messages from September 24th, 2022 through November 7th of 2022. And Exhibit 16 is messages from March 4th, 2023 through January 9th of 2024.
Any objection?
No objection for exam purposes, pending analysis under 403, assuming that they're relevant.
Okay, it'll be a minute. That's People's Exhibit 15 and 16, you said?
Yes, that's right. And at this time, people would call Shannon Harris.
Welcome to the court. Sit down and stay on the station here for the record.
For you?
Yeah, right here.
First name? Shane has Harris,
Raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Watch your step, please. Have a seat.
When speaking to this mic, you can also pick it up and hold in your lap.
Whenever you're ready, Mrs. Ripley.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record?
Shannon Harris,
And Ms. Harris, how old are you?
31.
And back on January, or in January 2024, where did you live?
With my mom.
More boxes, more options. Grainger has over 1,700 box types in stock and ready to help you pack, store, and ship everything. And you can count on Grainger to deliver your boxes fast. Count on Grainger for boxes. Call or click Grainger.com/boxes today.
Music producers, here's a quick tip to transform any sound or sample within Output Arcade. First, find a sampler kit to use. Let's try this one. These samples are pretty haunting and are perfect for the intro of the track, but for the verses, I want something more dynamic while keeping the vibe. A great way to switch things up is using the modifier keys. Modifiers are assigned to the black keys on your MIDI keyboard or controller. All we need to do is hold one of these modifier keys while playing a sample, like this. And from this, we get some crazy new patterns from that loop. There are 3 different modifiers: repeater, playhead, and resequence. Repeater stutters a sample at whatever point you trigger it. Playhead changes the speed or direction of the sample. And resequence creates a new sequence from the original loop by jumping around different points in the sample. And the best part is, we can create a whole sequence for a variety of sounds. Let's check out the track before and after using modifiers. Here's before. And now with our modifier sequence. Normally, I would have had to manually slice and rearrange samples just to get that sequence, but instead, I was able to instantly play it using Arcade. Don't wait, go download Output Arcade free today.
Resides with my mother,
With your mother? Okay, who's your mom?
Annette Harris,
And without telling me the exact address, what street did you live on?
Bedford.
And do you have any children?
Yes,
How many kids do you have?
5.
And do all your kids have the same dad?
Yes,
Who's their dad?
Jarvis Butts.
And do you see Jarvis Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes,
And can you point to him and tell me the color of the clothing that he's wearing?
green, well, whatever. Green.
Green. Your Honor, would the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
So reflected.
Thank you, Judge. And you said your mom's name is Annette. Do you have any sisters?
Yes, 2.
What are their names?
Kenyatta Harris and Marquita Harris.
Are they older, younger, something else?
Oh, there. Marquita is a twin. She's my twin, same age.
And Kenyatta is older?
Yes,
Do you have any nieces or nephews?
yes,
Do you know someone named Neziah Harris?
yes.
What's your relationship to her?
My relationship to her, she is my niece, I'm her aunt.
Okay. And whose daughter is she?
My older sister is Kenyatta Harris.
And did you have any nicknames for Neziah?
Yes, we all called her Tudda.
And is that Tudda?
Yes,
And did Neziah ever know Jarvis through you?
yes.
And when did Neziah and Jarvis first meet?
When she was little, like age 2.
And can you kind of describe the relationship between Neziah and Jarvis?
Should be just the uncle and the niece relationship, no more than that.
How often would Jarvis be around, like at your house with you?
He will call or say, can he come see the kids? Or the kids will ask, can he see their dad? And he will come, pull up either to my house where I used to live or at my mother's house.
Would Neziah ever be around?
All the kids would be around.
To your knowledge, would Neziah ever text Jarvis?
From my knowledge, no, unless I will have her to text.
But to your knowledge, you didn't know of any kind of separate outside relationship.
No,
Would there ever be times where, where did you know Jarvis Butts to work?
pardon?
Where did you know Jarvis Butts to work?
Where did I know him to work at?
Yes.
He worked at 2 different locations. The first location would be on East Warren, and the other location would be on Gratiot and Connor.
And what were those locations?
Those are the auto repair shop.
Would you ever know Neziah to help Jarvis Butts at his shop?
Yes, he will call me and say, hey, if I can get our daughter and Neziah to come and work up at the shop. And I would say, let me ask my mom first regarding Neziah.
And which daughter of yours would that be?
That would be my oldest, Janiyah.
Would you ever know Neziah to go to Jarvis's shop alone?
No.
Whose birthday is on or around September 26th?
That's my my 4th oldest birthday.
Do you recall a birthday party on September 26th of 2022?
Yes.
And was Jarvis there?
No.
Okay, and that would have been his son's birthday party?
Yes.
Were there ever times that you would text Jarvis off of a text now number?
The only time I would text Jarvis off a text now number is if my phone is off. Other than that, no.
And do you recall the numbers that you would text Jarvis from?
Yes.
Okay. And does a 586-510-5161 sound familiar?
Yes.
And what number is that?
That used to be my old number.
And is that number that you would text Jarvis from?
Yes.
And what about a 586-842-4504?
That was the number before this number.
Before the 510 number?
Correct.
Okay, and is that a number you would also text Jarvis from?
Correct.
And what number did you have for Jarvis Butts?
The 313-585-8719.
And did you have any numbers for Neziah?
It was a funny looking area code. The area code was a 231.
Okay. show you some messages from People's Exhibit 16 and ask you some questions about them, okay?
Okay.
Brandon, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to direct you to messages on or about June 27th of 2023. Do you recall those messages? Did you send any of those messages to Jarvis Butts?
No.
Okay. And do you know, I believe there's a phone number here that's highlighted. Whose phone number do you know that to be?
Jarvis Butts.
Okay. And you don't recall ever sending any of those messages?
No.
Okay. And now I want to direct you to messages from June 28th of 2023. How about any of these? Did you send any of these to Jarvis Butts?
No.
What about any messages from July 2nd of 2023? Did you send any of those messages?
No.
What about messages from August 26th of 2023? Did you send any of those to Jarvis Butts?
I'm sorry, was there 26?
August 26th.
No. These aren't my messages.
Did Jarvis Butts ever tell you that Neziah texted him to meet up on January 9th, 2024?
No.
Did you tell Jarvis Butts about not being able to locate Neziah on January 9th, 2024?
Yes.
And tell me, how did you tell him that?
I called him. He didn't answer. I sent him a message asking him, have he seen Tuda, any whereabouts? And I said no Tuda, and he responded back. Oh, wow.
I didn't hear what you said, the last part.
Last part, I had, I texted him. Well, at first I called him. He didn't answer. The second time, I sent him a message, still no Tuda. He replied back, oh, wow.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And just for record references, I'm showing her what's going to be proposed, People's Exhibit 48. Ms. Harris, those text messages that you just referenced, do you see those on this page?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's fair to say you stated to Mr. Butts, well, first of all, whose phone number is this at the top?
The phone number is my old telephone number,
Okay, and who is the phone number below that?
Jarvis Butts.
Okay. And is this, I guess, these fairly inaccurately represent these two messages? 3, 4, 5, 6 messages sent between you and Mr. Butts on January 9th, 2024 through January 11th, 2024.
The first page is, yes, it's correct. Second page is correct.
This week, we're hosting a free trading and investing workshop right here in Fort Lauderdale. Inside this workshop, you'll learn that you don't need to be a Wall Street pro to trade like one. Instead of getting a finance degree, what if you could figure out when and where Wall Street institutions were buying and selling, so you can place trades and investments alongside them instead of against them? It's all about locating their financial footprints, and that's exactly what we'll show you in our free workshop. It's a true breakthrough for knowing when to buy and sell. Over the last 25 years, we've taught this approach to over 219,000 students across the world with a 97% student satisfaction rating. Our talented instructors come from a variety of backgrounds, including former hedge fund managers, floor traders, brokers, and more. These people know what they're talking about. Not only will you begin learning how to mirror the trades on Wall Street, but you'll also learn about strategies for growing your retirement portfolio in a variety of market conditions, how professionals profit when stocks are falling, how to avoid common novice mistakes, when to buy and when to sell based on strategy and a plan, how to protect your investments against inflation, and so much more. Click the link below and sign up for a free trading and investing workshop right here in Fort Lauderdale.
Who's faster? We have the ultimate match between a Trackstar and Self's free rent reporting, and the loser gets a chilling ice bath with this right here. Gentlemen, take your places. Go. The runner seems to be taking the lead. Oh wow. What's going on over here?
I'm signing up for Self's free rent reporting. You can build credit with your rent payment for free.
It seems to be a close one.
Done. All signed up for Self.
Dude, just stop running already. You already won.
Self's rent reporting is too fast. Definitely signing up once I can move again.
Maybe this will help.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. And so on January 9th, like you had indicated before, you had stated that you told him that there was still no TUDA.
Correct.
Okay. And you said he responded, oh, wow.
Correct.
Okay. And on January 11th, was Nizaya still missing?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ask Mr. Butts to do something?
At this point, I just asked that if she's going to read from the text message, just admit the exhibit.
I
An
can.
issue with moving to admit?
No, Judge. These fairly inaccurately represent text messages between you and your phone to Jarvis and his phone between, well, they start back earlier. Some from December 3rd, 2023 through January 21st of 2024. These fairly inaccurately represent text messages between
Yes.
you and your phone to Mr. Butts and his phone?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 48. Objection.
Okay, then be admitted.
Thank you, Judge. So on January 11th, did you ask Mr. Butts to do something?
Yes.
And what is it that you asked him to do?
I asked him, can he share the missing flyer on his Facebook page?
Okay. And did you send him a copy of that missing flyer?
Yes.
Okay. And to backtrack just a little bit, on December 3rd, 2023, do you recall sending messages asking Mr. Butts if he needed Neziah for anything?
Yes, I do remember.
Okay. So do you remember this text on the first page of People's Exhibit 48?
Yes, I do remember this message.
Okay. And did you send that message?
Yes.
Okay. And what did the message say?
Tilla said, do you still need her to?
Okay. And do you know what is that referring to?
It was, Tilla had asked me to contact Jarvis and see if he still needed them to clean up.
Okay. And that would be to clean up his shop?
Yes.
Okay. And to fast forward, on January 21st of 2024, you sent some messages to Mr. Butts. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And can you read these last 3 messages?
These last 3 messages is, to be honest, these messages I seen into the inbox to you, I really don't know what to believe anymore. Stay away, Ramon, I mean it. The next message is, I don't know what to say, or Tilla is on. Says, this shit doesn't sit right with me. Call it what you want. I'm good, period. It says, this for life. Nigga, I thought about it, and you can pass it. And don't call me, no need to explain shit. I already see it.
Okay. So you were referencing some messages that you saw in Tada's inbox.
Correct.
Tell me, how did you see some messages? Well, first of all, where were these messages, where were they at?
The day of, Officer Gardner came to pick up Neziah's tablet. My mom asked me to put it on the charger. I put it on the charger. Officer Gardner, after that, Officer Gardner called and said she's on her way.
You're saying, without saying what?
Okay, I'm sorry. The officer had called and said that they was on their way to come
Still
pick up
hearsay?
the tablet.
Okay.
Okay, so,
Sustained as far as hearsay.
yes, thank you, Judge. Okay, continue.
So before the tablet was picked up, I looked inside Tilla's tablet. She has 2 passwords that I normally know. So one of them is referenced for her brother's birthday, and the other one is referenced from my password. So I put the first password in, it didn't work. So I put the second password in. So the first thing I went to was Instagram, which I was scrolling. And I seen Jarvis Butts' Instagram page. I clicked on his page and I seen 2 messages.
Okay, and what were the messages that you saw? Who were they between, first of all?
Neziah, my niece, and Jarvis.
Okay, and what were the messages that you seen?
It was roughly 2 messages that I have seen that I can recall. States.
I'm gonna object to this as hearsay. They have not been admitted, and the messages themselves would be the evidence.
Were they of any?
From hard hats to steel-toed boots, Grainger's got your safety needs covered. Literally. Shop Grainger's vast inventory of safety products. Call, click, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Download our award-winning mobile app and start trading on the move. Introducing a crypto and FX trading account that's as portable as your favorite playlist. Attractive spreads, price alerts, and the ability to fund your account instantly. Apply now.
Were the messages of a sexual nature?
No.
Okay, and you said you saw 2 messages.
Yes.
Okay, did you see anything else?
It was 2 It was two sent pictures, but you can't really make anything out. There wasn't nothing there, but you know, it was a picture was sent.
Okay. What did seeing those messages, what did they cause you to do?
Well, when I see no messages, I called him
Who's
and Jarvis Butts.
Okay.
Called him while he was at work, asked him, what is these messages I seen between you and my niece? And he said, what messages? Said it's two particular messages that states out in this picture. And he stated that, I don't know, these messages, I told him what the messages were. And he said it was probably our children was messaging him. And I stated no, because I know how our children will text.
Okay. And reading those messages, is that what caused you to text
Mr. Butts, yes,
Mr. Butts, in that you see the messages in the inbox and you don't really know what to believe anymore?
correct.
Okay. One second, Rich. So, Sharon, I want to take you back to January 9th. Were you home that day?
Yes,
Okay. And did you see Neziah that day?
my senior did, that morning, correct.
Okay. And do you remember what she was wearing at all?
Her coat and her uniform at the time, she had on some blue jeans. I don't really recall the outfit. I just know the coat she had on.
And what was the coat that she had on?
She had on, it was a 90s coat with all the characters on it.
Okay. And you recall seeing her wearing that the morning of January 9th?
Correct.
And your Honor, may I approach people's already exhibit 2?
Yes.
I'm going to show you people's exhibit 2. Can you tell me, do you recognize a coat in this photo?
Yes,
And whose coat do you recognize that to be?
Neziah's.
Okay. Now, after you were when you saw Neziah that morning, what did you do the rest of the morning?
Nothing, I was at home with my mom and my 2 children.
And do you ever leave the house at any point that day?
No, I was at the house the whole entire day.
And do you know what time Neziah would normally get home from school?
On certain days, she will stay for after school, and then on certain days, she will come home. The days she will stay for after school is 6. And the days that she don't, is at 3 o'clock.
Okay. And on January 9th, do you know if Neziah had the after-school program?
Yes, at that time, my mom took her out of the after-school program. So she will come home directly at 3 o'clock.
Okay. And were you home at 3 o'clock?
Yes,
And did you see Neziah come home?
no,
Okay. And did you see her come home at all the rest of the night?
no,
Did you leave at any point after 3 o'clock?
no.
Did you, yes, when Neziah didn't come home, did that cause you to experience or feel any type of way?
It did, when she didn't come home is when my mom went to go pick up the other 2 children from the after-school program. They knocked on the door and, they had asked a question and said,
Objection, sounds like you're saying.
What's that? You have a response or?
A question isn't hearsay technically.
I think she said.
It's just a question.
I'm
Yes.
just getting ready to say a question. Okay,
What was
finish
the,
what you're saying.
what was the question?
the 2 children had asked me, mom said, did
That's the hearsay.
did Neziah come home?
The hearsay is mom said.
Okay, so were you asked directly whether Neziah came home?
So my mom was still in the car, I was inside the house. They was coming to the house, walking up to the door. When I opened the door, they asked me, mom said, did Neziah come home? I said, no.
And was Desire home at all?
No.
Okay. And did you do any sort of looking for Desire that night?
Yes.
What did you do?
I called my twin sister. I called some of her friends that I know that stays close by. If they had seen Nazaya, heard from Nazaya and everything. And when I reached out to my sister, she said no. Her friend said no. So after that, I asked my mom, did she want me to call the police? She said no, she will take it up in the morning.
Okay. Just one second.
My name is Derek Lewis. I'm the owner at Razorback Electric.
My name is Sam Jimenez. I own and operate Bayshore Plumbers.
My name's Dave Cass with Cass Plumbing Incorporated.
My name is Mario. I'm the owner of Mario's AC.
I mean, we grew from about 13 to 42 employees, tripled the income.
We have over 10,000 residential customers in our customer base and a few thousand commercial customers.
When we ran into House Call, we just fell in love with it because it was something that we could afford. It was simple. The guys could use it. It worked on any system, anybody's phone. And now we've grown to, 50, 55 guys.
One of the biggest reasons we were to grow the way we were and organize has been House Call Pro.
House Call Pro has offered us the most options as far as what we're able to do. It does everything for us.
House Call has helped us out a long way. Just in the dispatching sector alone, can be more proficient and get to our customers faster. It takes away the lack of communication.
Well, for us, House Call Pro just streamlined everything in the office. So when a phone call comes in, we can get it to the guy that's going to do the job. That's what the apps help us do. And when we come together, it's a beautiful thing.
For the value that it provides, it's incredible. Our working relationship with House Call is I would almost consider like a sister company. They're awesome. They take care of us. They're family.
I've been using them since I had 15 employees. So now I'm over 60 employees with 50 trucks on the road. We can take care of our customers better with House Call.
When we started, we had 12 trucks. We're up to 17 now. We could have 100 trucks, and we would still use House Call Pro.
Fire on the target. Enemy battleship sunk. Enemy battleship detected. Enemy submarine spotted. Attention. Reporting the target position. Enemy heavily damaged. Enemy battleship detected. Enemy battleship foundered. I need intelligence data. Engine boost activated. detected.
Problem solved, sir. The ship is on fire.
Support the Allied target. Enemy battleship sunk.
All stations, reporting the position of a strategic target.
Requesting support.
I owe you one.
Enemy destroyer blown up.
Engine boost deactivated.
Shannon, did you know Desire to have a pair of red and black Nike shoes?
Yes.
Okay. And if I showed you a picture of them, would you be able to identify them?
Yes.
Erna, may I approach?
Yes.
And for the record, this is going to be from People's Proposed Exhibit 14, and it'll be picture 34. Do you recognize these shoes?
Yes, that's a pair of shoes that my mom bought for to the birthday.
Okay, thank you. Now, back on the 9th, you said your mom was going to file a police report in the morning.
Correct.
Okay, did you go with her to file a police report in the morning?
No, it was my older sister.
Okay. Did you do anything on the 10th as it relates to trying to find Desire?
Yes. We went out, I and some others went out to go get some pictures, made copies. We went to other stores, passed out flyers, and everything that we need to do. Now, what was asked of us to do.
Okay. And since January 9th, 2024, have you seen Desire?
No.
Have you, since January 9th, 2024, have you heard from Desire?
No.
Nothing further at this time, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Harris, I also have some questions for you. You and Mr. Butts have been, or you've known him for about 12 years?
Correct.
And fair to say that you were in a dating relationship with him for most of that time?
Correct.
But towards the end, like last year, it was more off and on, fair to say?
No, it was on and off for years.
For years, okay. But you have 5 children with him?
Correct.
And this relationship that you had with him, even towards.
If I put acupuncture near me in online maps and I'm not in the top 3 results, my customers don't know that I exist. That's where SEMrush comes in. It helped me boost my map presence almost instantly. I filled in my business information once and got listed across 70 top directories in the United States. It's easy to collect, monitor, and reply to all my online reviews in just one place, which is huge for any business. I effectively have a full marketing team with SEMrush, and that's pretty cool as a standalone person.
How to create dope t-shirt designs for a print-on-demand store. Whether you're creating t-shirt designs for clients or for yourself, it can be hard to start from just a blank canvas. And that's why tons of professional designers and I myself use Kittl. For one, there's literally thousands of templates for every popular niche that you could think of. 2, there's unlimited illustration content because for myself, it's hard to start off with nothing and it's a lot easier to start off with some inspiration. So as you can see, there's lots and lots of templates that you can choose from, especially if you're doing a t-shirt design. And let me show you exactly how easy it is to edit. So all I'm gonna do is click on this one right here. And now you're pretty much free to edit all these elements however you would like to edit it. And what's also cool is that you can create multiple artboards on just one project alone. So for example, if you have a sleeve print on your t-shirt design, we can go ahead and create another artboard in the exact dimensions that we want it to be. And we can also create, for example, if this is the back, we can make this a front left pocket print. So we can also name it back, front, left, chest, sleeve. Now all we have to do is click this right here, edit the text, and check this out. How simple it's going to change it to the exact way that it looked. Right now it's showing us what we're spelling out, but it's going to be really simple for it to change. And now we're going to do the same thing for this one right here. And there we have it. Now we can delete what we don't like and we can keep what we do like as well. It's really simple to make changes. For example, maybe I just want this to be a really simple design. I'm just going to move this down here, move this text right here. So it's a little bit more easier to read. I do like this right here. And let's go ahead and move some of these stars as well. And now that we have that, I'm going to click on this one right here. And let's say, for example, you wanted to move this text to the front. Layers is also not a problem on here. So you can even bring this to the front, or you can go ahead and move the layers around down here to whatever it is that you may like. And let's say, for example, we wanted to add this text right here to the sleeve. We can copy it, paste it, and I'm just going to drag it on over and check that out right there. Now I have this text also for my sleeve print, and I can also bring this right here. And let's say we just wanted a text of our brand for the front print. I'm going to go ahead and copy this right here, paste this again. And I'm going to go ahead and bring it on over to this artboard. And they also make it really, really easy for you to change colors just like that. So for example, if I had a white garment and maybe I wanted to see what a different color may look like, so I could simply change the colors really easily. But what's also cool about Kittl, you can also see what the mockup's going to look like right on this exact same platform. So I'm going to click on mockup right here. So I'm going to click on the artboard that I want to see on a mockup. And there we have it right there. You can see the mockup right there. So it's easy for you to post this on your store or send this to your clients. Kittl has completely changed the game when it comes to creating t-shirt designs. It's really simple and easy now. If you want to give this a shot, go ahead and click the link and you can try this for free today.
Even towards the end when it was on, it was a sexual relationship, right?
Correct.
Sometimes you go to a motel to have sex with him.
Correct. Yes.
And that motel was the Park Crest Inn?
Or the SharePoint.
There was more than one?
Multiples, yes.
Okay. But one of them was the Park Crest? Said yes?
Correct.
And it said in Harper Woods?
Correct.
On Harper?
Correct.
Do you know if Mr. Butts, or do you suspect that Mr. Butts has taken other women to those motels also?
Correct.
You do?
Mm,
I believe you said that you have, of your 5 children with him, 2 are girls
yes,
and 3 are boys.
correct.
And in January of this time, well, January 2023, you were living with your mother on Bedford, correct?
Correct.
Prior to that, were you living in Clinton Township?
Correct.
When did you leave the Clinton Township home and move to the Bedford home?
October 23.
And so there were times when you were in Clinton Township that Mr. Butts would travel out there to see the kids.
Correct.
And then when you moved to the Bedford address, he would go to the Bedford address to see the kids.
Correct.
And then the Bedford address is when Neziah was also living there, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you just testified that on January the 9th, you were living at that house? in
Correct.
Bedford, and you were there during the day?
Correct.
And so were you one of the first people that realized that Neziah did not come home when she was expected to be home?
Well, I didn't realize it until I had got a question by the other kids had asked, did I have Neziah came home yet, or have I seen her? And I said no.
Do you remember what time that was in the afternoon?
That was in the evening. My mom picked them up 6 o'clock.
That was about 3 hours later than she normally should have been home?
Correct.
Was that surprising?
Yes, it was. One, we thought that she was at the after school program, but it didn't dawn on no one until my mom came back to the house and she wasn't here, or she wasn't in the car when they had got in the car.
And so when you all realized that she wasn't at school and she wasn't at home, was that surprising?
Yes.
But you didn't go to the police that night?
No,
She ever not returned home previously?
no, this is her first time ever doing this.
Did she have friends in the neighborhood that she would go visit?
Oh, des cœurs, s'il te plaît, hein, des cœurs là. Hein. Attends, full cœur. Full cœur! Nice! Ah! Ah! Oh my god! Oh, Chuck, quasi McSween, wesh! Oh!
Yes,
And you said, are those the folks that you contacted to ask?
yes.
You were just shown a pair of red and black Nike shoes, right?
Correct.
And you identified those shoes as being Neziah's shoe. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's a shoe that looks like the shoe that Neziah is wearing, correct?
Correct. Correct.
You can't say for sure that that
Yes,
exact
sir.
shoe came from Neziah, is that fair to say?
Correct.
And I think you testified that very rarely would you ever use text now to contact Mr. Butts.
Right.
Only if your phone was turned off.
Right.
And that was not very often.
Right.
Would Neziah ever have access to your phone to use it?
Yes, like she would ask, hey, TT, can I see your phone? Sure, I wouldn't mind. Yes.
And so would she text from that phone?
Probably, yes.
Did you ever notice any text from
No,
her on your phone?
no.
Did you ever notice if she had used your Text Now app?
No, the only time when I would notice something is say if me and Jarvis would we won't be on the same page seeing eye to eye. And I will call him and he said, why you will call me? Or like, why you continue to keep calling me? And I would say, I haven't called you all day or in 2 days. Then I will go ask my kids like, hey, are y'all calling your dad? Because I haven't called him.
And until you looked in Nazia's Instagram account, did you ever notice anything on your phone that caused you to be concerned?
No.
Between Nazia and Mr. Butts?
No.
And Mr. Butts, we said would come to the house to see his kids. He would drop them off at the house sometimes. He would take them places.
Yes.
He would pick Janiyah up from there.
Like he, depending on like if he will pick up the kids, if I need him to pick up the kids from the pickup or drop off spot, for school, he will do that. Yeah.
And then take them either to Clinton Township when you live there or to the Bedford Street address.
Correct.
Okay. But most times he wouldn't even come to the house, right?
He will come to the house. He will call me first before he will come.
Would he come into the house physically or would he sit in his truck outside?
50%. He will sit in the car and wait till the kids come outside, or he will knock on the door.
Okay. Would he be in the house for any length of time?
Only if I'm inside the house.
Like he was visiting with you?
Yes.
Okay. So you never knew a time that Mr. Butts would have been alone in the house with Nazia?
No.
You can't think of a time when he had been in the house and had gone down to the basement with her?
No.
Or any other room in the house alone?
No.
Would Mr. Butts have ever been at that house if another adult, like you or your mother, weren't there?
He will, what you said.
Would Mr. Butts ever be at the house if you or your mother weren't there?
No, it will be me or another person.
The idea that anything was going on between Mr. Butts and Nazia is shocking to you, right?
Correct.
You had no idea.
No.
You never noticed anything between Nazia and Mr. Butts that made you concerned?
No.
You never saw any inappropriate behavior?
Not at all.
You didn't notice Mr. Butts paying any special attention to her?
No.
Certainly if you had noticed that, that would have caused you concern.
Yeah, it would have raised a whole bunch of red flags.
Likely you wouldn't have invited him into the house, correct?
Correct.
You found it hard to believe even that Mr. Butts would hurt Nazia.
But I won't know. I don't know what he will do if a person's back is up against the wall.
But the thought of that was hard for you, at least at one point, to believe, correct?
Correct.
Now, during the time that you and Mr. Butts were together, he's had children with other women,
Correct.
pretty consistently with other women,
Correct.
more than one woman.
Correct.
Some of those women you actually knew about, correct?
Correct.
They lived kind of even in the same neighborhood on the east side.
Correct.
But you suspect that there were women that you didn't know about?
Correct.
Even one that lived, or more than one that lived over on the west side?
Correct.
You believe he was going out there to see somebody around the end of 2023, January 2024?
Correct.
Before January the 9th, you had a conversation with Nazia about a location on Outer Drive in Belfour,
Yes.
and that was surprising to you, right?
Correct.
That's on the east side of Detroit.
Yes.
Did you end up giving her directions on how to get to that location?
Yes.
Why did you give her directions?
I was just getting out the shower and just getting myself together. She asked me, she said, hey, TT, she said, where is Belford and Honor Drive? And I told her, I said, you know exactly where Belford and Honor Drive at. I said, the driver's right where the wine basket at, and I said, you know where Balfour at. And she was like, I get Balfour and Bedford mixed up. So I said, you already know Balfour is before Bedford.
Looking for a broker that can match your drive and ambition? Don't settle for second best. Discover an elevated trading experience with Forex.com, the #1 broker in the US, and unlock the tools, platform, and data you need to realize your potential. 80+ FX pairs, superior execution, super tight spreads, professional grade charting, analysis, and real-time commentary. Competitive pricing with no nasty surprises or hidden charges. All backed by StoneX, the financial giant with a century of market excellence. Isn't it time you looked out for #1? Join Forex.com today.
So she said, okay. She said, because we are in school and we are learning about our surroundings. So I said, okay. But that was the only two things that she had asked, was where was Mata Drive and Balfour at.
Does that location have any special significance to you?
No.
Do you know anybody at that location?
No, the only thing that I'm used to, I'm familiarized with just picking up Jarvis out of Drive and Balfour. It's just on a corner.
On a corner?
Mm-hmm.
Not at an address?
Not on the address.
When was this conversation that you had about that location? Do you recall?
This was right before Naziah went missing.
Like how soon before? Weeks?
Maybe it was still in that same week she went missing.
Mr. Butts didn't have his own vehicle, fair to say?
No, he didn't.
He generally used
His female vehicles.
Did you know Mr. Butts to park at one location and maybe walk to another to kind of try to remain undetected?
Pretty much, yes.
So would it be not out of the ordinary for you to have to pick him up at a random, or what seemed to be a random location to you?
Correct.
You lived with Naziah for, you said, from about October until January the 9th.
Correct.
So you spent a lot of time around her?
Yes.
You knew her mannerisms?
Yes.
Her demeanor?
Yes.
Her moods?
Yes.
Did anything strike you as out of the ordinary about how she was acting at any point in time in December or January before she disappeared?
No, Naziah, nothing have changed her character, none of that. She was just the same old Naziah. Nothing was different.
Naziah has a brother, right?
Yes.
Is it an older brother?
Yes.
Now, he had run away in 2023, is that right?
Yes.
Objection relevant.
How was it relevant? If it's something that had bothered her or something that she was dealing with at the time, could cause a change in her demeanor.
Okay. Overruled.
So she did have a brother that ran away,
Correct.
and was that something that she struggled with?
She didn't like the fact that her brother was running away. Yes, she didn't like it.
Around the same time, around the time December, January, was her mother supposed to come visit, her biological mother?
Yes.
Did she end up coming to see Naziah?
Yes.
She did. Did Naziah seem to have some big emotions about that contact?
Yes.
Just complicated, fair to say?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about that?
All the time.
Did you notice anything? You said you didn't notice anything in a changing mood, so
No.
what about physically?
No.
I don't have anything else, thank you.
Can you redirect?
Did you go to the Park Crest Inn on January 9th, 2024? Mr.
No.
Fox?
No.
And fair to say, you knew of Mr. Butts having other female friends?
Yes,
Okay. And even some that you didn't know about?
correct.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that you don't always know, or you didn't always know what Mr. Butts was doing?
No,
You couldn't account for his whereabouts every minute of the day?
no,
Did you know him to, one of those cars that he would use, did you know him to have a white Escalade type truck?
correct, yes,
And you were asked some questions about Outer Drive and Balfour. Fair to say, from what I gathered, the only connection you have to that area is Jarvis Butts.
correct,
Okay, so he's the only one you would associate with that area.
correct.
And you knew Mr. Butts to have other children?
Correct.
Okay, and you knew him to clearly.
House Call Pro was founded in 2013, and we've been helping home service professionals thrive ever since. Our goal is to champion pros with exceptional technology that saves them time, simplifies their work, and helps them grow. We do it so they can better their businesses and serve their communities. We also do it because we just really love working with pros. It's our job to help pros manage every aspect of their businesses, from scheduling to dispatching to payments. But we also know it takes a lot to run a business, and that it's a whole lot easier with a community behind you. That's why we're always here to help our pros, and why we created the most supportive community of service professionals on the internet. We show up for our pros every single day, investing in them however they need us. We exist to empower our customers, and we get stronger with every pro that trusts us to champion them to success. We are House Call Pro.
Hello, my dear friends. In today's video, we're going to talk about how to choose cosmetic dentist and do not waste your money. My name is Dr. Dmitry Gorbatov. I'm a cosmetic dentist for 34 years, right here on South Ocean Drive, state of Florida. So how to choose a right cosmetic dentist? We do have a couple of cases when people come to us and they went to their local dentist and they asked him if they do veneers and do some cosmetic. Of course, those people agreed. And they did some work with those people and they're very unhappy with us. They already paid the money, but they don't like the veneers looks. They don't like, they smile, basically just smile and don't like it. So they come to us and said, what should we do? I said, well, definitely it could be done better. Okay. It doesn't fit you so much, so well. And we understand why you don't like it, of course. But you have the only way to it's just remake it. You have all this work have to be done, removed, and done from scratch. It's much more difficult to remake it than do it right from the beginning. So, and I said, listen, when you pick up the cosmetic dentist, what was your what you had in mind? What was the most important reason you pick up that particular dog? Well, 99% of those people said, well, he get me the best price. So it means he gave me the cheaper price than anybody else. When I said, well, this is when you with more cosmetic dentistry, doing something is like artwork, basically top of the line dentistry. I definitely wouldn't suggest what those people do. You don't go for the cheap. You're doing for the right person because this is your appearance. This is your this is the way you look. This is the way you feel every day. So I want you to understand that to become cosmetic dentist is a different field. It's like a top of the line dentist, believe it or not. So dental school give you basic knowledge, but once you go out of the dental school, in order to become cosmetic dentist, it takes years of practicing. It takes artistry of the doctor. That doctor has to be artist, and it takes a lot of continual education. It takes a lot of expense and traveling to those courses to pick up that knowledge and then train yourself to create the beautiful products of the cosmetic dentistry. So then you have to use the best materials, then you have to use the right cement, then you have to train your staff to become proper dental assistant for cosmetic dentist. Then you have to get great technicians who will create the work, who basically pick up vision of that cosmetic dentist and bring it to the reality, create that smile. Okay, so it's a lot of steps, and those steps all cost money. You have to understand that. So the cosmetic dentists, real cosmetic guys, got certain prices. So those are not cheap prices, I understand. But those people able to do something which is make you beautiful and something you like. So when you're making decisions and looking for cosmetic dentists, please take a look look at the portfolio of the dentist. Look at his cases, what he did before. Ask him for what kind of continuing education he has. All right, what kind of materials they use, what kind of lab they use. Look at the office itself, how it looks. Is it real cosmetic office or it's just something else? Okay, or look at the staff. Look at the when you got consultation with the doc or you got any procedure, how many chairs he's working with. If he's working on 3 chairs at the same time, this is definitely not cosmetic dentist, because to do cosmetic case, basically it's absolutely, you have to sit down with that person. I do cosmetic case, I close my day. I work with that person all day, whatever it takes to make it nice. I take time. Okay, so if you got 3-4 chairs with the patients and preparing your cosmetic case, it is not right. It is not cosmetic dentist, 100%. Okay, so if you are planning to to make a choice and looking for cosmetic dentist, please don't hesitate. Contact us. We're gladly to help you out to get a beautiful and nice smile. And please subscribe to our channel. And thank you very much for your attention, and have a wonderful day.
Clearly have gotten other women pregnant.
Correct.
And to your knowledge, were all those women adults?
To my knowledge, yes.
Did he, to you, ever hide getting another woman pregnant?
No.
Nothing further, Rich.
Okay, you are done testifying. Please watch your step. Excellent. Who's going to be doing the next witness?
I will.
Okay, as far as time.
It's short.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we'll do one more witness and then we'll take a break.
At this time, would you call Marilyn Lee?
We've just been listening to testimony in the beginning stages of the murder case of missing Detroit teen Naziah Harris. Her grandmother and legal guardian, she testified briefly about how Naziah knew Jarvis Butts, who was charged with her death. We'll continue our coverage of this throughout the afternoon on CBS News Detroit, so stay with us. We'll be back after the break.
Sometimes you feel like your tracks are right there, but they're just not ready to export.
This is Arcade by Output, but I call it the Instant Inspiration Generation Machine. Let me show you why.
There's a lot of ear candy and things inside of Arcade that add production value.
All you gotta do is all you gotta do.
Arcade is that last stop for my production process. It has that ear candy for vocal hooks or rhythmic textures to take my track home.
Variety and the versatility of the kits is just crazy.
You can play, edit, and manipulate any sound all within one plugin. Honestly, it's more like an instrument rather than a huge list of samples.
Now I have this beat that literally started from this guitar loop and then turned it into this. And what's so great about Arcade is that they have so many samples and stuff that just gives me an idea about where to take the beat.
This will change the way you make music. So don't wait and download Arcade free today.
Looking for a new personal auto insurance policy? Or perhaps you need commercial auto insurance for your business. Infinity Insurance Agency, Inc. can help you navigate the process for you to find the policy that meets your needs. Get in touch with our 100% Spanish bilingual team of insurance agents. They'll ask you a series of questions to learn about your insurance needs. Using your answers and our extensive experience in the insurance industry, we'll evaluate multiple offerings from over 20 different carriers that we work with to help you choose a policy that you can customize to your individual needs. To make it even easier, we accept different types of identification, driving history, and licenses. We even have a variety of discounts that you might qualify for. Help protect yourself on the road. With Infinity Insurance Agency, Inc., your trusted agency in auto insurance.
S like Sam, E, K, E, D as in David, A, T.
Okay. You may proceed. Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, could you tell the jury what you do for a living?
Yes, I am the laboratory manager of the Trace Evidence Unit.
And what is the sort of forensic science field known as trace evidence?
Trace evidence is most commonly referred to as small pieces of material that are easily transferred between two people or a person in a place or a person in an object. So a lot of times we talk about the transfer of trace materials. The common types of trace evidence would be glass, paint, or fibers. But my unit also does different types of analysis that would include footwear and tire track examinations, fire debris, and explosives examinations as well.
And how long have you been working in that field of trace evidence analysis?
I've been in the field for about 20 years.
And what sort of training and education do you have to do the type of work that you do in the field?
myself inside a warm milk road and cold. Will you swear that all the roads won't lead home? Don't you let the silhouettes lead you to the ocean floor. Caught in the storm, when you turn it around. Not every black cloud can bury me now. Caught in the storm, when you turn it around. Look in the shade, God is calling you now. If you're calling your storm, will you turn it around? Not every black cloud can bury me now. Look in the shade. Look in the shade. Look in the shade. It's calling you now.
All done, Sue?
Yep, and not just with your hair. With the help of Xero's small business accounting software, I've sorted my numbers too. So now I can take my business anywhere.
That's it.
Where to next? Wherever we want. Search Xero. We're the next.
I have a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from Michigan State University, and I have a Master of Science in Forensic Science from John Jay College of Criminal Justice, which is located in New York City. The training that I received with the Michigan State Police consisted of a year-long training program for the examination of fibers, and that involved numerous reading materials, practical tests, written tests. It culminated in competency exams, a mock case, a mock trial, and a final written exam.
And within the field of trace evidence analysis, are there subfields that are pertinent to the analysis that you did in this case?
Yes, I perform fiber examinations.
Okay, and what's the sort of basic process of performing fiber examinations? If you can explain that to the jury.
Sure. As a fiber examiner, there are different types of exams that I can perform. The most common type of exam would be comparing two different types of fibers. So that would be a question fiber and a known fiber. The term question means that I don't know where it came from. So if a fiber is deposited onto an object at a scene, we don't know what type of fabric material left that fiber behind. Whereas a known material means that I do know where those fibers came from. So that typically comes in the form of clothing from a suspect or a victim.
Okay, and in addition to that sort of comparison of known versus question fibers, is there another field of fiber analysis that you perform in connection with this case?
Yes, I can also perform fabric damage exams.
And what's a fabric damage exam?
That's where I look at a fabric material for any areas of damage, and then I can determine the type of damage that was. There's many different types of damage. So damage to a fabric material can be cut, it can be torn, there can be animal bites on it, it can be burned. So there's multiple different types. So I can categorize the type of damage, and then I can make a determination as far as what type of tool could have created that damage and perhaps the manner in which it was created.
And in terms of those two sort of subfields of trace evidence analysis that you discussed, fiber analysis and fabric damage analysis, are the methods that you use in those fields methods that are widely accepted within the scientific community?
Yes, they are.
And is the work that you do as a forensic scientist with the trace evidence analysis, is that peer reviewed?
Yes, it is. It under all of the casework that we perform undergoes what's called a technical review. So that's a review performed by somebody who does that same type of examination. And then it also undergoes an administrative review. So that can be done by any scientist in the trace evidence unit, and they look over the case for administrative reasons.
And have you ever previously testified as an expert in the field of trace evidence analysis before?
Yes, I have.
And approximately how many times have you so testified?
I've testified twice as a fiber expert and about 4 times as a hair examiner.
Your Honor, with that, I would move to have the witness qualified as an expert in the field of trace evidence analysis.
Any questions? No objection? Okay. This witness's testimony will be accepted as an expert in the field of trace evidence analysis. You may proceed with your questions about the worksheet in this case.
Thank you, Your Honor. And ma'am, in connection with an investigation into the death of Samantha Wool, did you author 2 different reports for 2 different areas of analysis that you did?
Yes, I did.
And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 105, record number 25. May I actually, sorry. Let me start with, yeah, I'll start with 105. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Is proposed exhibit 105 a copy of one of the reports that you authored in connection with this case?
Yes, it is.
And does that pertain to fabric, or rather fiber analysis?
My name is Derek Lewis. I'm the owner at Razorback Electric.
My name is Sam Jimenez. I own and operate Bayshore Plumbers.
My name's Dave Cass with Cass Plumbing Incorporated.
My name is Mario. I'm the owner of Mario's AC. I mean, we grew from about 13 to 42 employees, tripled the income.
We have over 10,000 residential customers in our customer base and a few thousand commercial customers.
When we ran into House Call, we just fell in love with it because it was something that we could afford. It was simple. The guys could use it. It worked on any system, anybody's phone. And now we've grown to, 50, 55 guys.
One of the biggest reasons we were to grow the way we were and organize has been House Call Pro.
House Call Pro's offered us the most options as far as what we're able to do. It does everything for us.
House Call has helped us out a long way. Just in the dispatching sector alone, can be more proficient and get to our customers faster. It takes away the lack of communication.
Well, for us, House Call Pro just streamlined everything in the office. So when a phone call comes in, we can get it to the guy that's going to do the job. That's what the apps help us do. And when we come together, it's a beautiful thing.
For the value that it provides, it's incredible. Our working relationship with House Call is I would almost consider like a sister company. They're awesome. They take care of us. They're family. I've been using them since I had 15 employees. So now I'm over 60 employees with 50 trucks on the road. We can take care of our customers better with House Call.
When we started, we had 12 trucks. We're up to 17 now. We could have 100 trucks, and we would still use House Call Pro.
Steingert Green and Finer.
Steingert Green and Finer won my case, and I got $300,000.
Involved in a car accident? Call Steingert Green and Finer. 1-800-561-1111.
Yes, it does.
And does that report that you're holding fairly and accurately depict your analysis and your findings in connection with this particular report?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit 105.
105 will be admitted. You may publish.
And in terms of the evidence that you received to look at for purposes of this report, can you explain to the jury what it is that you obtained?
Yes, I obtained 3 articles of clothing that were labeled to contain as coming from the victim. And I also received 1 container that had a Leatherman multi-tool, the sheath of that multi-tool, and then another additional container that had a folded Post-it note that was labeled as having contained possible hairs or fibers.
Okay, and when it comes to the the possible hairs and fibers. What did you do with those to analyze them?
So the folded Post-it note, I open it up under a special type of microscope. It's called a stereo microscope. So stereo microscope is a little bit different than the compound microscope you might have used in the science lab in high school or middle school. It has a larger working distance and a lower magnification. So it goes anywhere from 8 times magnified to 80 times magnified. But it also has a really large working distance. So that means that I can put an entire item under that microscope, and I can scan the entire item under that microscope and examine it for any possible fibers that are there. So this is what I did with the adhesive note. I opened it up and looked at the sticky portion of that adhesive note and observed possible fibers on that adhesive note.
Okay, and when you observe those fibers, did you do anything to compare them with the clothing from the victim, the fibers in that clothing?
Yes, I did. So for the first step of my analysis, I have to then remove those, like I said. So those question fibers get removed from the Post-it note. They get placed on a glass slide in an oil, and then a cover slip gets placed on top of that to secure the fibers in place. This allows me to use another type of microscope that has a higher powered magnification, and I can record a lot more detail about those fibers. So not only the color, but I can report optical properties. I can determine the possible type of fiber that fiber has and the shape or the cross-sectional shape of those fibers. So once I looked at those question fibers, I saw that I had yellow and blue and gray cotton fibers, and I also had 2 brown apparent synthetic fibers. So when I looked at the clothing next, I looked for areas that might exhibit those same colors. And so, because like I said, I found blue and yellow cotton fibers, one of the items was blue and yellow. So the zipped up hooded shirt had blue and yellow portions. So I cut out those portions of the shirt and took that to the stereo microscope, tweezed out those known fibers, also mounted them the same way that I do those question fibers. So they get mounted in an oil on a glass slide with a cover slip on top. And then I also noticed, I mentioned the brown apparent synthetic fibers. The jogging pants has a heathered appearance to it. So in that heathered appearance, there are brown apparent synthetic fibers. Those also got mounted onto the glass slides as well. So once I have my known fibers and my question fibers mounted, I can use another type of microscope called a comparison microscope. And so basically what this is, it's a microscope that has 2 different stages, but 1 set of binoculars. So when I look through the set of binoculars, I see a split screen. So although they're mounted on 2 separate slides, I can move those slides and look at them at the same time. And I look for dissimilarities between the 2. If I see dissimilarities, then my analysis can be complete and I can say they're dissimilar. In this case, when I was looking at the known fibers from the zipped up hooded shirt, I noticed that these blue and yellow fibers were apparent synthetic. So I mentioned that the question fibers were cotton fibers. So I was able to eliminate the shirt as being a possible source of those question fibers. I mentioned the brown apparent synthetic fibers. I compared those to the brown synthetic fibers from the jogging pants. And I also noted differences between those 2. So again, I eliminated the jogging pants as having been the source of those apparent brown synthetic fibers that I removed from that folded Post-it note.
Okay, and so is it, I guess, fair to say you were able to eliminate the question fibers as coming from the victim's clothing?
That's correct.
And
break free with the new Opera GX, a browser that puts you in control with a brand new design that frees up even more pixels for personalization and an inventory of features to up your game at every level. Like GX Control to help rein in your resources with integrated limiters for RAM, CPU, and network. A sidebar for direct access to your favorite side quests, streams, and posts. And built-in privacy tools like ad and tracker blockers and free no-log VPN. Check into GX Corner for the latest news, deals, and free games. But what really makes our hit different is mods, giving you the power to change everything from animated wallpapers to themes, sounds, music, and shaders, so you can change everything. Get Opera GX.
There's a moment when an idea becomes more than just a thought. When you feel it, you'll know it. It's that drive to create, to build something, to be in charge of your own destiny. At Busy, we're built for that moment, for the entrepreneurs, the side hustlers, and the rule breakers. Whether you're starting your business or you're ready to scale, Busy has every tool you need to get there. Start your business today with Busy.
When you're doing this analysis, can you just kind of walk through the general types of results? What are the sort of general types of results that are available in this type of analysis, comparing question fibers to a known source like the victim's clothing?
So further on down in this report, I don't know if you want to show it, but there's what's called an association scale. So it provides the whole range of conclusions that we can reach as a fiber comparison. So it can range anywhere from an elimination, like I just talked about, to what's called an association for typical question fiber to known fiber comparisons. An association, because clothing articles can be mass produced, my final determination, if all things being similar and I find no differences, would be that this clothing is a possible source of those question fibers. So that's the opposite end. And then there's a whole range of conclusions that can be reached between the elimination and the association.
And in terms of the sort of levels depicted on your report above an association, so level 1 being identification and level 2 being high degree of association, is it possible to achieve those levels of association in doing this sort of fiber analysis?
Not this type of fiber analysis, but a level 1 would be possible if I had what's called a fracture match exam. So if there was a large portion of material ripped from a clothing article, I could piece those back together just like you would put together pieces of a puzzle. That could be an identification. But for single question to single known fibers, a level 3 is the most common type of highest level of association.
Okay, and can you I guess read for the jury the description of that type of level 3 association?
Sure. Can I read it from here? Or do you want me
Sure.
So for the level 3 association, items are consistent in observed and measured physical properties and or chemical composition, and therefore could have originated from the same source. Because other items have been manufactured that would also be indistinguishable from the submitted evidence, an individual source cannot be determined.
And so is that type of association, again, the best type of association you can get when doing this type of fiber analysis?
That's correct.
And does that type of association give us the sort of level of association that, let's say, DNA comparison gives us?
No, it does not.
So is it fair to say that all you can say with that type of association is that the question fibers have similar characteristics compared to the known fibers?
That's true. I could say that the question fibers and the known fibers are similar to each other, and that known material is a potential source of those question fibers.
Okay, and here, when it comes to the fibers that you received associated with the Leatherman tool, you were able to exclude those fibers as being associated with the victim's clothing, correct?
I was able to exclude the clothing items as being a potential source of those question fibers.
And for purposes of fiber analysis, did you receive any other sources of questions fibers to examine?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Did you receive any other fibers to examine other than the Leatherman tool fibers?
No, I did not.
And so hypothetically, if fibers were not collected during the body fluid identification stage of a knife being analyzed, you wouldn't actually then get those fibers to analyze for trace evidence, correct?
If question fibers weren't collected, then I wouldn't be able to compare them.
Okay, and you also mentioned a second type of analysis, a fabric analysis that you did in connection with this case.
That's correct.
And holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 116, and that's record number 21. May I approach, Your Honor? You may. Is proposed exhibit 116 a copy of the report that you completed when it comes to fabric analysis in this case?
Yes, it is.
And does that fairly and accurately depict your findings on the did when it came to fabric analysis in this case?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I move to admit proposed exhibit 116.
Equals 116 is admitted.
Working around a railroad is dangerous. Railroad workers face the risks of suffering serious, life-altering injuries every day. Moreover, when exposed to toxic fumes or even invisible asbestos fibers day in, day out, workers can contract lung cancer or asbestos-induced mesothelioma. This law firm has practiced only injury law since 1985 and has earned over $100 million in jury verdicts and settlements. The 5-star Google reviews underscore the firm's strong track record of representing hundreds of railroad workers, including engineers, conductors, track maintenance, and shop workers. The firm does not accept every railroad case, but when your case is accepted, you can rest assured you get a rock-solid railroad injury lawyer fighting for you to maximize your recovery. Contact the law firm now so the attorneys can begin gathering necessary evidence immediately.
If I put acupuncture near me in online maps and I'm not in the top 3 results, my customers don't know that I exist. That's where SEMrush comes in. It helped me boost my map presence almost instantly. I filled in my business information once and got listed across 70 top directories in the United States. It's easy to collect, monitor, and reply to all my online reviews in just one place, which is huge for any business. I effectively have a full marketing team with SEMrush, and that's pretty cool as a standalone person.
And if we look at the evidence that you received for purposes of this analysis, can you explain to the jury what evidence did you receive for this analysis?
So again, I had the 3 articles of clothing that were labeled as coming from the victim. So it was a zipped up hooded shirt, a striped shirt, and then a pair of jogging pants. And then I also received 2 folding knives and 1 multi-tool.
Okay, and that multi-tool, the Leatherman, that was the same one that you received for purposes of the other report?
That's correct.
And for purposes of the first folding knife listed, where it says agency item 154, do you see that?
Yes, I do.
I'm holding what's been admitted as exhibit 87 there, Approach, Your Honor. Do you see the agency number on that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what's the description read on that particular exhibit?
It says 1 blue and silver folding knife removed from Michael Jackson pants pocket.
And on your report, you see the next folding knife down that's labeled as agency item 173.
Yes.
I'm holding what's been admitted as exhibit 118. Does that have agency number 173 on it?
Yes, it does.
And what's the description of that item?
1 Stanley folding knife from pocket of Moose Knuckles coat, placard 11.
Okay. And when you received the 2 folding knives, what condition were they in when you received them?
They had been disassembled by the previous examiner.
And when you received them, did you do anything to attempt to reassemble those knives?
Yes, I did. I took pictures of them as is, but then I also used tools in the lab to put them back together.
And were you able to successfully reassemble both of the folding knives?
For the first one, the blue and silver one, that folding knife, I was not able to get it in its complete working order as it had been originally. One of the screws was bent and the handle was broken, so that meant that the blade wasn't going to stay in the open position. So when I was performing my test cuts, that provided a limitation to performing those test cuts because it was a safety hazard to myself. The Stanley folding knife, I was able to get all of that put back together. Some of the screws didn't seem like they fit exactly into the handle, but I was able to open the blade and have the blade stay in the open position while performing test cuts.
Okay, and so when you get these items, you get the victim's clothing, you get these 3 knives. What do you do with them to analyze them for purposes of the fabric analysis here?
The first thing that I do is look at the clothing that has the possible areas of damage to it. So this is my question sample, just like we talked about the question fibers from a Post-it note. So it's important for me to always examine the question material first, make an assessment of the damage that I see, and I can make a determination as to the possible type of tool that could have created the damage. So when I looked at all 3 of the articles of clothing, I saw that there were 6 areas of defects on the back of the zipped up hooded shirt. And though there were also corresponding areas of damage from the striped shirt item, which is my item 9B. For the jogging pants itself, I noticed that one of the pockets was ripped, but not an area that looked like it was created by a sharp tool. So that I set aside. The striped shirt I also set aside, since that was said to have been inside of the zipped up hooded shirt, and focused on the outermost clothing, which would be that zipped up hooded shirt. So I looked at all of those areas of damage. To be able to look at those areas of damage under the stereo microscope that I talked about before, I had to cut out those areas of damage so that I could put the whole thing under the microscope. So I look at it visually with the naked eye and make determinations such as the size, the shape, overall shape. I also note what each end of the damage looks like. Is it sharp? Is it pointed? Does it look like it has a nick off to one side? All of these types of physical characteristics can help give me an indication as to how that damage was made and what type of tool could have been made. So then when I take it to the stereo microscope, I zoom in on the individual fiber ends and look at the ends of each fiber. Are they neat cut or do they look frayed? And those can also give me an indication as to the type of tool that was used to create the damage.
And so if we scroll down in your report to page 2, looking at the photo, what does that sort of depict?
House Call Pro was founded in 2013, and we've been helping home service professionals thrive ever since. Our goal is to champion pros with exceptional technology that saves them time, simplifies their work, and helps them grow. We do it so they can better their businesses and serve their communities. We also do it because we just really love working with pros. It's our job to help pros manage every aspect of their businesses, from scheduling to dispatching to payments. But we also know it takes a lot to run a business, and that it's a whole lot easier with a community behind you. That's why we're always here to help our pros, and why we created the most supportive community of service professionals on the internet. We show up for our pros every single day, investing in them however they need us. We exist to empower our customers, and we get stronger with every pro that trusts us to champion them to success. We are House Call Pro.
Steiner, Green, and Finer.
Steiner, Green, and Finer got me a settlement, which was completely life-changing and one of the biggest blessings I could ever wish for.
Call Steiner, Green, and Finer, 1-800-561-1111.
This depicts a photo that I took of the back of the zipped up hooded shirt.
And the little triangles that are apparent though, there, what do those reflect?
So I cut out pieces of paper to better show where the areas of damage were. So as you can see, there are 2 in the back of the hood on the left side. There are 3 on the upper left shoulder blade area, and there's 1 towards the center of the back.
Now, from putting those areas of damage under the microscope, were there any conclusions that you were able to draw as to the type of tool or instrument that caused that damage?
Yes, so when I did all of both of those examinations that I talked about with those areas of damage, I concluded that they were caused by a single-edged blade with a stab cut action.
And what do you mean by a single-edged blade?
So some blades can have a double-edged versus a single-edged. So your typical knives, cooking knives in the house, those have a single edge to them. The opposite end of the sharp portion of that blade is dulled or flattened in some way. There are some knives that have both ends are sharp, and those are called double-edged blades.
Now, based on the microscopic analysis that you performed using the microscope, were you able to, in doing that sort of analysis, are you able to see differences between fabric damage inflicted by a serrated blade versus a smooth blade?
Yes.
And what are those sort of differences that you might observe as a general matter?
For a serrated edge, I would see more pulling of the threads. There would be more fraying of the threads as well. If you can just imagine what a serrated blade looks like, there's a lot of pointed edges along that blade, and so those provide an opportunity to snag those fibers or snag the yarns as they're penetrating the fabric material.
And in terms of your microscopic analysis of the damage to the jacket, were you able to see any evidence of a serrated blade being the cause of that damage?
Not a serrated blade. I concluded that it was a single edge blade, but I also saw some areas where it looked like that indicated the blade might have been dulled, maybe had a nick in the blade, or maybe some kind of damage to it, just because I wasn't seeing neat cut threads all the way along the length of that, of all of the defects, of all 6 of them.
Okay, so would this damage be, I guess, consistent with a serrated blade or inconsistent with a serrated blade?
I would say inconsistent.
Okay. And from there, after you examined the damage to the hoodie under the microscope, what's sort of the next process or the next phase of your analysis?
The next phase was then to examine the folding knives and the multi-tool that was submitted. So I already talked about putting them back together, and then I perform what's called test cuts. So in an area of that hooded shirt away from the areas of damage, I performed my own test cuts using all 3 of those items. And then all 3 of those areas where I had my test cuts from those 3 items, I do the same as I did with the questioned areas of damage. I cut out those portions and look at them under the microscope, look at them visually as well, and make my recordings and observations of what I'm seeing.
And when you're performing test cuts, what fabric are you cutting into?
I use the same hooded shirt.
Okay, so just different areas that weren't damaged?
Correct.
Okay. When you performed, did you perform test cuts with what's been described as the blue and silver folding knife?
I did, but I have to be careful with that one. Like I said, the blade wasn't staying in the open position, so that was more of a safety hazard to myself. So I made more slower, deliberate cuts into the material.
And just want to briefly go to what's been admitted as Exhibit 113. Would this be the knife that we're discussing here?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so can you describe, I guess, what, if any, conclusions you can draw from doing test cuts with that particular knife?
So the conclusion for this knife was basically an inconclusive result. I couldn't include it and I couldn't eliminate it because I couldn't get it in the working condition that it would have been originally.
Okay, and in terms of what's been described as the Stanley folding knife, would this on Exhibit 113, page 5, be that particular knife?
Yes.
And if we go back to your reports, when it comes to doing test cuts with that knife, what, if any, conclusions were you able to draw?
With this knife, I concluded that the damage could have been caused by this blade or any other blade that had similar characteristics, including that single edge blade, maybe some dulled portions. So I couldn't eliminate it as it being a potential tool that was used to create the damage.
Okay, and just to be clear, this doesn't conclude that this is the knife that caused that damage. You can't make that sort of determination.
I can't, that is correct. I can't have an identification conclusion.
Okay, but a knife sharing characteristics with this knife could have caused the damage, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that would include a smooth blade on one side, correct?
Correct.
And how about the Leatherman multi-tool? Were you able to reach any conclusions with respect to test cuts using that tool?
Yes, so there were 4 blades within that multi-tool. There were also some tools. So the 4 blades that were inside of that multi-tool, I performed test cuts on all of those, and I eliminated this as being a possible tool that could have created the damage.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Looking for a new personal auto insurance policy? Or perhaps you need commercial auto insurance for your business. Infinity Insurance Agency, Inc. can help you navigate the process for you to find the policy that meets your needs. Get in touch with our 100% Spanish bilingual team of insurance agents. They'll ask you a series of questions to learn about your insurance needs. Using your answers and our extensive experience in the insurance industry, we'll evaluate multiple offerings from over 20 different carriers that we work with to help you choose a policy that you can customize to your individual needs. To make it even easier, we accept different types of identification, driving history, and licenses. We even have a variety of discounts that you might qualify for. Help protect yourself on the road. With Infinity Insurance Agency, Inc., your trusted agency in auto insurance.
Hey there, no need to adjust your TV, or more likely your phone. You're watching a recycled commercial. See, at Mint Mobile, we're always looking for innovative ways to save our money so we can save you money. So instead of paying for a new commercial, we're reusing this old one. And that means we can afford to keep offering you premium wireless for just $15 a month. We only made one change. You probably didn't even notice.
Good morning.
Morning.
You go to Exhibit 115. You stated that we were able to exclude the fibers that were located on the Leatherman's multi-tool from being associated with any fibers from the victim's clothing, correct?
That's correct.
And you were not provided any other fibers that may have been collected from any other knife to compare?
That's correct.
Were you aware, if you were aware, were there that of other knives that were recovered as part of this investigation that contained potential fibers?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Were you aware that other knives were recovered as part of this investigation that contained possible fibers or hairs?
There were no other knives or question fibers submitted to me for examination.
Okay. So if they're not submitted, you wouldn't know what else was collected. That be fair?
Yes, that's fair.
Now, in regards to Exhibit 116, you were provided 3 knives to do an analysis on, correct?
That's correct.
Were you ever provided, if I can see, my question. number 30, slide number 12. And I believe this is exhibit number 31. Were you ever provided this knife to perform an analysis on?
That says Buck. I had a Stanley folding knife,
Okay.
so that looks different than the Stanley folding
Now,
knife.
if you examine this, just by the picture, I'm not asking you to do a full analysis on it, of course. But does this particular knife have what you would categorize as a single edge blade?
I can't perform an exam just by looking at a picture, unfortunately. I'd need to be able to see the whole thing. It's kind of hard to tell, so I wouldn't want to say one way or another.
Even if we zoom in a little bit, we'll be able to make a determination.
I can't perform an exam on the stand, so
Okay,
I prefer
okay,
to
fair
have
enough.
something like that in the lab.
Fair enough. And you also indicated in your report number 21 that item 47, which was this Stanley folding knife. You indicated that the condition of these knives, which is including 47, provided a potential limitation to the test cuts created, correct?
Well, as I mentioned, this knife had been disassembled before I received it. I was able to put it back together. I was able to perform test cuts with it, but it is impossible for me to know if it was in the exact working condition that it was before it was disassembled. All I can say is that it was in working condition and I was able to perform test cuts versus that other folding knife that I was saying I couldn't have that blade stay in the open position and perform absolute test cuts with that one.
Okay. And in your report, you indicated that there could be a potential limitation, correct?
That's correct.
I can go to slide exhibit number 10. Slide number 88. Were you ever asked to do any analysis as far as any cut analysis with this particular knife?
That was not submitted to me.
And we go to exhibit 113.
The other one was 10, you said?
Yes, the last one was exhibit number 10, slide number 88. And if we go to exhibit number 113, slide number 1. Were you asked to do any type of analysis for this particular knife?
No, I was not. That was not submitted to me.
Now, you indicated there were 6 areas of what you classified as defect on the back of the jacket. From your opinion, would that indicate that, especially in relation to the hood, from your experience, would that indicate that possibly the person was wearing their hood when 2 of those particular...
Honey, but the gains are pumping.
Dad, is mommy a finance bro?
She switched careers to make money for your weddings.
Ooh, the Asian market is blowing up. Hey, who wants shots, huh?
Shots?
Of milk.
The right money moves aren't as aggressive as you think.
Want your business to be unmissable in your neighborhood? Use SEMrush Local to get listed everywhere people search. Turn those searches into customers and let AI take the heavy lifting out of your marketing. All from one place. Be the business they choose. Be unmissable with SEMrush Local. Start now.
defects entered to that material?
That's beyond the scope of my analysis to say how it was being worn on the person.
Okay, but you did indicate that there was at least 2 defects in the hood area of that material, correct?
That's correct.
Now, do you know if there is such a, I guess, science, for lack of a better word, where an individual will be able to get a suspected knife and compare it with potential stab wounds on the victim to determine whether or not that particular weapon could have caused those particular wounds on the victim?
That would not be part of my type of examination.
Okay. And are you aware if that type of examination even exists?
I cannot recall. I think that a medical examiner might be able to perform an exam like that, but I couldn't say for certain what a medical examiner does.
Okay. And you also did analysis on some pants, correct, from the victim?
Well, I observed damage to the pants.
Okay, but you stated that from your observation, you didn't believe that that particular damage was been caused by any type of stabbing, correct?
That's correct. It looked more like it was torn.
Like it was torn?
Correct.
Now, as far as, I guess, your experience, when you stated that the knife could, or another single-edged blade with similar characteristics could have caused the severages observed in item 9A. I guess what level of association would that be as far as your analysis?
I guess it would be most similar to that level 3, but we don't really use the level of association with these fabric damage exams. So the question that we're trying to answer is, could this tool have been used to create the damage or not? Can I eliminate it as having created that damage or not? So those are the questions that we're answering, not necessarily providing a level of association.
In item 47, is that, from your experience, a typical type of knife that you might find in the world, or an atypical knife?
I actually don't know how to answer that question. I mean, can you rephrase it? Maybe there's
Is it a normal type of knife, like a normal type of folding knife that you may find maybe possibly at a gas station, or it's just in a plethora of different areas?
I know just from being a person in the world that there are a lot of knives out there. There's a lot of folding knives, there's a lot of different kinds of knives, but I'm not an expert in knives, and so I don't know how many and where you can get these.
Okay. But when you examined this particular knife, it wasn't such an uncommon knife that you never seen a knife with similar characteristics. That be fair?
That would be fair. I've seen folding knives before with single edge blades.
Okay. Based upon your experience, is a folding knife with a single edge blade, is that common that you would come across in your analysis?
Again, I can't really speak to the commonality of the type of knife. I have been submitted single edge blades before. I've been submitted folding knives before.
So if I were to, I guess, show you item 47 side by side with exhibit 31, would you be in a position to say whether or not they had similar characteristics, or you would have to have the knife?
I would have to have the knife. I can't do an examination on the stand. I want to look at both of them with just visually, and then put them under the stereo microscope and observe characteristics as well.
Okay, so you're not in a position to say whether or not these knives have similar characteristics from your vantage point of being on the stand, correct?
Correct. I would not want to perform an exam while on the stand.
Now, your inability to, I guess, secure the screws in item 47 as to the position they were originally in prior to disassemble, to what level would you, I guess, estimate would affect your ability to do a proper test cut analysis?
So just like that blue and silver folding knife, if I hadn't been able to get the blade to stay in the open position and close it and get it to in some working order, then I would say that I wouldn't be able to, that would provide a limitation to that exam. For the Stanley folding knife, I was able to put it back together in a way that allowed me to keep the blade in the open position and open and close it repeatedly and then perform those test cuts.
Okay. Was the blade, was it loose a little bit when you, I guess, were able to put the screws in it?
It did not feel loose.
You indicated that one of the screws in the handle didn't fit securely?
I'm sorry, do you mean the Stanley folding?
Item 47.
For the Stanley folding knife, there was one of the screws that didn't seem like it went all the way through, but I didn't know what it looked like beforehand. All I knew was, like I said, that I was able to put it back together, to keep the blade in the open position, and to open and close it repeatedly. So it seemed like it was in working order.
Now, when you, I guess, simulated or performed these test cuts, did you have any type of hard surface that was behind the jacket that would, I guess, somewhat simulate a body?
I was using styrofoam behind the garment, which is a suitable type of substance to use when performing test cuts.
Is it styrofoam that is a suitable type of substance?
Correct, yes.
How does styrofoam compare, I guess, as far as its rigidness or hardness compared to a human skull?
Well, it's recommended as a type of substrate that we can use when performing these. So I would say there are some similarities there. Obviously, it's not going to be the exact same as skin or tissue.
Do you ever use like gel, ballistic gel or anything like that?
We don't have that available in the lab right now.
Have you ever used ballistics gel in any type of test cuts?
I have not used ballistics gel.
Is ballistics gel, as far as you know, in the industry, is that a common practice or is it only styrofoam?
It can be used. I've read journal articles where they talk about ballistic soaps and ballistic gel.
Okay. And in those articles, is there a comparison between ballistics gel or ballistic soaps compared to styrofoam?
No, I haven't seen an article like that.
And I guess you never did an independent test yourself to see what the differences are. Between styrofoam and ballistic gel.
No, I have not.
What is the width, I guess, of the styrofoam that you use?
I actually don't recall. I didn't take note of that in my notes.
Okay. Do you know how far you entered the knife into that styrofoam?
I took the test cuts at different levels of penetration into the styrofoam. So I made short, quick stab actions. And then when at least as far as I could go, most of the time it was halfway through, the blade was halfway through that. So I used varying levels of penetration into that styrofoam.
Were you provided a copy of the autopsy report prior to performing your analysis?
No, I was not.
If the autopsy report would have contained the depth of the cuts or the incisions on the body, could that have helped you in your analysis when you perform the test cuts to know how, maybe approximately how far you would go into that styrofoam?
Well, I try to keep myself from having too much information that I don't need when performing my exams. So I don't want to bias myself in any way. So when I am performing these test cuts, All I can do is try to perform test cuts in varying angles of the blade as it penetrates the substrate and different levels of penetration and how far that blade will go through. So I just try to make sure that the test cuts that I'm creating show a range of variety and characteristics of how that blade would create damage into a material.
Okay, were you ever able to come to any conclusion or I guess estimation of where maybe a person would have been standing in relation to the victim to perform these cuts?
No, I don't. I'm sorry, can you rephrase it? Do you mean?
Were you able to ever come to any conclusion of where an attacker might have been in relation to the victim in order to perform these cuts?
No, that's not part of the scope of my analysis.
Break free with the new Opera GX, the browser that puts you in control with a brand new design that frees up even more pixels for personalization and an inventory of features to up your game at every level. Like GX Control to help rein in your resources with integrated limiters for RAM, CPU, and network. A sidebar for direct access to your favorite side quests, streams, and posts. And built-in privacy tools like ad and tracker blockers and free no-log VPN. Check into GX Corner for the latest news, deals, and free games. But what really makes our hit different is mods, giving you the power to change everything from animated wallpapers to themes, sounds, music, and shaders, so you can change everything. Get Opera GX.
Cozy up with a Colonial Williamsburg experience. Chat fireside with our expert craftspeople. Dine by candlelight at a historic tavern. And complete your trip with a stay at an official Colonial Williamsburg hotel. Learn more at colonialwilliamsburg.org/winter.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ready to wrap? Questions from the jury? I don't see anything. You may sit down. Give the sentence back. You next witness.
This time the people called Tiara White.
Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you for
your mouth, please. Could you please state your name and spell for the record?
My name is Tiara White, TiaraWhite.
Okay, Ms. White, I'm just gonna ask you to keep your voice up a little louder because everyone has to be able to hear you. Keep the mic a little closer to your mouth. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. White, do you know somebody by the name of Michael Jackson Bolanos?
I do.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you just point to him and describe where he's sitting for the record?
In the middle of the table.
Your Honor, if the record could reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
So noted.
And ma'am, have you been in a romantic relationship with the defendant for some period of time?
I have.
And when did that relationship start?
Early September?
2023?
Yes.
Okay. And there's there was some video that has been shown and some photos of 454 West Alexandria Street. Did you live there back in October of 2023?
I did.
And did the defendant stay with you from time to time?
Yes.
And looking behind you at the screen, what's been displayed here is Exhibit 89, page 56 for the record. Are you familiar with that jacket?
Yes.
And is that the defendant's jacket?
Yes.
So if I'm gonna object to please ask all the questions.
Judge, under 611D, I believe I'm allowed to read this particular witness.
Objection overruled.
And ma'am, so just to be clear, that's the defendant's jacket, correct?
Correct.
And at some point after the date of October 21st of 2023, did you wash that jacket?
I did.
Okay. And do you remember when that was that you washed it?
Not exactly, no.
Okay. But it would have been obviously before the police came to your apartment on November 30th.
Yes, I believe it had been about a month or so time in
Okay.
between.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Good morning.
Morning.
Ms. White, you indicated that you have been in a relationship with Mr. Jackson Bolanos, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated for the record that you indeed washed this jacket, correct?
Yes.
Did Mr. Jackson Bolanos ask you to wash this jacket?
No.
What was the reason that you ended up washing this jacket?
Out of habit, we live together, so I do the laundry.
Do you regularly do Mr. Jackson Bolanos' laundry?
Yes.
Has he ever asked you previously to do his laundry?
No.
Now, let's talk about the date that you did this laundry. Where was this jacket when you went to go do this laundry?
In the laundry basket.
And did you have an opportunity to look at this jacket before you put it in the laundry?
Not as far as analyzing, no.
Did you see it though?
Yes.
Okay, when you saw it, did you see anything shocking about this jacket?
No, not to the naked eye.
Did you see blood on this jacket?
Not at all.
Did you see blood on any of the clothing that was inside of that hamper?
Not at all.
And you indicated that you don't recall when you washed this, correct?
Yes.
But that you are in the habit of consistently washing the clothes in the house, right?
Absolutely.
Let's also briefly talk about the night in question, the 20th/21st. Isn't it true that you and Mr. Jackson Bolanos have always shared location with one another?
Correct.
That location has never been turned off since you guys have been in a relationship with one another, correct? No. So any point in time, you're able to see exactly where he is.
Yes.
And he is able to see exactly where you are.
Yes.
House Call Pro was founded in 2013, and we've been helping home service professionals thrive ever since. Our goal is to champion pros with exceptional technology that saves them time, simplifies their work, and helps them grow. We do it so they can better their businesses and serve their communities. We also do it because we just really love working with pros. It's our job to help pros manage every aspect of their businesses, from scheduling to dispatching to payments. But we also know it takes a lot to run a business, and that it's a whole lot easier with a community behind you. That's why we're always here to help our pros, and why we created the most supportive community of service professionals on the internet. We show up for our pros every single day, investing in them however they need us. We exist to empower our customers, and we get stronger with every pro that trusts us to champion them to success. We are House Call Pro.
Steinger, Green, and Finer.
Steinger, Green, and Finer won my case, and I got $300,000.
Involved in a car accident? Call Steinger, Green, and Finer. 1-800-561-1111.
Now, isn't it it true that Mr. Jackson Bolanos has previously told you?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Is it your understanding that Mr. Jackson Bolanos has not wanted you to do his laundry before?
No.
Okay. Is it your understanding that he has? Is it your understanding that he has in fact washed his own clothes previously?
In life?
Yes.
Yes.
So you did this just because you chose to do this?
Absolutely.
So no part of him that requested this of you?
No.
Now, on the night in question, or I guess the morning in question, at 5 a.m. on the 21st, when Mr. Jackson Bolanos came home, did he appear to you to be covered in blood?
Not at all.
Did he appear to you to look as if he had just gotten into some argument with someone or anything? Did anything appear different about him?
Not at all.
If there had been something such as this, do you think that you would have had an inclination of it?
Yes.
Okay. When he came home that night or any time after that night, did you notice any scars on him?
No.
Any scratches on him?
No.
Any wounds on him?
No.
Nothing that appeared as if he had been in any sort of fight?
No.
No further questions, thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor, thank you.
Questions from the jury? Okay, thank you, Henry. Step down. Next witness?
Your Honor, this time the people called Detective Patrick Lane.
Patrick Lane, Patrick Lane.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you tell the jury what you do for a living?
I'm a detective with the Detroit Police Department Homicide Section.
And how long have you been a homicide detective?
Going on 10 years.
And what's your current role as a homicide detective with the Detroit Police Department?
I work in a homicide task force as a detective.
And as part of that role, did you play a part in the investigation into the death of Samantha Wool?
Yes.
And in connection with your role in the investigation, did you have an opportunity to take a statement from somebody on November 30th of 2023?
Yes.
And the individual that you took a statement from on that day, November 30th, 2023, you see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
And could you point to him for the record and describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a purple suit.
Your Honor, if the record could reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
So voted for the record.
And where was this particular statement taken?
At our homicide, at headquarters in our homicide floor.
Okay, and is that in the city of Detroit and in Wayne County?
Yes.
And when that statement was taken, was there anybody present other than yourself and the defendant?
It was just he and I for the first hour. Sergeant Ford joined in after that.
That's Sergeant C. Ford?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you know how long the defendant had been in custody at the time that you spoke with him?
I don't, maybe 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay. And to get him to make a statement, did you make any sort of threats to him to get him to talk to you?
No.
Did you use any sort of force on him to get him to talk to you?
No.
Did you use any sort of coercion on him to get him to talk to you?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe when talking to him that he had been deprived of adequate food, sleep, or medication or anything like that?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe that he was intoxicated or under the influence of anything at the time that you spoke with him?
Not that I can tell.
And in your experience, do you have some experience looking for signs of whether somebody is intoxicated or under the influence of something?
Some.
And nothing stuck out at you?
Correct.
This? Okay. Before you took a statement from him, did you advise him of anything?
His constitutional rights.
And was that advice of rights documented in any way?
It is.
I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 106. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Is this a copy of an advice of rights form?
It is.
And is that what's commonly known as Miranda rights?
It is.
And when you advised the defendant of his Miranda rights, did he indicate whether or not he understood those rights?
He did.
And did he agree to waive those rights and speak with you?
By way of his signature, yes.
Okay, and his signature is on that form that you're holding that's marked as proposed exhibit 106?
Yes.
And were you there when he signed that form?
I was, yes.
And does that form appear to be a fair and accurate copy of the original that was executed in your presence back on November 30th, 2000?
It is.
Your Honor, I do to admit proposed exhibit 106.
Okay. People's 106 is admitted.
And for purposes of this statement, was this statement recorded in any way?
By audio and video.
Looking for a new personal auto insurance policy? Or perhaps you need commercial auto insurance for your business. Infinity Insurance Agency, Inc. can help you navigate the process for you to find the policy that meets your needs. Get in touch with our 100% Spanish bilingual team of insurance agents. They'll ask you a series of questions to learn about your insurance needs. Using your answers and our extensive experience in the insurance industry, we'll evaluate multiple offerings from over 20 different carriers that we work with to help you choose a policy that you can customize to your individual needs. To make it even easier, we accept different types of identification, driving history, and licenses. We even have a variety of discounts that you might qualify for. Help protect yourself on the road with Infinity Insurance Agency, Inc., your trusted agency in auto insurance.
As a marketing consultant, there's no better way to stay connected with your clients and leads than with HoneyBook. So for real, with HoneyBook, investing in client relationships is so simple.
You know how it goes as a busy business owner. You're doing a million things every day, and sometimes the simplest tasks can slip through the cracks. That's why HoneyBook is a gift from the universe.
It has tools for lead capture, nurture, and booking, so you can create client chemistry from hey to pay.
Let HoneyBook help you stay organized and connected so you can close with confidence. Get started for free.
And just pulling up exhibit 106 really quick. Do you see where my cursor is? Can you just read this sort of paragraph?
I understand these are my rights under the law. I have not been threatened or promised anything, and I now desire and agree to answer any questions put to me or make a statement.
Okay, and whose signature or whose handwriting is right here?
That's mine.
And how about next to it to the right?
That's the defendant's.
Okay. Your Honor, I would pass for any voir dire's to voluntariness at this time if there is any.
You would, see,
Thank you, Your Honor. And you mentioned that the statement was recorded, is that correct?
Yes.
And that recording has audio and video?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review that recording in preparation for testifying today?
I did.
And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 107. It's a disc. Is it your understanding that that recording is contained on this disc?
Yes.
And other than audio redactions for certain content that isn't admissible in court, would it be fair to say this is a fair and accurate recording of the statement that you took from the defendant back on November 30th, 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit exhibit 107.
People's 107 is admitted, you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, before we start this, I want to ask, at the time of this statement, was there any DNA evidence that came back in connection with the defendant on this case?
No.
And did you have a certain approach or strategy going into this particular interrogation?
I did.
And what was that approach?
Well, we knew that there was a question of stolen glasses that were pawned by Michael Jackson Bolanos. So I started with that line of questioning to see if he had any knowledge of that. There was also break-ins in cars going on in that area, which was documented by video and corroborated with phone records from him.
Okay, and what was the purpose, I guess, of starting with those less serious issues than going straight into asking him about Samantha Wool?
Just to warm up, getting a banter with him.
Okay, now during the course of an interrogation, do you always share with a subject of an interrogation all of the information that you have on that person?
Not right away.
And what's the purpose of that?
Again, just to see where his mindset's at, the truthfulness of his answers, seeing if he'll admit to anything we might present to him.
And during the course of interrogations, do you sometimes use deception on your interrogation suspect?
Yes.
And what would be sort of an example of that?
I mean, the case in point here is that I believe he believed he was being arrested for those question about stolen sunglasses or stolen glasses. That would be one form of deception.
Do you sometimes tell interrogation subjects that you have more evidence on them than you actually have?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of doing something like that?
To keep that dialogue open, just to see if he'll give us any more information.
And the use of deception on the subject of an interrogation, is that a common form of interrogation method that's accepted in the police community?
Yes.
And did you use some of that tactic here in terms of your interrogation of the defendant?
I didn't so much as Sergeant Ford did, but because I was presenting photographs, asking questions about where his whereabouts were that night. So those were known things to me. They weren't really deception.
Okay. And I want to start publishing Exhibit 107.
Okay.
Skipping ahead to 32 minutes and 30 seconds into the video. And again, these two people that we're seeing in the video at this point, who are these people?
That's myself and the defendant.
Okay. Your Honor, you mind if I take a seat with this? Thanks.
why they brought you here, right?
Yeah, man, I got pulled over. I was leaving my girl's apartment, changing my ring camera, and the troopers was waiting at the corner. I guess I was already turning in, going to the store, but they pulled me over, said my name was clear, but then somebody called me, was like,
Oh, des cœurs, s'il te plaît, hein, des cœurs, là. Hein. Attends, full cœur. Full cœur! Nice! Ah! Ah! Oh my God! Oh, Chuck, c'est McSween, wesh! Oh!
I gotta speak to some detectives about some property, so I'm here today to answer the question.
Appreciate you. Can I even need the last name?
Jackson Bolano.
What is your current address?
That's stated on
This here? That's 19371.
my current address was really like homeless for.
Homeless? Yeah. Why is that?
Well, it's not by choice, but just like bad luck and turns type.
What is your phone number?
248-906-5529.
906.
5529.
Okay. Do you have other numbers?
No, sir.
All right.
They say it was like some property, like I'm being arrested or something.
Well, I mean, you are in custody. We'll see how this goes to figure out whether you'll stay in custody.
Okay. Supposed to be at work at 2.
Where do you work?
At Fresh Roots, 97 West Warren.
97.
Right there by the potato place. Across from Wayne State.
By Wayne State.
I'm a manager.
Okay. I'm sorry, you say you started what time?
I started at 2, but 2:45. I was supposed to take my girl to Zuzu for a job interview.
What is that?
Restaurant downtown. Restaurant.
Zuzu?
Yeah, Zuzu.
You said it's a restaurant? What kind of restaurant?
High end, I believe.
Okay. So this is a divisive rights form. All right, I need to, you go to school, high school?
Yes, sir.
You know how to read, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Read this first line for me, initial there, if you understand what that means.
So if I'm reading my anger rights out loud.
Yes.
So I'm being arrested.
No, I said you are in custody.
Okay.
Yeah. You did hear it out loud though. Right. I need to hear it out loud. Yeah.
I have the right to remain silent. I do not have any answer, any questions put to me or make any statements.
Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, of course. Like an initial there, did you understand that?
That stopped at 36 minutes and 2 seconds. Is he initialing the advice of rights form at this time?
Yes, he is.
And what hand is he using to initial it?
His right hand.
Any statement I make or anything could be used against me in a court of law. Correct. I have the right to an attorney later present before the hearing, so I want to answer any questions, make a statement. Just do that. If I cannot afford an attorney, will be for me. I can decide at any time to accept or refuse any questions.
So those last two lines, was read that out loud?
But I have, I understand that these are under the law, I have not threatened, I promise anything, I'm not desired.
Yeah, so the signature signifies that you understand your rights. Okay.
So they told me you were talking about, something about a pawn shop, right?
Yeah, they said something about a pawn shop. I don't steal, I don't hit no licks, I didn't rob anybody, I don't know nothing.
So,
I didn't rob no pawn shops, I don't know nothing about no pawn shop.
have you been to a pawn shop?
I have been to a pawn shop. I saw a pair of glasses that I found.
A pair of glasses you found?
Yeah, I found a pair of glasses, so like when I was walking downtown and like I was leaving the mix, it's Brick Town and shit.
Next, I know the next, yeah.
And the dude had lost his glasses, and I just grabbed him, just like you feel, like off the floor between the back door and just.
Oh, inside the mix?
No, not inside the mix. It was outside. Like he was standing outside, but on the outside part, and then like where you go in through the back. So the outside part is in the back. He was right here. He dropped his glasses. He had dreads. He got the tripping out. Like, oh man, I lost my glasses. I lost my glasses. I'm just watching, on looking. So I got the glasses. I didn't take them. I didn't strong arm. I didn't do nothing to nobody.
Mm-hmm.
So. Yeah.
But you didn't get it back?
No, I didn't give them back. I didn't give them back. I mean, dropped them like, I didn't think I'm homeless.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, so, nothing, about nothing. I know I've been to the one on 8 Mile, and I don't remember the time or the date, but I know that was when I took them glasses and saw them there, like nothing. I didn't do commit no crimes to get them or nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
At Novo Nordisk, we know that your true greatness comes from within. And when you live with a chronic condition, it's that much more difficult, but that much more important to look inward, embrace that greatness, and not let your condition define you.
Meet Alex. This guy's got the chops with the guitar and a passion for teaching. But he's tired of the same old grind, teaching one-on-one, struggling to reach more students. Alex wants to share his talent with the world and make some real money doing so in the process. With content monetization tools from GetResponse, Alex is about to turn his musical passion into a full-blown online business. And here's how. Step 1, create. With our platform, Alex can craft his own guitar masterclass using our AI-assisted course builder or build it himself from scratch. He decides to mix it up, using the AI to structure his lessons while adding the personal touch to every module. There are multiple formats he can go for, like PDFs, videos, text, audio, but he decides to stick with video. And it makes sense, right? It's kind of hard to show off guitar skills via PDF. Uploading the lessons, some final touches, throwing in a quiz at the end so students can test their knowledge, adding a personalized certificate, and done. It's looking good, bro.
Thanks, man.
And just like that, Alex has set up his whole course in just a few clicks. Pretty easy, right? Step 2, market. Now that the course is ready, it's time to get the word out.
Let's do it.
Alex starts by adding the course to his website. Thanks to our drag and drop website builder, it's pretty straightforward. No coding degree required. And if you use WordPress, we've got you covered. But hey, that's just the beginning. Next, he kicks off his email campaign using GetResponse tools to reach his existing students. He also takes the news to social media, Instagram, Facebook, and oh yeah, can't forget TikTok. Okay, maybe that's enough. To get people really excited, he decides to host a live webinar. It's a chance for potential students to see him in action, ask questions, and get a taste of his teaching style, while he gets to create a connection with his audience from the very beginning. And just like that, Alex's course is buzzing with interest, leading people directly to his dedicated profile with all of his content. Step 3, monetize. And here comes the best part, making money. Because we make selling easy, his subscribers can purchase the course through PayPal or Stripe with a one-time payment or monthly subscription. And the best part, 0% transaction fees from GetResponse. That's right, every penny Alex earns goes straight into his pocket. And just like that, the students start signing up, the cash starts rolling in, and Alex can just sit there and relax. But Alex isn't done yet. He's on a roll and decides to start a paid newsletter as well. So he decides to make it about breaking down one newly released song every week and showing how to play it. His library of newsletters are visible on his profile for people to purchase anytime. And just like that, this guy went from making one source of income into two. And let me remind you, on just one platform. Now, Alex is not just a local guitar teacher, he's an online music mentor with a global audience. I mean, look at those gold medals. So, whether you're a musician like Alex, a fitness instructor, a marketer, or an expert in any field, GetResponse has your back. It's time to stop juggling all of those tools and start building your business with one platform. I'm going to say it one more time. Create, market, and monetize your knowledge with GetResponse. Turn your passion into profit. So sign up today for your 30-day free trial.
Okay. Well, so, I mean, that's kind of like a gray area, right? What do you mean? You saw who dropped them. You could have just handed them back to him, but instead you.
Well, I mean, I seen the guy tripping with dreads, you feel me? So when I went to go get the glasses, I just see a guy, oh, I lost my glasses. I'm not sure to say that I physically seen him drop them, but you feel me? This guy was tripping out like, I lost my glasses, asking everybody in the club, hey, you see my glasses? You see my glasses?
All right.
That's the only time I've been to a pawn shop was on 8 Mile, and I could take you up there, you could take me up there.
Well, that's what's got us, talking to you.
All right.
Okay. So, this person may report that his glasses were stolen, okay?
I understand.
And with the pawn shops, there's a program that you can research, the glasses have serial numbers, some glasses have serial numbers, right? So they were put in the system and stolen and followed it back to where you had sold them.
Yeah.
Right. So that's how we're talking about that today.
Okay.
All right. Your phone, where is it at? Is it in your car?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Why, what's happening with my phone? I need my phone for it.
Part of our investigations is that we often go through phones to see if there's anything to corroborate what we already know. All right. Any text messages, any photos of any items that might have been taken.
Oh no, I don't have nothing. I'm telling you right now, I took a pair of glasses to this pawn shop and sold them. They only gave me like $300. I could pay whatever the glasses are. Like I could give them $400.
Right.
I didn't commit no crime in getting them. I didn't take them strong arm. I didn't rob nobody.
I hear you.
I didn't threaten nobody. I didn't do nothing.
What kind of phone do you have?
I have an iPhone.
What color?
It's got a black case on it.
You don't know what color it is?
No, I think it's pink or red.
Okay. And that's that 248 number?
Yes, sir.
Is there a code on it?
No, it's facial recognition, but
usually there's a code for a backup, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I got a code, but I can't.
Business taxes was always so all-consuming. Now business taxes is having a TurboTax small business expert who handles your taxes for you with year-round advice and answers at no extra cost. So you have more time and money for your business. Now this is taxes. Intuit TurboTax.
I can't remember right now because I'm kind of nervous because I don't know what's going on. Like, I didn't do nothing. Like, I'm telling you.
Okay, well, that's what we're here to talk about. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, okay?
Yes, sir. But it's not on my property, so I don't want to give you permission from my
It's
phone.
gonna miss out on your property,
Meaning it's in my car,
right?
right? It wasn't on my person.
So you're saying that's not your phone?
No, that's my phone, but I'm saying it wasn't on my person, so how can I give you permission to go through my phone that it wasn't on me?
Please get your phone.
Right, but how can I give you, I'm telling
It's
you.
your property, right?
Right, it's my property, but I'm telling you everything, like, I'm telling you everything, like, I've been to this pawn shop, I saw the pair of glasses, and I found that the guy lost at the club, and that was it.
Okay.
I don't know nothing else, like, I'm not involved in nothing, I don't rob, I don't steal, I work, I'm a manager at Fresh Fruits. Look, I was supposed to be at work today at 2:00, I was on my way to work. I don't commit no crime. I'm sorry for this mishap, if this guy or the victim or something or whatever, I could pay him or something, or like, please, like, I'm not trying to go to jail, I don't do nothing.
We have been getting so many cars broken into downtown, okay? And, that's why you're here today. We want to talk to you about that, all right? One thing leads to another, as far as me looking at you, okay? Because of that, I started looking at you for other meetings.
Okay.
All right, I understand what you're saying about that, I get that, they can have that.
I don't do B&Es, like, I haven't committed nothing with no, like, I haven't done nothing.
These breaks in the audio, those are audio redactions, is that correct?
Yes.
I've been working, I have not committed no crimes, I'm literally homeless, I sleep in my car.
Okay.
I sleep in my car.
So who stays on the boulevard, or not the boulevard,
Mac,
the apartment building?
what apartment building?
What street is that? Papa Woodward.
Alexandria?
Alexandria, yes.
My girl, that's my girl, like, that's my new girl, she's a server, and stuff like that, like, I'm not on no bullshit with nobody.
Mm-hmm.
She stays there, you get me, and I sleep there from time to time because I work at Fresh Fruits, it's right up the street. I'm just trying to stay down on Tierra White. Yes, sir. I'm just trying to stack on it, man. I go to work from her house and that's it. Like, I don't do nothing.
Can't stay with her?
I do stay with her when like at night times and stuff like that. But the way like the leasing for all apartments, you know, they want to know who's staying with who. So I try to be like, so she doesn't get in any trouble. I come at night or I probably stay in the just keep our girls to her gate. I sleep in my car too, like, man, I'm not like thinking up to nothing. I swear. I don't commit no crimes. I just want to work. I'm a manager. I just got, you can ask my boss, the team Ezekiel. Like, I don't do nothing, bro. I literally am on the right track, sir.
Okay. So, as I said, you were on our radar, right?
Okay.
So we've had you followed for a while.
Okay.
And we can track you with cameras everywhere.
Okay.
Right? And we've seen you trying yours on other cars that on a particular night.
You seen me?
Yes.
Me physically. Do I have any pictures? Please. That's not me.
That's not you?
No, sir.
Sure about that?
Sure about that. What is that?
Same phone.
What is this?
So I'm gonna ask you. The apartment on Alexandria, right?
Yeah, that's me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we were able to follow you from your apartment all over downtown.
All over downtown?
Yes, downtown.
But I was not in hours. I'm really like homeless. I walk around.
What I do? Suck the head.
There you go. Oh, Colt 45, 2 zigzags. Baby, that's all we need.
When you go to the bar after dark, smoke that crawfish head.
Nice. Welcome back to New Heights, ladies and gentlemen. A Wondery show produced by Wave Sports and Entertainment and brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings. Go!
Way back in the Buffalo Wild Wings.
Order wings for takeout and delivery today over at Buffalo Wild Wings. Go, ladies and gentlemen.
Hell yeah.
We're in New Orleans, Louisiana, if you couldn't tell. Jason, fresh off of, was it Bourbon Street?
Bourbon Street, yeah.
Golly, I think I might have been there once. We're your hosts. I'm Travis Kelce. This is my big brother, Jason Kelce, at the Super Bowl. Subscribe on YouTube, Wondery Plus, wherever you get your podcasts, and follow the show on all social media at New Heights Show with 1S, 92%ers. As you know, we are here, and the time is now.
What are we here for?
Well, we're here for a good old rematch. The Chiefs and Eagles, baby.
The fuck? Why wasn't I invited?
I think that's why you're here. You got the invite.
All right.
Should have been. You're playing in the game.
My knees don't work anymore, Trev. That's how it works.
Damn it.
Now when I have to just drink hurricanes and hand grenades to forget that I'm not playing in the game, so I won't have to think about it all week.
Watch out. That'll get you kicked off the team. Why don't you tell the people what we got coming up, dude?
Incredible episode for you guys. We're going to get to Travis's thoughts on the Super Bowl. We're also going to talk about a little bit of New Orleans food and drinks. We got two incredible guests in Peyton and Elijah Manning. It's going to be a fun one. Can't wait to get to you guys. First, as always, new news
coming in hot. That's right. New Heights Pod won gold again.
Yeah.
That's what we do, ladies and gentlemen. We're excellent. And when I say we, our production.
Yeah, they edit this very well.
And I don't know how they get good shit out of us, but you guys love it, and we appreciate you guys. New Heights took the gold in the best sports talk category in 2025 on the Sports Podcast Awards.
Wow.
Yeah. Gold medal, baby. Are we even sports talk?
Huh?
Are we even sports talk?
I mean, we talk about sports sometimes. So, yeah.
That counts, right?
I think that's what sports talk is.
Nice. People listen to us because of sports, though, right?
Like half of them.
Nice. Well, thank you guys.
Enough to get a gold
over
medal.
at the Sports Podcast Awards. We accept your gold. Do people deny gold medals?
I might.
I know you would. That's why but this one you accept.
Well, that's why I'm asking what this thing looks like and who's giving it to us. Sports Podcast Awards.
Insane.
Best Sports Talk Podcast, New Heights with Jason and Travis.
I mean, it seems like a legit award. They have a cool logo. Sometimes that's half the battle right there.
I feel like all this stuff is just like they're just trying to get us to tweet it so that they can be affirmed as an established thing.
Well, it worked. Nice. Thank you guys over at Sports Podcast Awards. Jason, why don't you tell everybody else what else we got?
Travis has won the 2024 Walter Payton Man of the Year Charity Challenge.
Oh, yeah.
For those of you that don't know, the winner of the Walter Payton Man of the Year Charity Challenge is decided on a fan vote on X/Twitter. Congratulations, Trav.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
This is the second time winning this award.
Two-time winner.
Two-time winner. First two-time winner.
Am I the first two? Oh, in the charity challenge. Nice.
So in the charity challenge, you are now
Chiefs
the
Kingdom,
first back-to-back winner in NFL history. The Chiefs are going to try and be the first back-to-back-to-back Super Bowl winners.
Okay, I see where you're
Which
going.
one is more important, back-to-back charity award winner or back-to-back-to-back Super Bowl winner?
I think the charity will thrive more if I win the Super Bowl.
So you're saying the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
So you're saying the Super Bowl matters more than the kids in your foundation?
God damn it, that's tough. I didn't say that.
See, I trapped him. I did.
You bear trapped me. That son of a fuck. No, and that money will be directly injected into the city of Kansas City. So thank you guys for all voting online. I'll make sure that everybody over 87 and running does some good work with the
shout out to everyone who voted. Shout out to everyone who voted. In all seriousness, Travis and the 87 and Running Foundation does a lot of fantastic work.
He does.
In the city of Kansas City.
Even in Cleveland, back in our hometown.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I know it.
So Shout out, Trev. Way to go.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Nice.
Jason on the call at the Pro Bowl
Hey,
this
if you want
past
to call it
weekend.
that.
Last bit of new news. We got Jason in the booth over there in Orlando for the Pro Bowl, watching the flag football game. Huh?
That's right. Yep.
How was it, man? How was it on the other side of the Pro Bowl?
The Pro Bowl is just a blast. It's fun to be down there. You get to see a bunch of the best players in the world kind of being on the same field together, having fun, celebrating the
like
fact that
watching
they're
the
all
Avengers,
incredible
like, team up.
beasts. Yeah, for sure.
It's like
And
the
play like-
superheroes of the NFL.
Yeah, and I think that what they're doing now is better than what they did. I mean, the football game that they were kind of trying to play was pretty boring to watch.
It was a tough thing to even be
Here's-
a part
here's
of,
the
to be
problem.
honest. It
Yeah,
was tough to
exactly.
be a part of.
Here's the problem. Football is only good if people are trying to kill each other. I've figured that out.
You're not lying.
It's not a fun sport if you're not trying to kill each other. That's
kinda
kind of the intensity and the aggression is what makes it inherently
Yeah.
awesome. So when you're not trying to do it, it's like, what the fuck are these guys doing playing football for?
and that's what it kind of felt like when you
That's
were
what
playing.
I felt
in
like
it.
out there. I was like, so I'm not, we're just kind of out here slapping hands.
What do we?
And then there'd be one guy trying
One
to kill.
guy. There'd always be one
Yeah,
guy.
and everybody like, why is that guy trying to play football? And you're like, fucking assholes playing football. The fuck's wrong with this asshole? We're just trying to have fun.
We're all unioned up with this fucking guy.
Yeah, this guy's trying to win
Why
a
are you
Toyota.
trying to- I wanna
You can
get-
buy a Toyota.
I
You
want
got
the
millions of
MVP.
dollars.
I want the MVP to get the free car. It's
No, you
like, yeah, well, I won the MVP. You still have to pay for the car.
So, anyways, what they're doing now, I
The
feel
taxes on a Genesis aren't as low as you think they are.
like. So,
Shout out to Genesis.
yeah, shut up.
Shout out to the Red Rocket, man.
Shout
Andy
out.
Dalton
Shout
throwing
out.
me a deep cross.
Yeah, shout out to the
Scored a
60%
touchdown.
All right, so we got what they're doing now with flag football. People will try for flag. That's a more like
They'll have fun with it.
happy-go-lucky,
They'll have
let's
fun
go
with-
have
yeah,
fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not here to kill
And then
anybody.
you got the skill event. So now it's settled into something that is more, appropriate to
Yeah.
kind of be in. And you still get to see some highly skilled people do flips into foam pits.
I feel like they should do dodgeball with footballs.
Dodgeball with footballs. It's not a bad idea with Nerf balls.
Yeah. No, like a full on
Like
the Duke.
You go with the Duke, that would hurt. Hit you in the face.
No? How bad do you want to win?
Yeah. It's a lot of guys that can't throw a football, surprisingly. It
I
would
can't throw
expose
anymore.
it would expose some
I
guys.
can't throw anymore.
There's some players in the NFL that
I
I've
used to be
seen
able to
try
get
and
this
throw a
thing
football.
all the way back there and just, just
Yeah.
come down.
No, you can do it. You can still get one in.
That elbow is tight.
Then it's going to get tight. Yeah.
It's bad.
But no, the Pro Bowl was awesome. Being up in the booth was great. I got a good bit of advice from Dan Orlovsky. Shout out to Dan. I was going to
Nice, Danny.
I went to Orlando. I went to Disney the following day with the fam.
Nice.
And Dan gave me the shout out, said, hey, go to the Dawa Bar, Animal Kingdom, 2 Jungle Juice.
Ooh.
It was perfect.
All right, Dan.
It tasted great. Perfect level for walking around with a bunch of kids. It's ideal. It really made the safari 10 times better.
Did you? Did you know
That
what was?
rhinos are moving. I don't give a fuck. This is great.
I love it. Shout out to Dan for the secret to Animal Kingdom.
Yeah, it's the best.
Was it cold around the park? The last time that I went down to Orlando for the Pro Bowl, it was
It was
absolutely
good.
freezing.
Yeah, it was like that last year too. But this year it was like 80. It was
Nice.
perfect. Sun was hidden behind clouds, which you want at 80. You don't want sun out with 80. That's then you get a little
Get real
dicey.
swampy
Yeah.
down there.
But no, it was good. It was good temperature. Found out Scott Van Pelt doesn't like roller coasters.
What?
Yeah.
SVP.
I found a lot of times with taller people. Now you're pretty tall. You like roller coasters.
I'm in. I was not in when we were kids though. Took me to become a man.
I feel like there's something to do with
To
like
get on
height.
the Millennium.
Dude, the Millennium Force
The
crazy.
Millennium. I used to have nightmares about the Millennium.
I think that's why like
And
when
I
I go
always,
to,
you always loved going on it.
it's the
and
best.
I
It's the
would-
best
I would-
ride
I
still to
would-
this day I've ever been on. Millennium Force, Cedar Point, Sandusky, Ohio, best roller coaster there is on the planet. I don't care what anybody says.
I mean, it's hard to argue that one.
Yeah, well, you can't because I just said I don't
When
care what
I
you said.
when I finally went on it, I went on all the roller coasters and then finally was like, all right, I'm gonna do Millennium Force. This is like
Yeah.
when I'm like in high school or maybe even when I was in college. But
Yeah.
I when you get to the top of that thing,
Yeah.
because it's right on the lake. It's on
It
Lake
is.
Erie. and Sandusky, Ohio.
It's beautiful, picturesque.
By the time I got on there, the sun was going down and everything was kind of shining off of the water. And I felt like the whole thing was just going to fall into the water when I got up there. I about blacked out.
Yeah.
It was terrifying.
That's a bad feeling.
And then I overcame my fear.
Yeah.
And I didn't black out.
That's why I keep trying to get my kids to just go and do stuff because I feel like that's how I overcame. You just go do it.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, that wasn't that bad.
Dude, that's how hockey was for
My
me,
kids
too.
will not do it. They won't do it.
I didn't ice skate.
I mean, they can't go on anything that extreme right now.
Dad literally just threw me out there and then
It always
pushed a
worked for
cane at
us.
me. He like pushed like a walker at me, like an old person's walker.
That always worked
I
for
like
us.
used it to like get up, and then he was like, "Do a lap."
Yeah.
I was like, "All right." And then by the time,
And then by the time you're done with the lap, you're feeling great. Yeah, I don't need this
thing
thing.
over there. I was flying around.
telling
Couldn't
you.
stop though. Couldn't stop.
It doesn't
Had to
work
figure
for
that
my
one out.
kids though. They just act like I'm being like a bad dad by forcing them to do stuff they don't want to do. And that's part of being a dad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I respect it.
It's good. Well, not Kylie doesn't. She's like, I have to deal with this. Like, they'll be fine. Trust me.
Trust Kylie.
Hey, Kelsey did this to me.
We
be good
from experience.
I'm just gonna spin this little
Trust
teapot
Jason.
around.
Don't trust me.
Yeah, don't trust me either. It didn't work.
Look at this guy.
They don't.
You're not gonna trust this guy? Look at him. I'm trusting this guy.
Who doesn't
All
trust
right,
somebody
here
with a
we go.
mask? Alrighty, we're done talking about the Pro Bowl. We do want to talk about what everybody wants to talk about in New Orleans, which is a little bit of food and a little bit of drinks. That's right. As with a lot of the shows where we are remote, we like to do some things that are culturally specific, and nothing says New Orleans like alcoholic beverages and weird foods. So we're gonna eat some right now. First up, we got fried alligator and a hurricane.
We
which
got
has
some
been
gator
sitting here.
nuggets?
We do. Travis,
I'll get in on some gator nuggets.
you'll eat alligator?
Yeah.
Travis, you won't eat alligator.
I
You
will
won't
eat
eat
alligator,
mayonnaise.
just-
You won't
no.
eat rabbit.
Nope.
You won't eat
Too gamey.
duck.
Gamey.
How do you know? You just if you
Had it.
so you'll try meats. You just don't like white sauces.
I'm not trying that white sauce.
You
I
won't
know
even
that's
try
tartar
that.
sauce. Yeah.
That's tartar sauce. How do you know that's tartar sauce?
I can see it from here. It's pickle.
It's
on
got
it.
pickles in it. Yeah, it's tartar sauce. Yeah, you're observant. All right. You
But
know
I'll
the
try the
Well, try
half
it. Come
mayo.
on.
I'll try
Let's
the
go.
half mayo.
It's all right. Let's go.
I'll try.
I'll try the tartar. I'm not afraid to tartar up.
These are pretty good. They're a little gamey. A little
I'm not
gamey,
gonna lie.
but
It always tastes so similar, like chicken.
it's the fried. that
They did have a smoked alligator.
that yum yum sauce isn't as yum yum as I thought it was going to be.
Oh, try the tartar.
No.
It's real yum yum.
No, you got it. You got it.
The
Give me some of that gator.
it's damn good.
Gator don't play that shit.
I had some smoked alligator at Eagles Tailgate because it's very traditional cuisine of Philadelphia as well, and it tastes a lot like lobster,
They catch those fresh every day.
right out of Delaware.
Nice. You're going to clean that whole plate, aren't you?
No, I'm done after this because we got more food to review. But I'm going to get to this hurricane.
You got the hurricane. It can't be
Yeah,
out
you
here
got a game
drinking
board
like
about-
that. I know what those things do.
Who made this?
Technically, Haley made it.
Haley. Can we get Haley in here?
What's the
in, what
what's
is
the
in a
recipe? Where'd you
hurricane?
get the recipe from, though?
I've had these.
O'Brien's mix.
Pat O'Brien's mix. Larry O'Brien's brother.
I thought that was Pat O'Reilly.
Yeah. That too. Chug. Oh man, that would have been awesome if he would have just.
I forgot to put the mix in.
What is that?
Fucking rum.
It's just straight rum.
I think red with some red food coloring
There's
in
some
it.
grenadine in that thing. Get an accelerator. Get a cherry ice pop. That always goes well with them.
Man, that's really good. I love hurricanes. I'm not gonna lie. Feels like the most significant part of that is cherry.
There's cherry in that thing.
I have no idea.
What?
Yeah, cherry.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. What else is in there, big guy?
Cherry. There's some orange in there.
Yeah, you can see it. Give me some.
Outside of that, I don't know. I don't know what else. Orange. I'm getting a strong cherry and orange flavor.
Cherry orange
and
rum.
an overwhelming amount of Captain Morgan.
Captain Morgan at that?
It's not Captain Morgan. It's not spiced. It's unspiced rum.
The old Brent Selleck. I got Brent Selleck's out there for like helping the Eagles defense. I saw you, Brent. Bearcat for life,
see
my
that?
ass. I saw that shit.
Zach Ertz was texting me about it.
That guy's fucking. He's telling him my moves. He's showing off.
Do you think he knows your moves?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It was pretty spot on. I watched the video,
It's
Brent.
exactly how I run.
I know exactly what you're.
Know what you're telling them?
Gonna have a few change ups and curveballs and sliders and knuckle curves. I got all types of pitches.
So, fried alligator. What are you thinking? How are we rating this?
1 out of 10.
1 out of 10.
Honestly, I'm giving that a 6.
Nice.
All right. And I don't know what that means, but we both were on the same page. Travis, you have not
We're
had this
pro.
hurricane, but you have had hurricanes.
I have had hurricanes.
In the grand scheme of drinks that you would walk up and down a street with, where does a hurricane rank?
I'm a like Long Island kind of guy.
You're gonna walk up and down a street with a Long Island?
Yeah.
No, you drink a Long Island at like a clubhouse bar, like at a that's not, you don't walk up and down
I
the street
always-
with a Long Island like a sailor.
It's just like jungle juice. It's just like a bunch of shit that you.
No, it's way different. Long Island's like a classy jungle juice.
It's a classy
Yes.
jungle juice?
Yes. Long Island is what you get at a bar. You can't walk around with a Long Island. It's not a walk
I
around
thought it
drink.
was a walk around and sip kind of drink.
I don't think so.
All right. Well, then all I know are just bourbon street drinks.
Bourbon Street drinks.
Yeah.
I mean, they are
I learned my
most
lesson.
synonymous with walking around with them.
I don't do walk around drinks anymore, Jason.
Yeah. Remember that time I got an open container in college? Did I ever tell that story on here?
No. Please.
I just turned 21. I just turned 21 and I went to a house party in Cincinnati and the cops come to tell us to shut the fuck up. And the cop walks through the door and everybody starts running because there's a bunch of underage, I was barely over 21. Everybody else is under 21. So they start skedaddling and I'm like, I'm good. I'm good, baby. I'm drinking a beer in front of the cop. He's like, do you live here? And I said, I'm 21. He said, I did not ask that. I said, all right. He's like, do you live here? I said, no. He said, I suggest you get the fuck out of here. And I'm like, all right, yes, sir. We start walking to another house. We're 4 blocks away. And I am not exaggerating. We are maybe 3 houses before I'm in that front door. I reach into the case, take a can of beer out, crack it. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Guy pulls up, rolls his window down, same cop. Well. If it isn't Mr. 21. Oh, he gave me a ticket so fast. He's like, I'm not, if you know this, but you're not allowed to have an open container. And I was like, and he left one of his deputies behind to give me the ticket.
Oh, yeah.
And the deputy's like, yeah, you can drink the whole thing. I don't care. He's making me do this. I was like, yeah, I deserve it.
That's what happens for sure. That's hilarious.
All right. That's enough food and drink for right now. Let's toss it to Peyton and Eli. I'm sure they'll be able to give us their ideas of where Hurricane and Fried Alligator rank and their
oh yeah, they're definitely pros.
expertise with New Orleans.
Ole Miss.
New Orleans. Where is Ole Miss?
I think it's in Mississippi.
Well, I know it's in Mississippi. I didn't. Oxford. Thank you.
It's in Oxford, Mississippi, Jason.
Before we keep going with the show, it's time for Travis to get out of here because he can't be here for this next segment. Joining me now is our good friend, intern Brandon.
Our good friend.
We've only got one game this weekend. What game parlays are we going to build this week?
I am looking at Pat Mahomes 2+ passing touchdowns.
I like that. I think with the game on the line, the Chiefs will go to Pat.
I think they're going to run some of that shit at the goal line again. We're going to see some corn dog we've
Either way,
never seen before.
they're going to leave the ball in Pat's hand.
I like that. And then Jalen Hurts, anytime TD score, and that is rushing.
I think that could be a tush push. It could be maybe some quarterback design runs. Yeah.
And I know this is one you're a specialist in this coin toss.
Tails never fails.
Those are our 3 picks. Pat Mahomes over 2 touchdowns. Jalen Hurts, anytime TD scorer, and tails.
Once again, New Heights is brought to you by DraftKings. Those of you who haven't checked out DraftKings yet can get a new customer offer. All new customers who bet $5 will get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings app and sign up using promo code New Heights. The crown is yours. Every game day needs wings, especially the big game.
Ooh, when you pre-order your wings for the big game from Buffalo Wild Wings Go, you get 6 free boneless or traditional wings your next visit.
That's right. So when you're dialed in on 4th down or singing along during halftime, we got you covered. All you have to do is spend $25 or more and be a Blazing Rewards member.
Ooh, a Blazing Rewards member. All right now. And while you watch the big game in New Orleans, you can have some Louisiana flavor when you order your Buffalo Wild Wings Go. New Cajun sauce for a limited time. Jump on that for the Super Bowl.
So get your pre-order in for the big game, and you can get 6 free wings on your next visit to Buffalo Wild Wings Go.
Buffalo Wild Wings Go. Order wings for takeout or delivery today. All right, I think it's time to bring on our guest. This has been long waiting, we're happy as hell to get you. Jason, why don't you do the honors and give them the intro?
You got it, Trav. From Newman High School, New Orleans, Louisiana. A combined 18 Pro Bowls, 4 Super Bowls, 3 Super Bowl MVPs, 2 Walter Payton Man of the Years, and one of them is still undefeated in the Pro Bowl. Please welcome Peyton and Eli Manning.
I like that.
There we go.
I like that, Jason. We're just gonna bring you with us wherever we go. Give us
Dude, I will gladly be your guys' permanent hype man.
I think down here he actually comes with a band. I think it's like a whole thing.
I want to get one. Do you guys know a good band that can be?
Yeah, does Newman High School got a good marching band or what?
Yeah.
Solid, really solid.
solid.
I could think of a few others that might be a little better. We can start with Newman.
Let's start off with the Pro Bowl, man. You guys went head to head down at the Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
And Eli
got the 3-peat.
Yeah, you got the 3-peat, dog.
I think.
How's it feel? How's it feel? Just
Peyton's officially on the hot seat, I think, as coach. I saw some breaking news headlines kind of
Adam Schefter
on social media. So, I mean, if he does get fired, I'll probably hire him as my special teams coach. Teamer, quarterback coach, or water boy, or something.
I mean, the problem is, just to be honest, is that there's a lot of Pro Bowlers every year that are starters that just happen to be on the Chiefs, but they're not eligible to play in the Pro Bowl because they're in the Super Bowl. So,
and I'd be a game changer in that game for you, Peyton. I would.
Travis, I kind of blame you and Patrick. How's that?
The Chiefs' fault.
Chiefs' fault. Yeah, Chiefs are.
Eli, I do got to ask you. Was that your idea with Turpin? Whose idea was that on defense? Just blitz Turpin every single snap. I thought that was genius.
Yeah, these special teamers. They kind of have rules around. We want the offensive guys playing offense, defensive guys playing defense. We had 2 special teamers. That we don't have any special teams. There's no kickoff returns or punts. So there's they can freelance. You can use them however. So I said, hey. I told Larry Foote, I said, Turpin's your special blitz guy. He's fast. He can run. Had a couple sacks. He's not going to get tired. Like you don't have, the first series we were rushing some outside linebackers. They were kind of rushing in there because they don't want to drop. These guys are professional rushers. They're not drop guys and covers guys. But then Burrow's running right by him. So Turpin got the call pretty quickly.
I loved it. Peyton, we also had your son Marshall out there, maybe throwing better than all the quarterbacks there. I mean, this was impressive. I think we got a clip here.
Does every Manning get a chance to throw the pill? Are they just it's just in them to be able to huck it or what?
Well, it's kind of like I told Eli. We were not raised to be kickers. We were raised to be quarterbacks, and so that's kind
that
of
commercial, by the way.
It's kind of all we know. Can't outrun anybody. Certainly can't kick, but look, that's kind of why I sort of coach the Pro Bowl. Travis, I mean, my son Marshall for the past 3 years gets to warm up Joe Burrow. The best quarterbacks in the NFL. I don't know how you beat that. He's playing catch with Jamar Chase and pat and go with Justin Jefferson. So what a cool moment for him.
The kid in me is so jealous of Marshall, man. That is such a cool opportunity for him to go out there and have some fun with the gang. I'm sure he's absolutely living it up, man.
Oh, no doubt. He loved it. And like I said, I'm not happy about losing to Eli. And I feel like if it has to be like a brothers thing, coaching the Pro Bowl, and I cost Eli, his job as well. There's only one other set of brothers that I know of that has a NFC AFC connection. Jason seems eligible. Travis, I'd keep playing as long as you can, but I feel like when that time comes, I think my job is definitely a jeopardy if the Kelceys want to take over the Pro Bowl.
Tell you what, I can put a mean run game in that flag football outfit.
Oh, it'd be lateral central if I ever got the chance to coach that thing
Speaking
up.
of brothers, we're tied right now with Super Bowl victories, Kelce's and Manning's, 4 apiece. Does that mean the Mannings are officially pulling for the Eagles? Huh?
It's hard for me to pull for the Eagles, like being in the division and in the conference, but it's a little bit easier this year with Saquon being there and having him being a teammate. So, I think in these situations, you root for players, you root for coaches that and I mean, obviously, a lot of connections. Travis, rooting for you to win a Super Bowl, rooting for
I knew he was on my side.
And Andy Reid and all the guys.
Thanks.
But it's a little more difficult with the Eagles. But with Saquon there, you kind of want all those guys to experience winning a championship. Obviously, Travis, you've done it many times, and to go for a three-peat would be an unbelievable. But that feeling, and you never get tired of it. So do you, Jason. You know that feeling of winning a championship, and you want all your pals that you've met or played with to have that feeling at least one time.
I mean, my question would be, Jason, if we're even, really with the amount of rings, I know certain teams, certain owners, when they win, they give rings to alumni who are just integral and kind of creating the culture of the team. I can't think of a guy more significant and kind of creating that tough, run the ball, tough offensive lineman culture than you. So if the Eagles happen to win, do you think you would get a ring? Do you think you deserve a ring? Let's just settle it right here, because if that's the case, Eli and I are screwed in this competition. I mean, there's no chance I'm getting a ring out of this game, nor are you. I mean, the Broncos at least made the playoffs. The Giants were eliminated after like week 8.
Hey, you don't get rings to make the playoffs. You don't get rings.
I will gladly decline any charitable ring that they're going to be trying to give out to me, because I don't deserve any of it. But I did lose my first Super Bowl ring in Nevada Chili. I will take another one of those if they want to just print that one out again. I can take that one again. Yeah,
I like it.
You were just talking about the big field goal kick you guys got coming up here. Gronk has missed it 2 years in a row, I believe. Are we feeling confident we can at least get one up and over?
Jason, we actually were in Orlando. We watched some film with Gronk. Gronk drove down from Tampa and brought film of his first 2 kicks. And we were kind of learning what not to do, right? Gronk had his whole family out there the first kick. He had a full uniform on. He had a helmet. It was windy that day in Arizona. By the way, I think there's something about Gronk missing when the Chiefs are in the Super Bowl. That seems to be the theme. So hopefully that doesn't apply to us. Eli pulled a quad in practice. I don't know if he put that out of the injury report, if that should change the odds. But I have a new respect for kickers. I've been so sore every time I practice. I really don't know why it goes in and why it doesn't go in. There's no pattern to it. But I haven't pulled a quad. I'm healthy going into Sunday's Kick of Destiny 3, and I think I'm going to make it.
Oh, I like it.
I
love the confidence.
I'm healthy now. This is about 6 weeks ago. Did pull a quad, and I've been.
You've been practicing for 6 weeks?
6 weeks. Yeah. I started 6 weeks ago, day one.
I mean, it's lots on the line. I get it.
He's just getting healthy, though. He's been on the sideline for a little bit.
Yeah, no stretch, no nothing. I was just like, I'll just kick a 25-yarder. I was like, put it at 25. I kicked one. It went in. I kicked the next one, and it went 4 yards with a pulled quad, and I limped.
Oh my God!
So I kicked on Monday this week. It felt good. I didn't get to the full 25 yards, but I just kicked about a 20-yarder, and I think I'll be ready for Sunday. Which
The
was
adrenaline will get you that extra.
They said they could give me a Toradol shot now that I'm not a player anymore.
I'm taking both.
This
you
guy's
guys to get
committed.
Toradol.
This guy's committed.
Yeah.
Full throttle. I'm going game day mode, full warm up, a super T shot, get everything.
I cannot wait to see this, man. Jason actually had a similar experience where he got to respect the kickers a little bit as well. Trying to kick a
Didn't
field
go
goal
well.
in college game day in front of Pat McAfee, man. It was classic.
I was on a slant, and I was on a slide, like a slight angle in boots.
Yeah. Well, you chose to wear the boots, so.
No, that was part of the sponsorship I had. Shout out to
Timberland. Great job, Timberland.
We are down in the Super Bowl. We're in New Orleans, your hometown.
Oh, yeah.
Couple Super Bowl questions. You guys have both worked with Jalen Hurts and Patrick Mahomes, who have both attended Manning Passing Academy as high schoolers. Did you guys both know that they had the opportunity, would have the potential to play in the Super Bowl one day?
Jason, both those guys actually came to the camp as college players, as counselors. It's a high school football camp that we have college players come and serve as counselors, and in return, Eli and I will spend time with them in between high school practices on their NFL aspirations. Jalen came twice, and you definitely just saw what a natural leader he was. Quiet confidence, just the way he carries himself. You can see why people want to follow him. And then Mahomes just, his swagger just jumps out. I remember it was raining one night, and we were like, hey, I'm not sure we want to throw tonight. You know, there's people out there watching, and
oh man, I'll rip it right now.
Jeez.
He doesn't flinch. He doesn't care.
I'll swing it at anything.
Hey, that's exactly what he said. And to me, that's just pretty telling. As you know, Travis, you know, when you're in college and people are around watching, I don't want to throw today. Maybe there's some coach up there or some GM that happens to have a kid at the camp. Maybe they're watching, and maybe this hurts. But Patrick was just like, nope, I'll go out there and throw it. And so those were the two things I took away from having both those guys at the camp. And you see that has transferred to their NFL careers. And so I'm proud of both of them. They've been fun to watch. And I think that's why it'll be a great quarterback matchup on Super Bowl Sunday.
Have you talked to either of these guys before the big game yet?
I texted both of them after the NFC and AFC championship, congratulating them, wishing them luck. Both of them got back to me. I've kind of stayed in touch with a lot of the quarterbacks that have come through the camp. I think this past year, Jason, we had 26 of the 32 starting NFL quarterbacks were counselors at the Manning Passing Academy. So it's quite the fraternity. So Eli and I keep up with them, obviously talk to a lot of them, getting ready for a Manning Cast game, but just kind of wish them luck throughout their careers. And so I've kept up with Patrick and Jalen throughout their careers. Jalen reached out a couple of years ago about kind of the routine of the Super Bowl, and I sort of gave him my tips and pointers. He kind of knows that routine now. Mahomes, gets his mail sent to the Super Bowl every year because he knows he's going to be there. So Travis does as well. So they don't have to ask me too many questions anymore about the Super Bowl routine.
Well, you always got the best advice, big guy. I remember getting my first shot at SNL and getting the text from you to just enjoy the ride, man. I appreciated that. That made me feel so much more at home, knowing that you believed in me to have fun and to do it the right way. So I appreciate that. But Eli, you actually had somebody come up to you at the Pro Bowl and tell you that he was actually in the Manning camp.
Yeah.
The wide receiver from Atlanta, right?
Yeah. Hodge.
There it is.
Yeah, he came up and said he was a camper. He came his junior year. He was a quarterback, and he came to the camp. And
that's crazy.
Obviously, we told him I think he should try receiver. And so we saw right there. It's like we did 7-on-7. He was playing receiver some, made some plays, and now he's making the Pro Bowl. He's a special team guy, but he's a receiver also in the NFL, and so just a great story. So we've had a couple quarterbacks in the NFL also. I think Russell Wilson was a camper. He not as a counselor, became as a camper in high school.
The new coach of the Jaguars, Liam Cohen, was a camper.
How about that? Nice.
So that's how old we are. We got coaches. We got coaches that were campers now.
That's crazy, man. You guys have been doing it for a while, man. Me and Hodge have a similar story. I was actually recruited at Tennessee. David Cutcliffe was working me out, thought I had some potential to be a football player, not to be a quarterback. So Tennessee never offered me, but yeah, eventually made the
Travis
transition
would have been
over.
a camper. You would have sped his career up quite a bit, getting him away from the quarterback position.
Exactly. No, that's awesome stuff you guys do with the young guys, man, and always paving the way for the future, man.